This is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. The Skies will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Hello and welcome everyone, or maybe I should do it this way. Welcome back, y'all. The Rafa way, you know? It's NACL Split 2, and we are getting ready for Week 3, which means that after today, we'll be at the halfway point of the season. So for the casting desk, my name is Eric Desarux Beltran. Joining me on the desk is, to complete the entity known as the Twix Bros, it is none other than Beatdown Boulevard. What's up, Nate?
Now I want a Twix because you mentioned that, and I'm craving sweet. So thank you for that, Eric. Thank you.
Of course, man.
So I can't go get it now.
You don't think about it every single time we come on camera together?
No. It's like object permanence, but with memes. It's only when you bring it up that I remember it exists. So I'm sorry. It's the way my mind works.
all right. Let's go to our socials now, so we can get away from my heartbreak and the torment that I'm going through.
He'll be fine, guys. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to keep up with all things NACL, including moments like these, be sure to follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL. And, of course, you can pick your viewing platform of your pleasure, and that is going to be Twitch TV, YouTube, at NACL on both of those. Personally, for me, Nate, I tend to use the YouTube whenever I'm on the cell phone, going mobile, you know, and I want to still keep up with the product. But when I'm at my desk, I use Twitch more. What about you?
Really? I'm exclusively YouTube. I'm so sick of Twitch as a platform. And the fact that YouTube streaming has become more common is probably one of my favorite things of all existence. I'm not even exaggerating, because it's just better. It's better. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, that's fair enough. I do like it because you can actually rewind on it, which is pretty nice. But you can't replace Twitch chat, which is very iconic.
I mean, you have emotes. It's close enough. Whatever. Why would you wanna? Why wouldn't you want to replace Twitch chat?
Well, you can kind of do both on Twitch, you know. Still,
I guess.
Yeah.
The one thing I'll give on Twitch is that when you're watching our show and you vote for various things, you can only do so on Twitch. So when you're watching NACL, you use Twitch. Every other time, just go to YouTube. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
I love the bias, man. I love the bias.
You're welcome.
It's a good way to start off, especially with our matches coming up today. Before we get to that, we do got to talk about a recap of what happened on Week 2, Day 2. So let's get you up to date with that, because that was a pretty impactful day, to say the least. It all started off with a battle between Juggernauts, Luminosity Gaming, and Dark Zero. All that being said, Substitute 5 Mini would find his groove after a tough Day 1 to help LG achieve victory.
Yeah, I think tough is a good way to put it. And true, LG, as a result, are 2-2 now. Not really what you expect going into Week 3, considering how much stock we put in this team. They're the reigning champs from last split, but you know, it happens. They're still a force to be reckoned with. And of course, Supernova continuing the dominance that we've been seeing since the split started. The only team who are currently undefeated in the league at the moment. And they're the team you're imagining that's going to give LG a run for their money come playoffs time.
And of course, this was a fun one because this Conviction game started off with some good old vein spotting before Viper would just constantly hands check everyone for the entirety of the game, showing that he's still comfortable. Even if it's not Vayne in the top, he can still pull it off in the bot lane.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. This game was a bit of a funny one for me, but you know, at the end of the day, Viper, he had a good, fun time on the Vayne pick. Top lane, bot lane, I mean, what difference does it really make? And of course, one of our two teams who were previously could not find a win got their first one here in Dorado Gaming, and Vancouver Impact they still have front row seats on the struggle bus, Eric.
Ooh, that's a brutal way to put it, but the most honest way to put it, to be quite frank. A lot that we would see when it comes to the struggle bus, if it's Vancouver Impact being on one side, we still got Citadel who's kind of struggling over here. They would attempt a bit of wombo, but CCG, they were very aggressive with their plays. They desynced the flash timers of Citadel and ultimately would reign supreme over the NACL Avengers.
Yeah, Citadel are definitely a team who, I mean, overall, not too bad in the standings, but a team we had high expectations for.
Exactly.
So the fact that, they don't quite have the record maybe some people were hoping for makes you worry about how they're going to be able to do later on into the split and potentially for playoffs. And speaking of standings, these are our current standings, guys. Supernova, only team with that 100% win rate, solely possessing first place. And as for the rest of it, not a whole lot of surprises, really, unless you're a Citadel fan.
Yeah, I still think it's a damn shame it's a best-of-one single round robin, because this season, I do think there are some teams that are making decent arguments for themselves. Outside, Supernova being #1 and Dark Zero, Luminosity still having a lot to talk about. Conviction, Winthrop, CCG, they've all stepped up in one way or another.
Yeah. And it's going to be really exciting because even though we do have a pretty short regular split, it is a sacrifice for making our playoffs a double elimination bracket. Full double elimination, 8 teams. So if you make it past the cutoff for that promotion tournament, you're going to be in that double elimination bracket. So it's going to be a really exciting playoffs. That's going to go on for a really long time. And then we're going to go back to that sweet, sweet Fearless.
And don't forget, if you do make top 2 in playoffs, that puts you at a shot of making it into the LTA North if you're able to relegate the Skies. So a lot of big implications. You do want the best seeding you could possibly get. And that's a conversation we're going to be talking about more and more as the day does go on, as we meet the halfway point of the regular season. But let's pull up the schedule to see what action awaits us. That halfway point, after today is going to be done. So my eyes are going to be on Dorado, who are facing Winthrop, and Blue Otter, who are facing Conviction, to see if they can start to make a mid-season statement and face the odds against them. Of course, we can't ignore the Giants that are starting off the day in Dark Zero and Supernova.
That's right, and it is worth noting, again, with this being the second to last week, next week will be the end of the regular split. Not a whole lot of chances to get any positive movement in the standings. So every win matters, and the closer we get to the end of next week, the wins just become that much more important. So especially the struggling teams like Vancouver Impact, Dorado Gaming, they really need to start to turn things around very soon if they want to have a hope of avoiding 9th and 10th.
Yeah, and of course, same with Blue Otter, who's on that bus. Even Citadel, a team that's used to ending. A lot of their players used to ending their splits at the top half of the bracket, on that struggle bus, as we had mentioned earlier, and still looking to improve the morale, to say the least. Well, there's something else we do have to bring up, because there's a new champion, there's a new patch. We have to talk a little bit about Yunara, otherwise known as the Unbroken Faith beatdown.
Right, I forgot that was like her, what do you call that, moniker? But
yeah,
point is, we're on a new patch today, 25-15, so a lot of changes to a lot of different champions, but of course the biggest one, as you said, not only is she included in the game, she is enabled in the NACL this patch, so we can look to see people pull that one out today. Who knows, Eric?
It could be a lot of fun. I mean, she's been doing decently well in solo queue, and she plays a pretty fun playstyle where, you're looking for a lot of attack speed, because when you do pop her Q, the Cultivation of Spirit, it can spread to other members nearby, and that's always going to be nice. When you get enemies in a big ball and you're able to bunch them up, that damage really does add up. So I would really love to see this champion make, maybe a couple of drafts through. I don't know your opinion about it, B. How are you feeling about the new champ?
She seems like she's in an okay spot. I haven't played much of her, but just looking at the abilities and looking at the fact that her win rate isn't too bad for a new champion. It's at 49%, so not necessarily positive, but for new champions, I think lately the trend has been that they've required some immediate hotfix buffs. The fact that that hasn't happened, and you got to imagine there's going to be that bit of an increase with people getting more used to the champion and how to play with it, tells me that she's probably going to be fine.
It's been a lot of fun watching people figure out builds with her. I know Kraken Slayer and Runans has become really big in solo queue. The Runans part is kind of hilarious, because a lot of that on-hit magic damage, you get the full value of it when you spread it on those the Ruin Hurricanes. So,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Talk about it.
No, I
Give
was
me your
just gonna
opinion
say
now.
it really reminds me of Release Zeri,
Oh,
where
yeah.
Runans would you get a lot of extra damage in that regard, and I wonder if she starts to find a lot more success. That's probably going to be one of the first things they look at if they have to nerf her.
All right, if you're going to look at any team to play it, I want to know yours. Mine, personally, Conviction, because the streamer team, man, they got to make content, and that's the best way to make content.
You're so predictable. I knew you were going to say Conviction, and just for that, who am I going to say? I don't even know. I'm not sure who would pick it. Honestly, I'm not even sure if teams think it's great right now. You know what? I bet Supernova will play it. They're in first place.
Scary Jerry?
The perfect time to experiment. Let's see what happens.
Hey, beautiful segue, by the way, because that brings us into our match for the day, and that's going to be Supernova versus Dark Zero. These are two titans on the Rift. Dark Zero, definitely no stranger to success when it comes to their organization. Back when they were called Dragonsteel, they were able to take a title for themselves. But Supernova, they've been the new kids on the block with some old faces, to say the least, who are now dominating and looking like the definitive first-place team in the league.
Yeah, new kids on the block, except, a lot of players have been in this league, and the org has been around for many years in the scene. But yes, exactly that, Eric. The new kids on the block, and yeah, we have some returning faces like Dardoch and ABO, but we'll get to that in a moment because we're going to take a look at the Dark Zero roster. Of course, this isn't the roster that dominated the league in the last split, although some members are present. There's still a lot to be excited about with the inclusion of players like Kizno, with Toasty moving to that main roster slot.
I think Kizno had a fantastic week one where he went deathless the entire time, and Sajed has been putting up some of the best CS numbers. This team as a whole plays together very, very well. I think sometimes only their decision-making gets the better of them. I felt like in the LG game they kind of executed on the wrong targets despite having good engages. And if they could just fix that up, I mean, they are one of the top contenders that could possibly challenge their opponents on the Rift, which is going to be Supernova. And again, that's a very tall task given the momentum that Supernova currently has, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with some of these new pieces, and Kizno, Toasty, K, the fact is there is going to be that bit of a learning curve as people are getting used to playing with each other. Getting situated, on campus over at MU. But from what we've seen before, it is really impactful to be playing as a group all together. So you got to imagine Dark Zero are going to continue to grow throughout the split.
So let's go ahead and pull up Supernova. Fun little fact, by the way, we had Coach Niles over on the side of Dark Zero. Also played on a team with ABO, if anyone remembers 2021 Golden Guardians in spring. Well, Supernova right now, definitely the top dogs, poised to be the best team in the league. They have some of the most aggressive early games I've ever seen. A lot of this is because they have very strong laners, a lot of experience in some of these laners. Even Hoarder, who's rather newer in the space, is performing incredibly well and has these high IQ plays.
Yeah, it's been good. Hoarder, I remember mentioning in an interview, says he really appreciates the experience, especially from Dardoch. He usually offers a lot of insight on whatever team he ends up being on, and you got to imagine that's contributed to some of those improved performances. And overall, yeah, very lane dominant roster really opens up for a player like Dardoch to play more aggressively, to invade more, to take more from his opponents, and that's how you see this team snowball a lot of these games that they ended up with.
Yeah, against CCG, Dardoch was constantly reading music at every single step. In previous games that we saw last week, he was able to take a Poppy into the jungle and just start stealing away camps very, very early against a Vi. By the way, his KDA on the entirety of the season combined is at 30.5, so we're kind of seeing the true beast that Dardoch can be.
But yeah, he's been looking really good so far. I think Dark Zero overall, despite a lot of newer faces to the roster, they still maintain this sort of identity of really strong early games where you look at them last split, the entirety of summer 2024, this team, and even split 1 2025, this team would have a monstrous gold diff at 15. It was always more than 1,000. And the fact that that still continues here really shows this kind of system of play that they stick to.
Now let's go ahead and pull up caster predictions. I know most of us are on the same table. I believe it was Lennon who voted differently this time. Yeah,
Respect.
Dark Zero. I mean, to be fair, he has been the premier supporter of Maryville University, and Maryville still basically being associated with Dark Zero as they kind of intermingle a bit. I know it's not the complete roster. Kay had verified that in an interview we had before. Still the same energy, man. So yeah, I give respect over to Mazel too.
Yeah, and I mean, even though a lot of us agree that Supernova is going to win, I don't think it means like, oh, Dark Zero, trash, bad, we hate them. Not at all. I think Supernova are just that much more consistent at the moment. And I think this is a prediction that later on into the split, I think you'd see be a little bit more split in terms of who thinks who's going to win. Because again, I think Dark Zero as a team, a lot of potential later on into the split, even though they are looking good right now.
I mean, if we do results-based analysis, last week both teams did face Luminosity Gaming. Supernova won theirs, Dark Zero lost theirs, and that was
tells me everything.
Mini. So that tells you everything right there. That's going to be the entire story of the game. Now, jokes aside, I do think if Dark Zero do take this, it's not going to be a surprise because we do have a lot of faith in this organization to bring up the players and show their best that they can on the Rift. If you look at Supernova, especially with a lot of their plays that they make towards the late game, a lot of that damage is coming from Scary Jerry. He's able to carry a lot of these late game team fights. Whereas if you look at Dark Zero, you'll see it's more of a joint effort where you have Sajid, Toasty, and the rest of the team also putting in their fair share.
Yeah, for sure. We have a tech pause, unfortunately, so we'll get that sorted as soon as possible. I know, Eric. How could you do that to us? It's your fault.
It's the red button again.
It's because you guys didn't interact with our socials enough. I've been telling you guys all year long, they have not. The play-by-plays will refuse to start the game if they're not hitting the social media numbers. Guys, please, let us play.
I got the button right here. I could press
I knew it,
but I didn't see our follower count go up yet. So.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Come on. We need it. It's really important.
All right. Maybe it's just how many times I've said Mazel, because our producer, I've just said it for the third time, says, it just might cause a tech pause. It's kind of like a Candyman. You gotta say it 3
Bloody
times
Mary.
from here. Or Bloody Mary, too.
Yes.
Candyman's base bail on that story.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, there you go. It has happened. I have made that joke with Mazel more than anyone else, so I kind of like this narrative that we're sticking to, and we can just blame him. So it's cool, guys. And it really puts the heat off you, Eric, which I'm not sure if I'm cool with yet. I haven't decided how I feel, but for now, I'll
You can
allow
ask
it.
my mom again. No.
I mean, we can. You want to call her on broadcast? I feel like you would. I'm not going to call you on that.
I would. I absolutely would. If you don't know, every time Beat makes a your mom joke, I
whoa, not
call
me
my
specifically.
Mom. Every single time he makes a your mom joke, I
First
instantly
of all,
call my mom and I
it has
call
only happened one time since we've met. That time just happened to be
Today.
an hour ago.
Yeah.
The last time it happened, it was not me. I don't remember who it was.
I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Kang.
It was years ago. This is like the unified days, bro. Like,
But yeah, don't talk about my mom. She'll know. She's listening.
not because she's listening, because Eric will tell her.
Yeah. Mom on you, man. But yeah, still waiting through this tech pause, so we are going to take a moment to throw it through a break while we get this solved and you get our follower accounts up, man. So we'll be right back as we get through our technical issues. All right, let me try this again. Welcome back, y'all. I'm trying to get my rock down. I don't got the voice, but every time he does the heart thing, and I just want to be as charming and as lovable as him. Beat down.
I mean, you could speak Spanish. That would get you part of the way.
All right. Well,
know?
we have fixed our issues. I looked at the follower count. It went up 1. That's enough for
Okay.
me. So that means we can actually
We're going
start
live. Yes.
the draft.
Thank you, guys.
So, to bring you back to Earth, it is Supernova versus Dark Zero. Definitely a battle of juggernauts right here. Last week, Dark Zero took their first loss against Luminosity Gaming Supernova, still undefeated as we head into the draft.
That's right. Now, we're still a little early on. Not a whole lot has been decided. But overall, even for these two teams who are pretty high up in the standings, Dark Zero 3-1, Supernova 4-0, every win really is important. Whether it is avoiding the bottom two, making it to playoffs and skipping the promotion tournament, or just trying to get yourselves good seeding. There aren't very many games for you to play yet left, and they're all best of one. So every win counts, especially here for Dark Zero. You beat Supernova. They've already played Luminosity Gaming. They should have a pretty easy time for the rest of the split, considering the performances we've seen so far. So it would be a huge win for them.
Now, with the bans going out so far, I think Kay's been playing very well on Rumble, so it could be a potential take. Trundle as well has been a good answer for B1, because it definitely dissuades you from taking any of the more tanky engagers on the other side. So that will be the first lock in there for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and I haven't seen too much of the early Trundle these days, but he's definitely risen in popularity. I mean, the Wukong would overall kind of be fine, but you do give a pretty solid target for the Subjugate, so we'll see if Dardoch actually wants to lock that one in. It's still really good in terms of team fighting. You do have that mobility to dodge that Pillar of Ice a little bit, and I think mobility, because you're picking up the Trundle early on, you're going to start leaning into champs who can dodge those ganks, who can kind of take care of themselves a little bit so you can space away from the Pillar.
And Dardoch has been playing a lot of Wukong on the season so far. Week 1 was double Wukong duty, and he looked absolutely immaculate on it. So definitely going to be comfortable taking that pick. And now getting a sort of battle of the AP, as it's Aurora for Supernova, immediately followed up with Gwen and Victor for Dark Zero.
Yeah, so a lot of scaling right off the bat there for Dark Zero. So you have a lot of late game power. You have a lot of ability to wave clear, team fight, front to back. So really the question for Supernova is you need something in that range department, because right now diving into Gwen Trundle doesn't feel as fun, even Victor, when you consider that gravity field. So I think you need some range damage going your way as well, but they actually don't want to go that route yet. It is going to be a Jax, and they're just going to immediately start banning Marksman.
So Jax getting locked in for Supernova. They'll be headed over towards that top side in the hands of Hoarder. Played it last week. It was against Blue Water. Looked pretty solid in it. Next ban's coming in. Marksman focus, as you had mentioned. Caitlyn and Senna going to get taken away. We still got bot lanes yet to be revealed for both squads.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting we're going to see a lot of bans towards those marksmen. Corki makes sense. Maybe they want to get rid of Ezreal on the other side too, because we're kind of running low on the mobile side of marksman, but instead they want to hit the Braum route. Nerfed on this patch, but still want to make sure that champion is out of the picture. So it makes me wonder if they're going to pick something like Nautilus, or just this kind of comp that is all about moving forward and diving in.
If you want to still move forward, a champion that's still up is Lucian. You can definitely go a little bit more aggro with that. Jhin is another one that pops to mind, maybe not as forward as Lucian. You mostly just camp out back there with the current call. But we are getting the engages now going through for Supernova, so gonna complement a 1-2 punch on engages with Rakan following up the Wukong pick. I
mean, that's great. One of the most popular supports is gonna pair really nicely with Wukong in terms of the dive. We do see the hover. I don't know if that actually is going to come through. They're saving Marksman for last,
damage,
just to ensure that they can... I think it's more about prioritizing the Rakan, to be honest, because I think at this early, this is a game 1 essentially in Fearless, so everything's up and available. So I think they're fine not prioritizing an AD carry right now.
So the Alistair locked in will give you a solid tank frontline. And that's always the great thing about Alistair, is you don't really need the items, you need the ultimate. That gives you the included resistances to really back up this Trundle going forward. as well as the Gwen. But what's going to be the last lock-in here? It's going to be the Kaisa. This is something Sajed has been pulling out every now and then, so going to be locked in for Dark Zero.
Yeah, and you have a lot of team fighting power overall later into the game. I think my initial impression of Dark Zero's comp is that you don't have a lot to do in the early game, really. It is a lot of just kind of hanging back and farming until late game. So this comp kind of gives me the impression that Kizno is going to be under a lot of pressure to kind of keep the game stable early on, just to ensure that the laners can farm, they can reach their item breakpoints, and actually get to a point where they're strong.
And stability is definitely something they're going to need, given how aggressive Supernova have been playing. Now they lock in the Lovers duo down in the bottom lane, and it should give you some power for that bot lane. We've seen that Dardoch is willing to gank down there rather early and start interfering with other jungles early. It's a little bit harder to do that into a Trundle, so having strong lanes can definitely help you out.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have a hard time of it just because of that habit we've been seeing from Dardoch. I mean, I look at the lanes right now. For the most part, I think Supernova have exactly what they want, because we talk about this being a team where they live off their strong laners, and the fact that they all have pretty solid early lane advantages does give them a really good angle to get a lead, snowball.
Yep. There's definitely things that can work in Dark Zero's favor. As you said, like, it's a lot of nothing very early on, but once they do get going, I mean, the zone control that you just have from an Alistar being in the area, along with the Gravity Well, the Trundle Pillar, a lot of these things can work to try and lock down some targets, or even find disengages on certain targets, because we're looking at a very forward team for Supernova.
Yeah, I think the disengage is definitely the right word. You see Alistar, you see Gwen as well. This is more of a comp where you want the enemy to jump into you, but you want to do it at a point where when you're actually strong. So that's why I think there's pressure on Kizno in the early game to not lose too much to Dardoch, ensure that he can't influence these lanes too strongly, and that Supernova don't get so far ahead, Dark Zero can never play.
And that's something you really have to keep in mind when facing Supernova. They are very active when it comes to early game play, so if you are able to temper that, I do believe that gives Dark Zero a much better chance of actually taking this game. But it's going to be a full-on assault is the way I see it from Supernova when it comes to early game plays.
Yeah, very likely. I mean, again, you have push in at least 2 out of 3 lanes, probably all 3. So it's really just going to be about what Supernova are going to be able to do with that one early on. Will they be able to turn those advantages into a significant lead? I mean, they're 4-0 because they've been doing that pretty well so far. Dark Zero now are the latest test to see if they can actually remain the wall of NACL Split 2.
Yeah, and to bring up those damage numbers again, Scary Jerry has been the most proactive when it comes to damage for Supernova, currently at 32% of his team's damage share. So having a focus onto him could also be good, but now it seems like everyone else on Supernova want to take part in bringing this team forward. We are going to bring up a vote right now to know what you guys think. Who is going to take this one? Put in hashtag DZ for Dark Zero, hashtag SN for Supernova. Again, I did vote for Supernova, but I would not be surprised if Dark Zero were able to find the win.
Yeah, it can definitely happen. This is one of our better teams in the league, and 2 top teams in the league at the moment facing off. So we'll see. So far, Dark Zero fans out in full force, but there's plenty of time for that to change before we get into game. Eric, this is your last chance I'm going to give you. You can change your vote if you want. Will you?
I kind of want to change it only for one reason.
I knew it.
It's because some of our co-streamers that we have, I believe it's Brikachu who made the bet where every time Supernova loses, she's going to pie herself in the face. So we eventually got to rip that Band-Aid off and get that going through, you know?
Now I want Supernova to lose. Look what you did, because that would be funny. Pie? What kind of pie?
I don't know. It could be just like not even a real pie, just like the whipped cream only on the plate. I know a lot of people
that'd
tend
be
to
close
do that.
enough, I guess. It's kind of a plot pie, circular. That's fine.
Or maybe the shaving
fair.
cream.
Yeah. I was just worried, like, all I can picture is like using like a blueberry pie, and it just feels like such a waste.
And it seems both fan bases are pretty out.
I can't believe it's deadlocked.
50-50, deadlocked right in the middle. If someone wants to flip that because we're going to be going to the Rift very soon, go ahead, make your voices heard, and vote for who you want to take this game. I mean, again, I'm still going to be Supernova sided, even with the bias of wanting Bree to get pied, but hey, it is what it is. We are ready to head on to the Rift now, so let's head out for it. Titans of the Rift facing off is Dark Zero versus Supernova.
You know, Eric, he listen to K-pop.
Okay, I've listened to more of the like older generation stuff from back in the day.
So
I told you about 4 Minute. That was like one of my.
You did. Okay, the reason I ask is because there's a newer group called Espa, and they have a song called Supernova, and I just want you to know the battle that I'm going through every time.
Supernova.
Yeah, that's the one. I love that song. And every time you say Supernova, that's what I think about. So
All right.
it's your fault.
I'll try and hit that in a play-by-play call. I'm not sure if
That
I'll
would be
remember it.
actually insane if you could. You'd be the GOAT.
I mean, we had Hawk saying the watch out for the Randy Orton bit.
Ah,
where,
true.
Because fun fact, Viper is the moniker for Randy Orton, so it kind of actually works out.
Whoa, that was pretty good, actually. All right. Maybe we can squeeze a wrestling reference in here somewhere.
Yes, please. That is my wheelhouse.
Yeah? Okay,
Or-
you're going to have to lead it then, because I don't know anything about wrestling anymore. Except the random things you DM me at, like, the most random times.
I mean, the thing we got in common right now is both we watch K-pop Demon Hunters together, like a
Good
cast,
movie,
co-casters
good
should.
movie.
And Red Rising, I've been starting to read that off your recommendation.
Everyone should read that. It's so good. I need to share memes with more people. Right now, I only share memes with Azael, because he's the one who showed it to me. And
Oh, really?
yeah, he's
didn't
the
know
one
that.
who recommended it. It's so good. And literally, he... And you know, sharing memes with Azael is funny, because it's literally just like, he'll always just say, like, LOL, like, lowercase. And, you know, you can't
That
really
feels
tell
kind of
most of the time.
condescending in a way.
No. It's just. I'm pretty sure he just does that like all the time. In the time that I've messaged him, he's only given me like a capital LMAO once, and I will say it was a Red Rising meme. So
Okay.
that's coming your way when you're ready.
Well, taking a look at the state of the lanes right now, we were talking about that push earlier, Beat. We're starting to see it over in the top lane. We got a lot of it over in the bot lane. Both junglers will be pathing upwards as they start at their bottom sides respectively.
That's right, and that's kind of the pressure we were talking about in draft. And what we've seen from Dardox, he's done a really good job at taking advantage of it, taking resources away from his opponents, being able to get good ganks, kills, and leads for his team. So really, again, my eyes are on Kizno. How's he going to be able to respond to that? Will he be able to read these ganks, answer them? There is a bit of that early information from that ward in Dardox Raptors, so they know he's on this top side of the map. And that's why you're seeing K go for a ward right at this moment. So how's Kizno going to be able to keep this early game stable? Again, that's the most important thing here for Dark Zero.
I do think Kizno has been pretty reliable for this Dark Zero squad. He's definitely impressed me quite a bit. He went deathless in 3 of his 4 games so far. A lot of that was Trundle play, and the reason why the Trundle play impressed me was this is something he just picked up over his Korean bootcamp with Dark Zero, where they were focusing on learning a lot of new champions. And now that he has this in his wheelhouse and he's performing so well, it's showing you that bootcamp paid off, man.
It did. I mean, the times he's talked to me about it too, he really saw the value of it. He went over there with Manui and a couple others as well. And he managed to get rank 2 as well on the Korean ladder, which was a big deal for him. And really impressive. Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, already we're getting an engage.
Oh,
Psycho
goodbye,
might have bitten off
Psycho.
more than he can chew. Has to flash over the wall, but it's going in the wrong direction. We'll get the flash out of Scary Jerry, but still first blood belongs to Supernova Beat.
Ah, nice. Respect. And the best part too is that you get both of Zyko's summoner spells as it's happening. So it does mean, while he does have Hex Flash, still won't have access to the heal. Will be a little easier to gank. So really nicely done here from the Xayah Rakan bot lane.
Being on the red team, that also means red is rising.
Okay.
That's all I really got, man.
I mean, that's good. That's better than me. I had none. You had both. Good job.
All right, starting off on the right track. Can't be said for Dark Zero's bot lane. A little bit of over-aggression from Zyko. I've definitely known him in the past to be pretty smart when it comes to some of those engages, but got punished out very heavily on this first blood.
Yeah, we'll see this one again. It's tough because the double knock-up feels really good. It's good dopamine. But at the end of it, Kaisa, Alistar, you don't have much going for you in the early game in terms of damage.
Yeah.
And we know Xayah Rakan is a really strong lane, so I think that's just, that opportunity to get the big dopamine hit really just overrides your better judgment and recognizing, all right, you know, my jungler's not nearby. We lose this 2v2. I'm just going to not do this.
Yeah, that's me and ARAM, pretty much. Whenever I get
Yeah, but that's
Alistar,
ARAM. Nobody needs to think in it.
every time I see a pack, even if like half my team's dead, I gotta get the headbutt pulverized. It's worth the
You
dopamine,
must.
even if I die.
It's part of the contract when you're
Oh,
playing
he
ARAM.
still wants it, man. Double headbutt pulverize will land again. He'll get knocked up in the process as they look
Why?
to chase down
No,
Zyko.
why?
Zyko loses so
What?
much of his health, falls to 200. He's punished out again, B.
I'm so confused, and we don't even have time to talk about this because...
By breaking out, here comes the jungle gank, focused on the Hoarder. He will burn his flash to bail out from the Pillar of Kisno.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. So I like that Kisno recognized the play. He actually interrupted Dardoch and kind of ended up baiting Hoarder in a way because Hoarder thought that, okay, my jungler's here, like, I can fight this out. And it cost him his summoner spell in the process. So that's nicely done from Kisno. I'll give him credit. Bot lane, on the other hand, I really don't like what I'm seeing so far just because, look, man, like, press tab. Sajid does not have the items to fight. I don't know why we're doing this.
It's like one of those definition of insanity moments.
Yes.
Being expecting a different result. Yeah, that was very strange to say the least, and it does put Zyko in kind of a rough spot. Again, you can't really become that super tank until you get that level 6 and take advantage of the bonuses there. But here comes Kisno. He's going to look for the pillar.
they
Will be able
got
to lock
him.
down Hoarder, and they got him dead to rights. Kisno will take the kill.
It cost them both flashes, but I love the revisit from Kisno, recognizing that, all right, Hoarder, he's super vulnerable right now. Can we take him down? And they do, so that gets Dark Zero on the board. Well, it does open up an opportunity for a Dragon take here for Supernova. Still think it's well worth it to get something there for the Gwen.
And if you like the action that you're seeing on your screen right now and want to play to this level, well, I can't guarantee things, but hey, I can get you at least a little bit better. And you know how? We go to prodiff.gg and you have one-on-one coaching from the pros. There's a couple of players from all over the NACL and, of course, some from the LTA North who take part in prodiff.gg. So improve your play. Stop sucking at ranked with prodiff.gg.
Yeah, and of course you're going to improve. These are previously active or sometimes currently active players in the NACL or LTA. So scan the QR code if you want to get started. And why wouldn't you want to get started? Eric, do you have a reason? I don't have a reason.
They don't coach
They don't
for
have one.
ARAMs.
You know what? Eric's the one exception then. Everyone else sign up though.
Oh man.
Maybe they
Zyko
should.
like me for real, for real.
It happens, you know. Sometimes he's your spirit animal. I see headbutt, I go for headbutt. That's the way
exactly
it goes. Yeah.
Dopamine plays all day. Oh, it's a
Dude,
lane
how
swap.
have we not played ARAM?
I don't know, man. I do play a lot of it. It's kind of like my retirement game mode now. 'Cause
Yeah,
I used to play a lot of rank from season 1 to season 7 and 8, and then I just got too stressed out. I went over to ARAMs instead, and kind of like I was gonna try and make some analogy to connect this to Grubs, but I couldn't come up in time, so I'll just let you take it over, Pete.
All right, Grubs are being started by Supernova. It's going to be Dark Zero who get that first strike of the game. The fact that the Grubs are uncontested does bode really nicely for Supernova just because you get all 3 Grubs, your ability to turret take is going to be really big.
Yeah.
And if Hoarder is able to not fall too far behind, he's still going to be an effective split pusher and should have a pretty good chance at knocking down some structures, taking advantage. And that's really the benefit of how well bot lane's been going for Supernova so far.
All right, Dardoch caught out of position. He is level 6, so he uses his Cyclone to block the headbutt, but the Pulverize will still catch him, waiting for that stun. Cyclone number 2 goes out, and the chase will end. Now looking to begin on the opposite side. It's going to be Breezy coming in with the grand entrance. Zyko still finds a double knock-up. Sajed over the wall looking to chase down the monkey. They jump onto the clone. Pillar goes up, and Dardoch is slowed. No flash, no way out. Sajed will take down Dardoch. And another headbutt Pulverize. He really is like me for real, as he chases onto Breezy, goes towards Scary Jerry. They won't grab any more kills, but they leave a statement back towards Supernova.
Yeah, nice fight coming through for Dark Zero, and you get a kill onto Sajed, who's falling a little bit behind after the shenanigans in the bottom lane. So it's a really big win to equalize that bot lane that we talk about is going to be a lot more impactful later in the game.
You can see Hoarder right now looking for that counter-strike, flashes forward. Even with the Hollowed Mist going up, Hoarder's in the middle of it in a close trade, but Hoarder will come out ahead.
Yeah, that solo bolo is really nice. If he's going to get some alone time with that turret, if he wants to, he's going to be able to, again, make use of the grubs. But I think he fears the gank too much, so he's going to walk away. He lived with 66 HP at the end of that duel.
Yeah, Hoarder's been a fantastic addition to this squad. Especially when you look at Supernova, how much veterancy they have. He's the only, not rookie outright, but, you know, newer player on this team. And a lot of things he's been complimented for, having a lot of high IQ play, knowing how to, you know, take over his lane, knowing his limits. 66 HP really does show that.
Yeah. And, I mean, not just the Supernova. I think Hoarder's just been a great addition to the league. Because even when he joined last split on Conviction, I'll be real, it's there on the broadcast. I was a Hoarder hater, just from what I've seen from him in Tier 3 in the past. I was not a fan. And then I watched his first couple of games on Conviction, excuse me. I'm like, never mind. He's the GOAT. He improved a lot this year. And the fact that he is continuing to grow, you hear it in the interviews, he's working really hard. Something you love to see, and it's a pleasure to be wrong.
That sounds like one of those ironic fan clubs that you can do, the Hoarder haters.
Yeah, right? Now, what... Is there like a word that starts with H, but that's positive, that's not haters? Hoarder heralders?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like, I don't know, there's this very old band called Primus, and what they used to do was they
You're going to like the next bit on Res Rising, but go on.
They made the crowd kind of boo them, and their moniker was Primus Sucks. And if you're a true fan, you would say that.
Okay. I didn't know that was a thing, but I don't. Let's not do that for Hoarder.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick with Hoarder Heralders.
No. If it's Twitch subs, it could be the Hoarder Horde.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. You should DM this to him. Just let him know. You know,
No,
players need to stream more.
Once he ends up on Conviction, I'll let him know, man.
Yeah, true. The streamer team. I mean, he ends up back there.
So right now, gold lead belonging towards Supernova. No towers taken the first 12 minutes of this. A lot of aggressive trades coming out. I think Kisno's been in the right place, right time to catch those kills for Dark Zero. And we're starting to see a little bit of hubris placed onto Dardoch. He did go very aggressive to go for that invade and ends up getting caught out for it. Not a lot of teams have been able to punish him when he goes for types of plays like that. So it's nice to see Dark Zero are doing their homework and being able to match Dardoch.
And it's important, too, that Dark Zero, again, keep this early game stable. Low and slow, SRX. That we highlighted in the draft because, right, we're talking about Gwen, we're talking about Victor, Kaisa. Late game, these champions flourish. So the idea that they are only down 1,500 gold at this time, like, it's really not a big deal, considering this comp. So, as Supernova, I mean, the hope is that you can further this lead a little bit more. Being able to knock down as many plates here as Hoarder, it's a pretty good start because it's looking like they're going to be able to knock down first brick. Hoarder gets every part of those 5 plates, so that's really going to accelerate him.
Oh, Zyko's just looking for the headbutt, pulverizes all over the map, and it's followed up with the Cyclone. Zyko so low between worlds. It's a kill found for Supernova. They'll turn on to Kisno. Cyclone number 2 goes off, but Kisno flashes out. Another kill picked up for Supernova.
And a really great read from Supernova, too. They waited for that play for quite a long time with the control ward in the top rush, and that's earned them a successful fight and even further advanced gold lead. And, of course, they're going to be able to pick up their first dragon, really eliminating any chance at a dragon soul for Dark Zero, starting the stacking of their own and continuing to further this lead.
This is what Dardoch's always been really good at, especially this season, is reading out the enemy jungler and having the counterplay ready. I remember in the CCG match against Music, there was a dive. CCG were setting up bot lane. Dardoch, without vision, takes a blast cone over the wall and instantly starts cycloning before he even gets into the bush and basically just whoops Music off of that one. So his ability to track the enemy jungler is some of the best stuff that you really get out of Supernova.
Yeah, for sure. Again, that experience, he's often, I'd say, the most experienced player on a lot of the teams we've seen from him these past couple of years. Players talk about how much they learn by having a player like Dardoch on your team. Now here playing with AVO, Breezy, Scary Jerry. And he's playing with players who have a little more experience under their belts,
Oh, yeah.
and who are good enough that they really allow him to flourish again in this playstyle where he's able to be aggressive. He's able to take more from his opponents and lead his team to wins.
And 3 of these teammates on Supernova, you know, they've made it to Tier 1. Breezy's been a long-time standout in Tier 2. Border being pretty awesome with the way he's been able to show up in the NACL. So an awesome team to really work around for Dardoch to try and make the most and have a good season in the league so far. Now the setup is focused into the mid lane as Kizno starts to look for an angle on Scary Jerry. Breezy within the area, they'll call it off.
Yeah, right now it's just making space so you can set up around this Rift Herald, hoping that you can have a bush player of your own or set it up so that Supernova walk into your team. So far, Supernova not going to bite, actually going to use their turn to set up some vision on their own, and look who's here.
Headbutt Pulverize coming out. Dardoch will take the clone over the wall. It calls out for the teleport. 2 teleports now getting burnt out from Dark Zero. They're not going to find too much. It does give them an angle towards the Rift Herald. They need to make use of these teleports, Pete.
I don't think they will with these recalls and the fact that they're backing off. The only thing you get is a trade for ABO and a fight.
Oh no, Zyko's going to get caught out. Has to burn his flash to get away, and you never like that for an Alistair. A Supernova will push away Dark Zero and grab the Rift Herald for themselves.
And I think the verdict's in. Those teleports got you no value unless Dark Zero can turn this around.
What do we got right here? I mean, we got no Zyko. Your support's not exactly going to have teleports, so this will be a 4v5. Big ultimates have been burnt both ways, though. No Cyclone for Dardoch, no Grand Entrance for Breezy. The focus now onto Hoarder. Hoarder looks to turn it around. Hollowed Mist going to come out. Hoarder looking for an angle in.
Wow.
Gets the double stun with the counter strike. Hoarder, an absolute beast. Still looking for more kills. As a Blaze Olive will pick up Kizno. Now Toasty stepping up. Still 5 members strong is this squad of Supernova, as they'll be able to grab a kill and make it look damn good.
And that seems like that pressure Dark Zero felt to make something out of the resources they invested into that fight. It just makes it so much worse than it ended up being because they lose the Herald, they lose the fight. Now they're down 3,000 gold, and Supernova just continue to take more off the map here. Even if Order is forced off that Tier 1 turret, so much of the damage has been done, and you got to imagine Dardoch, he's going to use that Rift Herald to knock down at least another turret for the side of Supernova, and it's just going to continue the gold lead that they're working with.
Oh, and he's not done. Hoarder's going to go for the solo against Toasty. Kizno, you are far too late, as Hoarder is just claiming player after player, looking absolutely fantastic on this Jax.
And it's another turret taken down. Again, the grubs mean he's taking turrets so very quickly paired off with the Demolish. So it forces Kizno to slink away from his own jungle. It does leave the bot lane there in mid. Potentially exposed. Yeah.
And he's just going to be able to
Oh,
wail
nice
away over down in that bottom lane because the rest of Dark Zero, they need a focus on the mid lane. Charge does not go out from the Rift Herald, but the Headbutt Pulverize will come out from Breezy onto Breezy, but Breezy looks to turn it around. The focus onto Zyko, currently ticking away with his ultimate. Hoarder ticking away at that bottom lane tower, and the Tier 2 will fall.
Oh, I think we're still fighting.
Yeah, still looking for another angle in. Cyclone's going to go out, looking for Sajed, get a double knockout with that Cyclone. Scary Jerry still stepping forward. Has to back off, respecting Sajed, but here comes the Grand Entrance.
Wow.
It finds Sajed. Sajed, Killer Instinct to create some distance. Sajed looks to turn it around, focuses onto Breezy, gets a double kill, looking to clean up on a Scary Jerry, but the recall on the feathers claims one, and a Blaze Olive takes down Sajed.
Wow, it looked like Dark Zero finally got a positive play, but the rest of Supernova come through and even it out. So still, Dark Zero gets something for it, but it's not the catch-up that they were hoping to get. The real only bright side here is that Kizno stopped the Rift Herald from taking this mid-tier 1 turret. So a pretty crucial structure still remaining here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but I mean, like, watch this replay again. Supernova thinking they can turn this play into something, almost bite off more than they can chew. But again, you can see the solo laners from this team. They set up their side waves, and you can see ABO immediately start walking mid lane because he knows something is popping off here. Because of that instant move, I mean, he's ready to save the day.
You can see right there, Kizno gets caught by the Blade Caller. That was a great play by Scary Jerry. Kizno I believe he had his flash up, but did not see that one coming. It's always by surprise that Blade Caller can catch you.
Yeah.
And overall, Dark Zero may have some fight, but they're slowly losing out on this game as Supernova get a 5K lead.
Yeah, it just continues to grow ever so steadily. And while you do have scaling tools as Dark Zero and Dragon Steel, if you keep falling behind, if you keep losing these fights in such a way, there really isn't much to do.
Here we go again, Zyko. You don't have the health to really go for this, and it shows, because Kay's the first one to fall. Zyko now running for his life, will not get finished off thanks to his ultimate. Dark Zero on the counterattack, come up empty-handed. They just lose a top laner.
And look at mid, this big commitment for Dark Zero, and the fact that not everyone needed to be there for Supernova to succeed just opens the map that much more. Tier 2 turret gone, waves dropped into it as well, so that's more gold Dark Zero are missing out on. And of course, this setup means you can start up the Otacon and just continue this giant snowball that's rolling.
Order's looking so good, so is the rest of Supernova, but just the pressure he's able to apply on the map, it means that, hey, Dark Zero have to reply in the mid lane. They have to deal with this Jax that's taking your towers. So immediately, Supernova posed the question, are you going to lose your mid lane inhibitor, or are you going to lose Otacon? Decide now, and it's going to be Otacon.
Of course. Really not a question. They go for this fight, they lose anyway. So now they lose a big buff to Supernova, who continue to just accelerate in this game. And the hope now, you can see it, they're going to try and take away resources while Supernova are focused on the other side of the map. But it really is so small compared to what's been lost. And again, that pressure opens up a deep push for Supernova on the other side, because now K is on his own. There's a world where they dive him and take another tier 2 turret in exchange for this tier 1.
Well, here comes ABO. Kizno able to dodge out. Not much going to be found over there. K still on his own, looking for the 2v1 to get them away from his tower, which is already falling low from the onslaught of Order.
Yeah, it took a lot. Needlework and flash, but K's able to protect it. The real problem is here, though.
Yeah, ABO will find the hop right through the pillar. Between World's going to be used. ABO jumps onto Kizno. Kizno slowed for days. He's ticking lower and lower, and ABO will just pop him.
Yeah, I mean, really nice play there, especially from ABO. Here on the Aurora. Zyko, he's in trouble.
This definitely has not been Zyko's game. I don't think it's about to get any better for him. You know, down his ultimate, he gets chased. Cyclone gets popped off, and Dardoch will take the kill as Supernova push further and further and take the lead against Dark Zero, which is now 6K in their favor.
Yeah, they just continue to bleed on the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and it feels like there is no way to close the wound. Because at this point, at this stage, what it takes for you to be able to knock down a turret or get some kind of major objective leaves you to open somewhere else. Even now, this turret, K's gonna pay for it.
Hoarder is an absolute menace. I mean, you're not getting away. Jax can't hope over the wall. Oh, he doesn't have his
no wards, I guess?
warding trinket available,
no
so
wards.
he can't actually follow through. But
Unless...
just that threat alone, man, and this might even get worse because Dardoch's walking up. Doesn't spot him in the brush.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Barely gonna escape. But yeah, if your top laner is getting bodied like that, it's gonna be a bad day.
Oh yeah, and I think it's been a bad day for K and Dark Zero Dragonsteel overall, because this game has not been going well for them. And on the flip side, Supernova playing out these first 20 minutes very nicely. And it seems like they're going to continue to do so as they continue to press onto Dark Zero's side of the map and force Kizno away from his jungle.
And again, I really need to shine that spotlight on Hoarder because he's just been performing so well. He's grown so much. This feels like a continuation of when he was on Conviction last season. Conviction was definitely doing a lot of upsets. The thing about Conviction was there were a lot of newer players on that team. And what makes this team different is the veteran experience that you have that provides him a lot of stability to continue looking as dominant as he's been. Now the focus onto this top lane tier 2.
Yep, and with that focus comes the collapse immediately and more gold earned for the side of Supernova. Looking like they're well on their way to 5-0 in the first day of week 3. Right now, the only thing really to look forward to is the Dragon. Baron is coming up soon. I think we're in that territory where Dark Zero have to consider forcing a Baron at an opportunity, if it presents itself, just to try and flip the game and get some kind of comeback, because I don't really see another way.
15 seconds until Ocean Drake is up. Baron Nashor now just hitting the Rift. It's still a deficit, but it's at 6K for Dark Zero. They need to stop the bleeding. They need to slow this game down. I feel like they got off to a very aggressive first foot, one that was kind of not well thought out. A lot of that coming from the bot lane and Zyko. You know, if they can temper that aggression for a little bit and try and get themselves in a better situation, whether it be around objective control or the side lanes, which that second one is very difficult with Hoarder. You know, maybe they could find a way back into this, but right now it is definitely looking pretty brutal for Dark Zero.
It is. It is indeed. Right now, another dragon's going to go down. It's the Ocean Soul Point. You got to imagine it's just a matter of when that next dragon goes into the pockets of Dark Zero. Otherwise now, things have kind of slowed down a lot in a way where there doesn't feel like very many opportunities for Dark Zero to actually do anything. I know I mentioned the Desperate Baron play, but even then the situation has to be kind of right for that plan to maybe work. But at the moment, we don't really see them trying to set it up, other than just some preliminary vision.
I definitely want to see Dark Zero play to the engage of Supernova and look to try and interrupt that, whether it be like getting Dardoch and Breezy out of the fights with Zyko. One of the big things that you have is that Victor, and that Victor provides a lot of AoE damage. If that can stay safe and set off to a different side, he can really pump in that damage. Toasty has looked pretty solid on the Victor in the past, but now tension's put onto Hoarder. Seems they're willing to go ahead and give up. No! The teleport goes through! Hoarder will escape, and Supernova just get Baron like that.
For free. Really nothing is going to be taken in response. You see mid lane is being protected by Scary Jerry, who can now buff up the minions too. So, I mean, that desperate play for Dark Zero is off of the table, and Supernova now are in a position, they have the keys to end this game.
They have everything they could ask for. This is only getting worse for Dark Zero. His lead now around 7K, and even the plays that they're making into the side lanes to stop this menace known as Hoarder, he gets away. So everything you've committed has come up with nothing.
Oh, and okay, nothing's gonna end up stopping ABO. I thought we were gonna have something, but yeah, it really feels like you're out of options with Dark Zero. Supernova, they played this game out really well. They still have a Baron buff for the next 2 minutes too, so one slip from Dark Zero, it's gonna end the game. Right then and there. Still, you can see Kizno posturing a little bit, seeing if there's some small chance that his red buff is staying. And Eric, he knows the truth.
And this is such a struggle if you're a melee going into this. You know, the top laner is already doing so incredibly well for Supernova. You have to get through a counter-strike, you have to get through a ground entrance. The Cyclone itself, you know, it does double up. You get to use that in 2 charges. So for Kizno and K to try and get forward in these fights, it's a difficult task. And the same thing rings true for Zyko, where even when he was trying to find an engage on the Dardoch, the Cyclone canceled that one out. And you can see right now, Zyko taking a chunk of damage just to get a headbutt pulverize. Finally, Sajed is able to return some fire, but knocking at your door is Hoarder. He ignores K and just takes the tower. Now the chase following through. Hoarder starting to get lower and lower. K liking his odds, but the counter-strike gonna flip that one. Stopwatch gonna be used, and Hoarder will go on a killing spree. Now Dardoch hops forward, puts down the Cyclone onto Toasty and Kizno. Toasty looking for the disengage, has the protection of Kizno to peel them back off, but Scary Jerry steps up with no fear at all, and it's another inhibitor gonna be forfeit for Dark Zero.
Yeah, potentially a little bit more if they're not careful, but look at Hoarder, no mana, no problem. Still going to be able to help knock down that inhib. Got to imagine that tier 3 bot lane is going to go down as well, but this is an opening. Dark Zero might have something.
Yeah, Zyko looking for the headbutt pulverize. You can see Sajed over the wall. Will be able to pop the missiles. Gets one onto ABO. And the most you could hope for was for them not to take that bot lane inhibitor. I don't think you're getting a fight after that. It is brutal for Dark Zero, and the lead is almost at 10K.
Yeah, the lead is astronomical at this point, SRX, and it's been a really good game for Supernova so far. Again, that's why there was a lot of confidence in this team when they joined the league, when we saw the roster. that they would be able to succeed. And Dark Zero overall by no means are a bad team, but it really shows the experience that we're working with here on Supernova. Especially when you consider players like Scary Jerry, who performed really well in NACL last year, even with things not working out so great in the LTA North, still a skilled player, all things considered. ABO, second place America's Challengers last year with Cincinnati Fear. A lot of good performances on this roster.
Definitely showing, man. ABO's looking fantastic, for sure. I think Dardoch and Hoarder together have been way too much for Dark Zero to even be able to respond to. And now with the Dragon Soul coming up, it's going to be Ocean Soul going over to Supernova. I don't even think this is the biggest deal, really, because what are you really poking with for the side of Dark Zero? If you get close enough to poke, you're already getting engaged on.
Yes, oh wow. Really shows you the state of the game, too. Kizno sees Breezy, and he's like, nope.
Nope.
Nope. I don't want it. I don't want it. Let me out.
Let me out of this. This is absolute suffering. And this is what Supernova bring, but... Ooh, Dark Zero looking for that headbutt pulverize. Again, empty-handed. They don't have the damage. They don't have anything working in their favor at the current moment. And now Hoarder teleporting in. You know he's willing to take a fight on a whim. Here we go again. Zyko hopping in, headbutt pulverize, a bunch of damage onto Hoarder. He only loses about a quarter of his health, and he walks away quite happily. This is where that Ocean Soul will be able to help out. Doesn't need any recalls, doesn't need any lifesteal. You can just go ahead and use that Ocean Soul.
That's right. You're going to regen your health and mana nice and easy. And, yeah, things are slowing down pretty nicely for the side of Supernova. Though I will say, at this point, it is pretty crazy that Supernova aren't really trying to end the game. So I think Dark Zero are going to take an opportunity.
Yeah, you have to take the best chance you can. This is one situation where they're out of position. Hoarder's not there, but he's going to join the fray soon. Dardoch critically low, falls to Toasty. 4v5, Hoarder now has arrived. As he comes in with Counter-Strike, we'll use that to disengage over the wall. Zyko still looking for more knockups, but ABO will take down Sajed, a main carry down. So Supernova look to flip the script, a double kill for ABO. Hopping forward, Hoarder, a triple kill for ABO. He's taking them all! As a flash roar from Hoarder will not find the Counter-Strike stun, but a quadra kill from ABO, looking to be set up for the Penta. K trying to run away, but here comes ABO! Penta kill for a Blaze Olive!
A crazy end to what was starting to become a slow game, but Supernova at the end of it were in control from the start. And they move up to 5-0, they remain undefeated.
Incredible performance by Supernova from the start to the end, man. I mean, this is a team that has already gone through a lot of the teams that were projected to be top of the league, and they've stricken them away with a brilliant flash of light, man. It burns brighter than ever, and Supernova are looking fantastic, Pete.
Yeah, they are. And again, this really just shows that they're a force to be reckoned with in the NACL, and feels like LG are going to be really the only ones who can step up to them. But for now, it seems like nobody can.
Good God, what a way to end that. On a Penta kill as well, really trying to jump on to K to make sure that was complete, and boy, do they find it. ABO's got to be feeling good about that one. You know, one of the last high-profile matches you're expected to have on the season, and they make it look that damn good, Pete.
They do. And then, who knows? Best of ones. Things can change in these next couple of weeks. Maybe there's another team that can, this week and next week, I should say, because the regular season's almost over, but it's still possible. It would be pretty impressive for Supernova, for some of these players to be able to come back to the league and immediately go undefeated in their first split back. And as you can see down there, go ahead and vote in the chat for who you think the MVP is going to be. Eric, who are you voting for? There's a right answer.
This is a tough one because recency bias automatically makes you want to pick a Blaze Olive for the pentakill more than anything else. And he did look fantastic throughout the game, but I think Hoarder's side laning really added an insurmountable amount of pressure. And of course, Dardoch with these Cyclones meant that even when Dark Zero were looking to find engages that could work out for them, Cyclone suddenly stops that. Now half your team's knocked up into the air. This is a tough one for me, Beat. What are you feeling?
It is. No, I mean, I was just giving you grief. I really think they were all good shouts. I do think everybody played really well, especially these three. But I'd probably pick Hoarder just because I think he. No, I'll probably pick Dardoch. I'm picking Dardoch.
I'm leaning towards Hoarder. Sorry, ABO, the pentakill was cool. But if you think we're wrong, let us know in Twitch chat. Go ahead and vote for who you think should take the MVP. And we're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the winners from Supernova. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 Supernova versus Dark Zero. And a very collected game coming out from Supernova. A lot of this played through the aggression in the side lanes. Great jungling coming through. A pentakill to top it off for ABO. Fantastic performance, Beatdown.
It really checked off all the boxes now that you mention it. Like, I couldn't have crafted. I couldn't have asked for really a better game from Supernova, except maybe how slow it took them to really end it at the end. But otherwise, I mean, they were crushing them the whole time. Again, it finished off with a pentakill to make it the most exciting. And Supernova, they maintain their undefeated streak. Now they're 5-0.
Yeah, and again, I think this takes down some of the top contenders that we've been looking at in the league, whether it be Luminosity Gaming, the reigning defending champions, and Dark Zero, an organization that's no stranger to winning titles of their own. So it really has established, this is the best Supernova roster we've ever seen. The experience here is really showing, and even the faith they have on these younger players like Hoarder is paying off in big dividends.
It is. I mean, They're looking great top to bottom. Yeah, it's only best of ones, but you got to imagine in playoffs, this team is still going to be a force to be reckoned with. And yeah, the fact that they've already taken down teams like Dark Zero, like Luminosity Gaming, it's not guaranteed that they'll go undefeated, but the chances just got a lot higher.
And topping it all off with that pentakill from a Blazed Olive. It's not the cherry on top, it's the olive on top this time. Supernova continuing to be undefeated, and that's the middle of the season for them, 5-0. You couldn't ask for a better start.
No, I really don't think you could have. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get better than going undefeated, Eric. And they still have a couple matches left before the split is over, but still a lot to be excited about with this team going throughout the rest of the regular split and going into playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, playoffs is definitely where things are going to start to change and shake up a bit more. But you know, starting off with such fantastic seeding, I mean, there's not a team that's really close to the performances we've been seeing from Dark Zero. Definitely puts things into their favor, and I mean, I'm pretty much locked in that they're going to have a perfect season. But we have our interview now lined up. Scary Jerry will be joining us from Supernova, so it's going to be a blast to have him because he always has words to say, man. Welcome to the desk, Jerry.
Thanks. What's up, guys? Good to be
right.
back.
First questions first. You've now taken down a lot of the top contenders within this league. Luminosity Gaming fell to you. Dark Zero fell to you. So how are you feeling confidence-wise right now with your team, Supernova?
I mean, I'm feeling super good, honestly. Like, we did take down all the top teams, and our games on stage, they've been really clean. Like, I think in scrims this week, we won, like, 2 games. Like, I think we had, like, a 10% win rate, but, you know, the stage games, like, you can see the experience. And even, like, someone who doesn't have that much, like Hoarder, like, he's just putting on a show. So, it's awesome.
Yeah, Hoarder's. You guys have been really good overall so far. And, yeah, I mean, it is nice to have you back, even if the circumstances aren't the best, Jerry. But I got to ask you, I want to ask you about kind of towards the end of that game. You guys were cooking them. You probably heard me mention it because you've been here the whole time. But you guys were a little slow to end. Do you find that you guys were being overly cautious, or do you really believe like you're just making sure you check off all the boxes? You don't want to throw this away. It's a best of one. Like, you want to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, our scrims, we've been taking too many fights, and, like, when we're ahead, we fight too much. And also that game, we had pretty short range, and they had, like, a Victor. So we just didn't want to throw the game, honestly. So we got the Soul, we got the Baron. But yeah, we're trying to reel it in a bit because we always get leads individually, and like the game's always going good. But then sometimes in practice, we'll just like fight everything because of that. So yeah, on stage you can kind of see it, like how cautious we are.
Okay.
Given that, you know, Maryville is your old home and Dark Zero is part of that whole Maryville program, did you have any conversations with some of the players or even Coach Niles himself coming into this match?
Honestly, not really, but like we got dinner and, you know, like we always eat. He invites me over to eat, like Niles, so we always talk about it. It's always fun, just like, you know, giving him a hard time, and like it feels so good to beat them. Like I wanted to beat them so bad, just cause like,
wow.
I mean, they're my old team, so part of it is like I just need to prove that they can't win without me, and also. I just have a lot of respect for them. So, you know, being able to like lane against Zyko with Breezy and just like be able to prove to us that like we can be a good ball lane and like we're one of the best in NACL, it means a lot because Zyko Sajet, like they've been playing super well this split. So it was, I mean, this was a great match. I was kind of sad at like how one-sided it was. Like you saw me on the Zaya, I'm like, you know, I'm not really doing anything. ABO gets a pent at the end of the game there, but it was a really good win. I'm happy.
Good. I mean, before we let you go, Jerry, I gotta ask, do you have any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, shout out my new team, but shout out Disguised, honestly. Like, you know, they're on my mind this entire split. Like, we're going to relegate them. You know, just shout out Disguised for giving me this opportunity to join a good team. And, yeah, I can't wait to play them, honestly. Like, I have them in my sights.
I always love the spice, Jerry. Well, we want to thank you for joining us, and I don't need to wish you luck, but have a great rest of the season, man.
Thank you.
All right, always awesome to have an interview with him. I mean, he got straight to the point right there, especially with Disguised. Hey, they're performing like one of the top teams in the league right now, and if they do take that top spot, that means you can face against Disguised and relegate them out of the league, as Jerry said.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here in Split 2. Split 1, it was just the warm-up. This is really where it all counts. Top 2 in playoffs are the ones who are going to go to that LTA promotion tournament. And right now, with how Supernova are playing, Scary Jerry and the rest of them are certainly in that conversation for top 2. It's almost certain.
All right, so did they agree with you? Did they agree with me? Let's find out our MVP. They might have agreed and disagreed with both of us and gone with
I was going to say, there's a secret third
So
thing.
we're going to see right now. It is a Hoarder game, baby. And, you know, for me, it's no surprise. The pressure he put on throughout the entirety of the game beat down, that was massive.
Yeah, I'm not mad at this choice. I think Hoarder did have a really good game. Jerry gave him the shout out in the interview as well. I think rightfully so, despite being the least experienced player on the roster. The fact is, he's playing just as well as everybody else, so he definitely deserves credit, definitely deserves a shout out, and he deserves that MVP.
Yeah, again, Hoarder was on Conviction last split, and that was a Conviction roster that, you know, definitely had newer players, but he was still able to shine out alongside Chrome, Darkwings, of course, getting promoted. So seeing the next step for Hoarder is always great. Going undefeated on the season thus far with Supernova, that's some good stuff right there. But we got to move on to our next match of the day, and that is going to be Blue Otter taking on Conviction beatdown.
That's right. So this is another matchup that is going to be an exciting one. We just mentioned Conviction. Of course, this is a different one than the one Hoarder was playing on last split. These are teams who are not quite at the top of the bracket, especially Blue Otter. Feels like after their first split, this team has been struggling a little bit to really find any sort of success. And now we had a bit of a roster shuffle with this team going into this split. And we have a little roster shuffle again going into today because now we have Kryra, who's in on the jungle.
Yeah, it was Jungler Low Jazz before, now looking to swap out to Kryra. And it's going to be cool to see Kryra back once again. For those of you who remember, was on Dark Zero Dragonsteel as a substitute before. So they definitely saw some potential in him, and I'm looking to see where this potential does lead for Blue Otter, and if this can actually lift this team from where they are right now. But they'll be going against the Streamer Squad, as they've, you know, lovingly called themselves at this point, and that is Conviction B.
That's right, revamp of the Conviction lineup from last split after their top 4 finish. And yeah, you have some returning players to the league. TF played from near airport. Perry, of course, who's doing great on Fear in the last year or so. And you have some newer faces into the league. And overall, so far, Conviction, not a bad showing, all things considered so far. I mean, it is still best of ones. The split still isn't over, but this is definitely a team where with more time, maybe we'll see him do some damage come playoffs.
Okay, I think one phrase really describes them: hands check.
Here it comes.
Hands check. That's all they really do, man. I mean, they are a lot of players with a lot of skill. Most of you might know them from, you know, just being streamers more than anything else. Even Perry, who used to play in the NACL, decided to go off and do his own brand of, you know, both content, of both coaching. But that doesn't mean that talent has dropped. So for the most part, what we see them is just hands checking people, and some of these kind of odd picks that we got to go through. We saw Viper do a little bit of vein spotting and then ultimately carry the game immediately after. So it's a very fun, chaotic squad to follow. Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Vayne is that odd of a champion, but otherwise I catch
the
your
way
meaning.
Viper plays it.
Yeah, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. Viper is a very special player for sure. But I think overall, with this info, we do have that Blue Otter selecting blue side. I think Conviction, still a team to be excited about, and I think the top side is what I was most excited about before seeing them play a single game, because yeah, like I was really high on Perry when he was playing in the league. Very smart player, executes a lot of good game plans very well, and he shows with all the content that he makes that he does have a really good mind for this game. And TF played in his first split, also played really well too. So you got to imagine that alone is worth so much.
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing that gets to me is if you saw our post-game interview from last week, the dude was saying that NACL is a hobby now. He's not even trying that hard with it. Maybe that puts him in a better headspace to like perform well, not having the pressure, but man, Conviction have been looking good so far. So let's go ahead and pull up our predictions. And if Conviction have no haters, then Hawk is no longer alive, because I swear this man has thrown the most shade towards Conviction. Even right now, he's going for Blue Otter.
I mean, like, for me, this vote was more against Blue Otter than it was for Conviction. And to be fair, I didn't know about Kryra when I cast my vote. So
You would have changed it.
Would I have?
No,
Maybe.
I'm asking.
Kara is good. I guess I'd have to think about it more, but I think it's definitely a lot closer with that addition. But still, I mean, Blue Water have had so many issues these last few splits, so it is really hard for me to vote for them right now. They got to do something, man. I need to see them do something, Eric.
I mean, we haven't seen the Blue Otter that we saw before from 2 splits ago back in summer 24, where they were upsetting a lot of these teams, where they were taking these teams to series, even some of the best in the squad, and ultimately finished 5th in playoffs. We haven't seen that type of Blue Otter show up, despite the core still being there. You know, Quacker, Samikin, and Rovex were part of that roster. You know, the things that's changed now is Array, someone who's been, you know, decently stable in the past, and now with Lojaz no longer being slotted in the jungle, Kryra, it makes me think they still have that upset potential there, but it just hasn't quite shown.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that one too. I think so far on the Conviction side, we've seen some pretty good looks. I think top to bottom overall. So we'll see if they're actually going to be able to. We'll see if Blue Water can actually make it happen, even with this new addition of Kryra.
All right, well, we're doing League of Legends the long way today, so that means we're going to be throwing over to short break while our teams figure out their tech issues. We'll be right back. We'll follow up with Blue Otter versus Conviction. Welcome back, everyone. Good news, we're still eventually going to have Conviction versus Blue Water. Bad news, it's not going to be immediately right now. We are still working out some technical difficulties between the teams. Once we do get those resolved, we will be able to get into the game, but it's going to take a little bit longer, so we just wanted to update you guys before we head back to a break. Beat, add something to this. Hurry, quick.
Something to this.
There we go. So we'll be right back, and we'll have the matchup of Blue Otter versus Conviction. So be sure not to leave. Stay tuned, man. It will be happening.
Well, probably a lot, considering that I've never won a title before. But there is, if we do win, not saying we will, but I mean I am saying that we will. But there's the promotion tournament after, right? Or whoever wins, so I'll probably be more happy if I were to win that, but I'd still be very happy because I've never won a title before.
I mean, it would mean a lot if I was able to win Split 2, because previously in Tier 2 I've never really had like a winning performance. It was always like top 4 and just like on the upper end, but I never really made that jump into actually winning. So it'd mean a lot, as well as promotion on the line. So, yeah, I mean, I'd like to win this split. So.
It probably mean a lot to me, just because like I don't think a lot of people probably saw like me coming to like, can I still call it NACL? Yeah, but I don't see. I don't think people really recognize me enough that I feel like I'm an NACL player, but I want to prove people wrong. I want to prove that I'll be able to like handle my own in NACL. That's the fun part of me like competing, is that like I want to prove doubters wrong. But yeah, that's just yeah.
Great news, everyone. The technical issues are now resolved, so that means we finally get back into the game. That is going to be Blue Otter versus Conviction. I'm Desrox. This is Beatdown, just to refresh you because you might have taken a nap.
You might have forgotten about us.
You might have forgotten we were even here. We might have forgotten we were having games today, but that's okay because we're now back and we're ready for action, Beat.
We are. We'll be getting into draft pretty shortly, but we're going to be hitting you guys with Blue Otter versus Conviction. I feel like we should start over and talk about the points we talked about before. Yeah. Just to remind people, it's been like, I don't know how long actually.
It's been 10,000 years.
84 years, whatever you prefer. Whatever meme you want to draw from. It's been a long time.
I was thinking Rita Repulsa, Power Rangers. After 10,000 years, I'm free.
Oh, I was thinking, what is it? It's just this random meme of like this old woman saying it's been 84 years. It's probably from a movie or something that I just never watched. But, you know, someone out there will know what I'm talking about.
Well, let's get this back on the road, Beat, because we got to start talking about these teams. Once again, it will be Kryra that is now filling in for the jungle role for Blue Otter. A team that's definitely been having their struggles, still has that potential to upset, but just hasn't quite found it yet, Beat.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, again, for Blue Otter, since their debut in summer 2024, it's been rather quiet from this roster overall. Last split was not really great for them. They just narrowly avoided going to the promotion relegation tournament. So now they're here, changed up roster, which they've changed up again here for week 3, and we'll see how they fare. Kryra was a pretty exciting player. We first saw him on CCG. Then he played a little bit for Dark Zero, and he looked good in both rosters. So now he has his own team to play with here at Blue Otter, and we'll see how he does.
And with that, we'll be going against Conviction, which, again, this is the hands check team. A lot of people refer to them as the streamer team. There was a lot of people who were kind of doubting the potential of this roster. But for the most part, if you're good at solo queue, I guess you're just good at hands checking everyone on the Rift, because that's what we've been seeing a lot from Conviction, more specifically Viper than anyone else.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall, I didn't think this team would succeed right away. I thought there would be a bit of a curve overall from this roster, but overall it has been a pretty good start. I was really excited about the top side. I think TF Blade had a really good split in split 1. Perry's always been good, especially his last couple splits in the league before he took his break and started streaming full time. So it's clear that things are really starting to get rolling for them already.
And a quick shout out to our sponsors while we do get ready, prodiff.gg. If you are looking to no longer be bad at League, hey, we got the resource for you. You can take coaching from people who are good at League. Do you know how we know they're good at League?
How do we know?
They play in the NACL. They play in the LTA North. If you want one-on-one coaching from those players, there's a good old little QR code right up there that you can go ahead and scan. That will take you straight to prodiff.gg, where you can get coaching one-on-one with the pros.
Yeah, and again, all of the coaches on this app are either active or very recently active players at NACL or LTA North. Oh, the QR code is now here. See, things move around, the magic of production. So go ahead and scan that. Fortunately for people like Eric, they don't coach you on ARAM, but you want to play Summoner's Rift and you want to get good. That's the place.
It's my retirement home, Beat. This is where
I didn't say it wasn't.
Boomer League players go play. And
also, hey, they go to TFT sometimes.
I play TFT as well, so.
See, and you never told me? That's messed up.
I'm online sometimes playing, man.
I actually don't think we're friends on League now that we talk about it, which is insane.
That's a problem. It's a problem.
Yes, that we need to fix, which we could have fixed during that break, but
yeah, we just didn't know how long that break was going to be. Technical difficulties definitely.
We could have played a TFT game.
A lot of players and teams. We could have got us into the TFT game.
Yeah.
And I have it on my mobile device as well, by the way. So.
Oh, me too.
It means I don't even got to pull it up on my computer. I can just have it right here. That's what we'll know for next time, where we have to take extended breaks for a bit longer. But now that we got our sponsors out of the way, we can focus a little bit more onto this matchup, because I definitely think it's going to be interesting. For Blue Otter, it's been lopsided victory, but more lopsided defeats coming out from them. So I'm definitely hoping that some of these changes that we've seen from squad can help out. I think Chrome performed phenomenally, especially last split when he was on Conviction. I'm a little bummed out that we're not going to get to see him as much or at all anymore. We only got to see him in week 1. Did have some personal issues, so that's why Array is currently stepping in. And I personally wanted to know from you, how do you feel about these changes in both the jungle role, the marksman role? Do you feel they're upgrades, side grades, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, while I agree Chrome did have a really good split in split 1, his best ever probably, I do think very highly of Array. I am a fan of Kryra, so if we're just talking like on paper, stats-wise, I do think these are upgrades, so this could lead to better performances from the roster going forward, and it's something that I think Blue Water overall kind of needed, not necessarily the upgrade, but just something to change so that they can try and get some more wins under their belt, because it really feels like this year hasn't been great for them so far.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see a bit more stability coming out of Blue Water. I definitely feel like Kryra can bring that. For the ADC role, I see it more as a side grade. Only because Array is definitely the more experienced player when it comes to Blue Water, and he's been hyped up on the rosters that he's been in the past, all the way to being a tier 1 sub back in the day. But I feel like it's maybe not the best meta for Array, who normally we've kind of seen him in these like kind of team fight positions start to stand out more on a lot of these hyperscalers. Ezreal is still one of the champs that pops out that he can definitely pop off on, but it felt like the year of Chrome, so that's why, I take their pros and cons, and I still just see that as a side grade, but I definitely think Kryra can bring something that Blue Water are missing.
Yeah, absolutely. And while it's too bad we didn't get to see too much of Low Jazz on this roster, I mean, I'm excited to see what Kryra is going to be able to do, even though we're on our second to last week of that regular split. I mean, Blue Water still in a position where they could fight to earn a playoff spot. Again, top 8 will get you into playoffs. It is that double elimination bracket. We will be done with best of ones, so I think we'll definitely get a lot more exciting then too.
And it's putting the conversation over to Conviction. It's been a lot of fun watching them, and considering how lax they're taking it, I really do wonder if being more relaxed in the situation is what's bringing them their success. Because when you don't feel those nerves and all that stress on you in the middle of a stage game, it surprisingly can be better for your performance, where you're not as shaky on some of these engages. And we've seen a lot of composed play on one end, more towards parry, but I can't use that for the whole team, and some chaotic play over on the side for Viper.
I mean, we're in NACL, Eric. A lot of the play is chaotic, so I think we can forgive. I think we can forgive that bit of instability there for the side of Conviction, as it's something we're used to seeing quite often. And it's going to be pretty exciting. It's going to be pretty exciting to see how this matchup is going to go. Again, I am particularly excited about Blue Otter, just because of some of these changes and what that is going to yield for them.
Well, we are not going to find that out, sadly enough. It has now been decided that due to the technical difficulties that went on, Blue Otter will be taking the win, and Conviction will unfortunately forfeit the match.
Oh, wow.
So, bit of a bummer right there. I was kind of looking forward to this because, like, I saw Blue Otter as like kind of the old school blue shell team, so to say, where you don't know who they're gonna really perform well against. They just kind of have these like moments of brilliance that come through, and Conviction is chaos personified pretty much. So I was excited for this match, but sorry to our audience out there, the match will not be taking place. It'll be Blue Otter getting another win, and something they've definitely been needing given the start to their season.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is the win. It's too bad for Conviction because, again, we talk about how important it is to get as many wins as you can. There are only so many games. It's all best of one, single round robin. But yeah, it's a big win for Conviction, rather for Blue Otter, who were going into the day at 1-3, and we're sitting at the bottom of the standings. So not how they would have wanted to get it, but as competitors, you take the dubs where you get them.
And sometimes these technical difficulties happen. It is a shame to hear that for Conviction, because it feels like they're the team where you can flip a coin and from there decide the result when it comes to some of these top competitors. Again, I was looking forward to that match, so I am kind of bummed out for this one. But Blue Otter, this will advance them to 2-3 on the season. So again, this was a win that was definitely very needed for them, given they were standing at the lower end of the standings. Their only win was against Vancouver Impact, and to be fair to Blue Otter, they've had a very tough strength of schedule. They've gone against Luminosity Gaming, they've gone against Supernova, some of the top dogs out there.
Fair.
So, I wanted to see more, but Blue Otter will be victorious today.
Well, we'll still get another chance. That's the beauty of our schedule. They'll play again tomorrow at some point. Even though we won't be there, we can watch.
I mean, I'll be co-streaming if you want to join me, if you're not too busy.
Look at you. What day's tomorrow? Friday?
Friday.
Hell, I'm not doing anything. Maybe I will join.
All right. Well, yeah, we are just kind of filling in for the time right now as we get set for our next match. One last congratulations to Blue Otter. Not the way you really want to take a win, but it is what it is, and sometimes you'll take what you get. Conviction will take the loss, and we'll be setting up for our next match, which is going to be Winthrop University versus Dorado Gaming beatdown.
That's right. So that's going to be another exciting one. I think Winthrop have been playing pretty well so far. I think they're a team that have been, steadily improving all year long, which has been really nice to see. And of course, they're up against one of the newcomers in Dorado Gaming, one of the 3 new teams into the league, which I think are also going to be, they can surprise us. They've had some pretty high highs, even if there are some low lows.
I mean, for Winthrop University, going against Dorado Gaming, well, we'll actually hold the thought on that because we're just getting word we need to head over to a break before we get into this next match. But this time, it's not going to be as long. You're not going to be waiting. It's going to be a standard break this time, and then when we return, we'll get ready for Winthrop University versus Dorado Gaming. right, everyone, we're back for realsies this time. No more break after break after break. We've got this now all settled. You know,
You
unfortunate.
just guaranteed there'll be another one, but thank you.
Please, don't curse that. I'm knocking on wood.
You did it. Don't put that on
I
me.
knocked on the wood. I knocked on the wood. It's all
Yeah,
right.
it's okay,
You
okay,
better
then
do
we're
it
good,
too,
then
man.
we're
You
good.
better do it too.
I got. There you go. We're
But
good,
now
we're good.
this means we finally get to move on, and it's going to be Winthrop University versus Dorado Gaming, as we had alluded to earlier. This is going to be an interesting one for me because I do like the trajectory that we've been seeing from Winthrop University in terms of improvement from some of their players. I think Mobility and Denethor have been big standouts to that regard. But I also look over at Dorado. I see the potential, but we just haven't seen that met just yet. It still seems like they're trying to learn how to be a team.
That's tough because I think that with Dorado, while it's great for them to have qualified the way they did into NACL, this is a tough split to try and figure everything out in because of the regular split being so short. But, well, trial by fire, they don't really have a choice, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. We're going to take a look at Winthrop, of course. You mentioned it. Mobility and Denethor in particular playing really well lately, and this team overall, yeah, I think this whole year has been a pretty big upward trend for them, especially the back half of Split 1, where this team really dialed in on what worked for them, and then they just continued using it.
Yeah, I know one of the things that's different for them in this split is they're not all together in person. I know Denethor and Only 35 are currently on campus. I'm not sure about the rest of the squad, though. It's summer season, so, you know, sometimes you go home for summer. And they had talked about how, you know, the vibes weren't exactly the best coming into the split, but they've been able to iron them out. They've been able to work together. And I'm definitely curious as to how this team is going to shape up as the season goes on. But let's go ahead and pull up their opponents in Dorado.
Yeah, and I think Dorado overall as a roster, I'd about agree with you. I think this team, excuse me, I think this team are still trying to figure things out, Eric. And the big thing is that, you know, you got some newer faces kind of all across the rift into NACL with the exception, of course, of Shochi, who's been in the league for a couple of years now and has some pretty great performances, good playoff finishes, and things like that. So there's definitely those growing pains too, really adjusting to this level of play when you're coming down from Tier 3.
And speaking of Shochi, one of the things he talked about in his post-game interview, he was saying that, like, they're still developing what their system is. They're still trying to figure things out together. It definitely shows because I've seen some flaws in their drafting where they'll draft themselves in their corner. And I see some flaws with their execution in team fights where they'll overcommit onto dives. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think they had a rough strength of schedule. A lot of these teams had, but their week one, it was Supernova and Dark Zero back-to-back, which is definitely not going to do you any favors going against super experienced teams when you're still trying to find that momentum. But as Shochi had said, he believes this team will scale and will start to look better the closer towards the end of the season we get.
I mean, there's a lot to be excited about. I think, again, Shochi historically has played quite well in this league. Sushi is a player that I think a lot of us have been excited about, especially with that debut performance with Near Airport subbing for double of last split. So potential is definitely there. I can see why things are a little bit split. I think your point about Winthrop University not being together is actually a big one. I think we should give a lot of credit to playing together the way Winthrop have, the way Dragonsteel have in the past too.
Shout out to Mazel, by the way, who voted Dorado with me. I got no rhyme or reason. I just love Shochi. He's been a fun player to watch over the years.
That's
so
fair.
I'm just going to be straight out with that one. Well, we're into the draft now. We're getting our bans through. So far, pretty solid on the jungle bans. Kazakh's also going to be taken away with that Galio. One more ban for Dorado, and Winthrop will have their B1.
They will. I think just talking a little more on Winthrop, and I think what's been really working for them so far is the 5v5. And I expect that we'll see a lot of drafting for that kind of style of play, where the focus for them really has just been about fighting. You know, it isn't really about split pushing, it isn't about side laning. What's going to get them the 5v5 win? What's going to work for us when we inevitably ARAM at 25 minutes? And I think that acknowledgement and leaning into that strength of theirs has been a big part of why we've seen them kind of turn things around, especially during that second half of Split 1 and even now going into the second split.
And this has been an exciting pick to see so far from Denethor if this does get taken towards the top lane. He did pick it up in the game versus Vancouver Impact. It's a new champion within his wheelhouse, but some of the flanks he's been able to pull off with this champ have been pretty awesome to see. Now, over in Dorado Gaming, it's a pretty tried and true pick, one of the highest presence mid laners that we have, Azir, locked in.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It's, overall, everything you'd pretty much want in a mid laner nerfs don't really matter too much. I think when it comes to 5v5 play, so you're going to have a lot of DPS, you're going to scale, and you have a lot of playmaking potential with that Emperor's Divide.
And then, of course, you get the Xin Zhao along with it. Kaido going to be playing that one. Allows you to aggress rather early. It's definitely a pretty good fighter to have, especially if you get something like either an Enchantress or something that just helps out to get it in the fight a little bit better. Xin Zhao, pretty solid. You got some scaling with the Azir, so a good 1-2 punch coming out early from Dorado.
And I'm curious what Wilson's going to be getting for himself in the jungle. I think personally it's going to be Aurora mid, just because I think Aurora blind top is a little dangerous. So you want to pair it with something that's, skirmish heavy, where you can get a lot of movement, a lot of damage down. And the J4 I find a little interesting, just because usually I find these best picked when you see a lot of less mobile champions picked up. I wouldn't really consider Azir in that sense, but Syndra, Varus, Ryze, champs like that I think are most vulnerable to Jarvan. But I mean, if they want to set up a sort of wombo combo that does kind of pair nicely with the Between Worlds with Aurora, I guess that's fine if that's what they want to be going for. And I guess I was wrong. Looks like it is just Aurora top straight out.
It's a lot of control of the battlefield that I'm seeing so far. The Between Worlds you already mentioned, Cataclysm, and now you can cut off people with this Taliyah. This Taliyah has been a very big pick for Swords so far in this season, because a lot of the setup that Winthrop have is off the back of Sword putting up that Weaver's Wall. But we're just getting more aggressive with the fighting for Dorado as they grab Mbessa.
I mean, I think that's fine. You want to dive buddy anyways with the Xin, but the fact that it ends up being Aurora blind on the top side confirmed with that Taliyah pick, I think you're really happy to pick this one, because if you dodge out Aurora's combo, he's basically just going to want to run away if you're not dead, and the Messes has a good bit of sustain, shielding in the kit, so it does give Orion a chance to run Denethor down if he doesn't play right.
Yeah, I believe it was Ariana the last time we saw it. Actually, I don't want to confirm that right now because I don't want to say something wrong.
No, just send it. Just send it.
No, there was someone
You're
else.
the caster. Caster makes right.
There was someone else who was playing on Mbessa who was like really delayed on a lot of the engages. Hold on. I think no, it wasn't. Okay. I'm just gonna move on now because I don't want to say the wrong stuff. We're good.
I thought I got him, Chad. I'm sorry.
Moving on to the second phase of the draft right now. Lucian gonna get banned away. Same thing with Ezreal. Yunara eating her first ban, and Rakan taken away.
Makes sense. I mean, I think the Yunara kind of fits with the mobilities kind of champions where, again, it's a little bit easier to dodge the flag and drag from the Jarvan. So you just want to limit the options from Sushi, maybe kind of guide him towards something like a Xayah so that he can kind of feel safe, even though she doesn't play that well into J4. And I think with that in mind, Sushi just ends up going for the Kaisa, which is tough. You're a little down on range, but if your team can set you up, you can still follow up really nicely.
Curious right now if they do want to go for the Xayah, could set up the potential Lovers duo, which is pretty solid for peeling off some of these divers that are going to be going after you from Dorado, Zinjao, and Bessa. Both want to really get in there. So yeah, hovering right back over to the Xayah. She does have her own self build with the Featherstorm, and we'll see what support they look to put in. I mean, Nautilus is still a good pick. Rakan always works.
I don't know, like, I understand wanting Nautilus or Rel or something, but I think the only concern really you could run into with this comp is like durability. I guess Leona's fine too, because I feel like you can pick Alistar, you can pick Braum, and that can be a pretty big meat shield to be working with. Of course, this is 25-15. Both of those champions did get pretty heavy nerfs to their armor, but we've already seen some play from Alistar on the day, so it seems like teams aren't fully dissuaded off the champion yet.
And that's what makes Leona pretty solid is, she does have Eclipse within her kit. That gives you that armor and magic resist that allows you to actually fight as if you're a frontline tank. I mean, when you're in the support role, it kind of makes you a pseudo tank by default, so it's good to
Yeah,
have those
yeah.
stats, and it's good to basically try and work up your front line for Winthrop University. Final lock-in here for Dorado is going to be Relbeat.
Yeah, so is that more wombo combo? It is just about going forward all in for the side of Dorado Gaming. So I think that ends up increasing
much.
the stocks of Zaya pretty nicely, because it does mean that mobility can play a little looser in these team fights, because you're always going to have that Feather Storm, even the Flash, to keep you alive, to keep you safe while the team tries to, while your opponents try to engage on you.
And of course, the way the Killer Instinct works for Sushi, if he gets dived on, especially by the J4 Cataclysm, you can Killer Instinct to get out of it. So it's not a bad option for maneuverability to have that Kaisa, and it's also great to have that Rel in the pocket to try and find these really solid dives that Dorado might be going for. My biggest worry is the commitment issues we've been seeing from Dorado Gaming so far. And it's not a lack of commitment, it's too much commitment to a lot of fights they've been taking. If they can temper that down, I do believe this playstyle can work for them, but it's just about picking intelligent fights.
Yeah, because I think Winthrop particularly are a tough team to do that against, because if you pick the wrong fights, I mean, for one thing, Winthrop love the team fight, and they've gotten really good at it over the course of this year. So if you pick the wrong fight, there's a good chance you could lose so much off of it if it ends up being a good one for Winthrop University. So we'll see if Dorado are able to adapt in that regard going into week 3. Again, really important for them to be able to secure another win, just because they've been few and far between so far. And right now, they're one of the teams sitting at 9th and 10th in the standing, and that is not the place you ever want to be.
I think some of Winthrop's biggest issues, and I'm pretty sure you can agree with me on this one, has been the way they set up their lanes and the way they do a lot of their side laning. Because you talked about it, they're very solid when it comes to 5v5 team fights. I think that would make them the best team in the league if this was Abraham only. Fortunately, to my dismay, it's not. So trying to capitalize on some of those weaknesses and maybe not meet them at their strongest points and just look for skirmishes more than the 5v5, I think that can definitely benefit Dorado Gaming. But off of that note, we do got to give another shout out to our sponsors, that is ProDiff.gg. If you like what you're seeing here today and want to play up to that level, start to begin your climb, potentially get into the NACL, well, we got some good coaches for you, and those coaches play in the NACL. They play in the LTA North, so be sure to check out that QR code all the way down there. Go ahead and give that a scan, and check out ProDiff.gg for one-on-one coaching from the pros, beat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really valuable resource. Again, always either active or recently active pro players, so you're getting the best knowledge around to be able to help you on your climb. But that aside, Eric,
bring it up.
It's time. We got to vote to see. We need the fans to vote to see who they think is going to win. And already, the Dorado Gaming fans are out in full force.
Yeah, hashtag WU for Winthrop University, hashtag dog for Dorado. Now,
There we go.
Now, here's the thing. Both of them kind of have big fan bases. I mean, Winthrop drops out. That's always been a real popular thing through the history of this org. Wasn't Emery our old producer who I think came up with that back in the day when she was working for Winthrop?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. And Dorado Gaming, I mean, I really wish we could change the hashtag to ABG Saturday just for the sake of Shochi, but we're just stuck with dog here.
I think that's for the best. Personally, I think dog is cool. I think the only real downside is I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Every time I read the tag for this team, I always want to call them Doge. I don't even.
No.
Yeah, because wasn't there a
Associate
team?
them with that.
No, not that. But I mean, there was a team. Before that guy, there was just a big meme. It was a thing. It was about a dog.
Oh,
It was about a Shiba.
Yeah, the Shiba.
Yeah.
All that. Yeah.
Don't put this on me.
Dude, it was so big that even Reddit was able to fund a race car with Doge before. Taking it back to the old memes, not the current iteration.
Yes, the good times.
Yeah. Let's take us back to this match, because we have a showdown right now. Winthrop University versus Dorado Gaming.
That's it, man. Try it again. Need more hype.
Winthrop University taking on Dorado Gaming.
See, I knew you had it in you, Eric. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotta roll that R, baby. Then you're
You
golden.
do. I recently learned how to do that. And it's like very hit and miss. But there was like one day I was doing laundry because I had tongue tie. I could not roll my tongue.
Do it
But
right
then
now.
one day I did it by mistake, and it was great.
Do it right now. Dorado. Dorado.
I don't think I can. Dorado. Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, not bad.
There you go, see?
Now it's time to learn Spanish, Pete.
Yeah, I'm ready. But, you know, actually, Spanish is going to have to get in line, unfortunately. There is a queue.
Yeah. Pozole.
Besides, I know all the Spanish I need to know. I get
Um,
to surprise my Spanish-speaking friends by calling them liars when they don't know I know that word.
I want to bring up something for you specifically, Beat,
Okay.
because there's a new sort of a journalistic org out called the Piltover Post, and they actually had an interview with Only 35, and he was talking about like how growing up in Turkey wasn't that different from America because they watched a lot of American shows. One of them was Breaking Bad. Another one he had mentioned, it's your namesake, Beat.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
Yes.
Oh, my God, my goat. What a good show. You're right. I should watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine again.
Yeah, Only 35, by the way. Be sure to check out that interview. We love a lot of the content creators who do work for the NACL, and you know, always
And
got to appreciate them for bringing
and
out their
LOL
personalities.
Esports. Shout out Mazel.
Shout out Mazel, yeah.
Yeah.
Go watch his content. He's doing what's it called? All grubs, no dragons.
No dragon.
No drakes.
All
No drakes.
Oh, drakes. All
Yeah.
grubs, no drakes. That's right. It was very good. I watched it. I think I watched it during our break, actually.
He's a silly guy, and when he puts his creativity boots on, you know, we used to have like On the Range and stuff like that.
Oh
It's
my
always
God.
so much fun.
I
man.
will miss On the Range for the rest of my days. I hope somehow he brings that back. LOL Esports, just let him do it.
Just let him do
Please.
it, man. Just let him
Please.
do it.
Oh my God. I need that.
Speaking of On the Range, look at this. We're in the jungle on that range right now as both junglers looking to start top side and work their way bottom, Pete.
Yeah, they've pretty much done just that. I think interesting thing about this early game is going to be what kind of ganks Wilson is going to be able to find. I mean, he picked the J4, picked it rather early, but they set it up so that he still has some pretty good options for early game ganks. I think bot lane especially, considering the fact that he's ended his clear here, shows
Always
that he
looking
knows
for it.
bot is a place I think he wants to be.
Only problem there is there was a ward placed rather early by Dorado. Still the fight breaking out over in the top lane. See a lot of scrap from Ariana and Denethor. Mostly going even. Here's the fight in the bottom lane. Kaido is going to be pushed out. Wilson makes his presence known.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing for Winthrop is that it is a very predictable gank, and Kaido, the rest of Dorado, answer it well, place the vision nicely, so Wilson's just going to go ahead and move towards the top side. I will say the pressure allowed him to get the first and even second crab, so that does give Wilson that bit of an advantage over Kaido in terms of farm.
So overall, good map play from Wilson to transfer that pressure that he applied bottom, catch Kaido, and immediately go for that second crab. Always gotta like that. I'm definitely a big fan of a lot of J4 picks. As Zenith Blade not gonna find its mark on the Sushi. Sushi kind of just dancing around. Got the dancing shoes on to escape some of those shots and get only 35 pretty low.
Yeah, I will say, I realized both top laners flashed while we were off screen.
Oh,
So
they did.
They really were fighting.
Uh-oh.
And I think they're going to start fighting again because I'm pretty sure Ariana just escorted Kaido to that pixel brush. Oh yeah, something's happening. I can smell it.
I think Wilson smells it too as he heads northward. Now looking for Kaido to try and defend
There's
Denethor
no
again.
W,
Denethor does not have his flash. He doesn't have his W. He doesn't have a chance in hell. First blood for Ariana.
Yeah, nice gank. Good setup. You're expecting that from the J4, and it's too bad for Wilson. He had the right idea. Recognized that it was happening. He was a little too slow to join. And we're going to watch this one again. Again, no flash on Denethor. Really easy for Kaido to flash. Ensure that 3 Talon Strike goes through, and it's just a really easy kill.
Pretty solid right there. Make sure you put behind Denethor's Aurora. This is a champion he's only started playing this split. Looked good the first time around, but that was against Vancouver Impact. Now you have Ariana, someone who is still a rookie within this place. This is the first split that Ariana has played. But from what we've seen from the qualifiers and some early play, there's definitely a lot of spice that Ariana can pull out.
For sure, and I mean, with that with that first blood going through, you can already see the triple longsword buy. There's a lot of room for spice right now with this lead that Ariana is working with. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw Kaido show up again in these few minutes while Denethor is still flashless. Maybe see if they can snowball that lead into something even bigger.
Only 35 clearing out the ward. Will get stunned up by Mixture, but a 3-on-3 pulling forward with the Zenith Blade. Doesn't come out in time. Will take some crowd control towards himself. Only 35 and Wilson looking to peel away and not do the drag.
Yeah, honestly, pretty successful. It doesn't cost them anything on the side of Dorado. All they do is poke, threaten, waste their time, and it means that that timer Winthrop used for the dragon is over. I'm just going to go ahead and walk it out. And already you're seeing the difference in purchases between Ariana and Denethor with those health trades.
So first blood still belonging to Dorado. Trying to leverage that and use it as best as they can to continue to find situations that might put them ahead. Definitely laning hasn't been the biggest issue for Dorado Gaming. It's just been when they actually come together in the mid game. So I expect them to still be competitive in these early stages. Even Shochi has gotten some solo kills. I think he got one on Insanity, it was, very early on in the week. It wasn't Insanity, it was Citadel, that's who it was. As we go forward with the public execution, and Denethor is just going to go down. Ariana is bringing the heat. Now Sword hopping forward,
no way,
comes in
right?
with the Weavers while there's no way Ariana
okay.
gets out of this. And when you have only 35, the Shield of Daybreak is an easy stun and easy kill for Sword.
I'll tell you what, Ariana got most of that wave, got the big wave to crash into the turret too. We call that hashtag worth. Because you can see now the response is that, yeah, you see Sword and Mobility shift around to catch some of these waves, but at the end of it, Denethor is still going to lose out as a result. Ariana still finding themselves ahead in this matchup.
I think it was actually ABO that he got the solo kill on. Kaido
Oh,
now
pretty
looking
good
to go after Wilson. Will be able to get the 3-talent strike. Knockups found.
Oh,
Wilson
unless-
doesn't have a chance. Tries to flag and drag away, but feats of warfare belong to Dorado.
Ooh, bit of an overstay there for Wilson. Oh,
All right, got to be careful right here. Ooh, nice Featherstorm blocks out the Emperor's Divide from Shochi.
yeah, good response, but still, they lost Wilson. And for that overstay here, so far in this early game, going pretty positively for the side of Dorado Gaming. Being able to find these successful ganks, being able to block a lot of what Wilson's been trying to do in the early game. So it's a good start.
A ward over on the Grubs, where Mazel's hanging out currently. You just can't see him. He's currently in stealth. Wilson going to be the one to start them off. You don't have much of a retort from Dorado. Kaido is heading to that area, so you might be able to secure 1 or 2 Grubs back in the name of Dorado. Now clearing one out. Here comes Kaido looking for the chase on the Wilson. Wilson
He's
still
fine.
has his flash and his flag and drag, so he will get out, and Dorado looking to grab 2 Grubs. It's only 35 watches.
Yeah, and it's looking like Dorado should be able to get 2. It might be a 50-50, but
All right, here we go. Kaido doesn't have his ultimate. No Crescent Guard. Mixture doesn't have a health bar. Sword takes that kill, and Winthrop secure another Grub.
nice catch out and the punish there onto Sushi. Finds himself mispositioned, has to flash over the wall. So Winthrop, they do get 2 of the 3 Grubs. They do get the benefit of being able to do more turret damage. And overall, they secure a kill over there to Sword, who's becoming pretty strong on the team with 2 kills to his name. So, and the fact too that there are no really true tanks on the side of Dorado does feel really nice for Sword, as the Talia doesn't have to do a lot of tank busting this game, and has a pretty big lead.
500 gold into the favor of Dorado Gaming so far. Looking where that gold is going. I mean, the kills, a lot of it going to Ariana. That's a pretty big deal because an Ambessa is very scary when she's able to get fed. You know, triggering that passive over and over makes her hard to really dial down. That's why, you know, having the Leona, having the J4 is very important if they're able to get the skills onto Ariana. If Ariana keeps getting fed, it's a tough cookie to crack, and she will start taking her carries.
Yeah, things slowing down a little now. About 90 seconds till the next rake, so we're seeing bot lanes swap back towards the bottom side of the map. Curious to see if we'll any items will get completed. We already have the Archangel staff going for Sword, which I think is a pretty big deal. I think the most impactful first item buys there are for Dorado, though. I mean, Sundered Sky is huge. Eclipse is a huge first item breakpoint. So I'm imagining, unless something changes, Dorado Gaming should have a pretty easy time securing this next trade.
There's a lot of vision established by Dorado as well. You can see it on this bot side jungle. Now Kaido hiding out. He just got pinged, so I believe he went close enough to that ward to get spotted. You know, Mobility and only 35. Very smart players, especially Mobility, who does a lot of shot calling for this. Will not take the bait. All that being said, Dorado still hold control of the river.
Yeah, I like this hover, taking their time with it. Nothing else really to be done. So Kaido's just hovering lanes where plays could be made. Just trying to anticipate the Jarvan gank. But instead, that gank is going to be on that top side. 10 seconds before Drake, Ariana, I think, is in a little bit of trouble.
Ariana does have flash. You can use that to get past the Weaver's wall between worlds. Going to be used on Ariana. Flag and Trike finds the knock-up, and you can't flash out of this, or can you? Public execution used to create some distance, but the hunt will be met by Denethor.
Hey, two flashes. You got the most you could have hoped for that one out of Ariana. You still end up going down. It is a good play because at the end of the day, you know Drake is too difficult for you as Winthrop University. So not only do they secure that kill, they secure some plates with that 2 grubs that they were able to get earlier on.
That was a nice attempt out of Ariana with the Ambessa to escape that. Unfortunately, it all goes awry when you're not expecting them to immediately flash after you. Good pick out of Winthrop University. Good selection, really, to, as you said, choose to go for the fight knowing they can't really contest that Drake. Definitely shows that they know where their strong side is, they know where to play to, and they know where Dorado's strong side is as well.
And right now, things kind of slowed down. You got to imagine that Winthrop's looking to just continue that activity. We didn't really talk too much about scaling during the draft. Well, I think Winthrop can play late game well, and hold on.
Yeah, Solar Flare used on the Mixture. Mixture looking to escape, but Mobility
The Ghost!
on the hunt. Ghost being used, and
I love Spellbook, man.
that's a pretty fast rel. No
What a
horse
funny
as well.
keystone. Yeah, dismounted, by the way, which is really funny. So good on him. Able to walk away, or I guess run away from that one. It's a good look. Overall, again, what I was saying before was that I think scaling, probably something Winthrop are a little bit worried about this game. I'm looking at Azir, Kaisa, even in a way the Ambessa. Late game is a really good place for you to be. So I think there is still that pressure to keep up the activity that we've been seeing from Wilson, from Sword. Just trying to gank as often as they can, turn that into objectives, turn that into structure so you can collect more gold, and hopefully turn that into bigger objectives.
I mean, Winthrop has been a team that looks for more skirmishing than anything and more mid-game team fights than anything. In fact, the only time they haven't played Talia in the mid lane was when Tails was subbing in, because Sword didn't update his tournament round fast enough from coming back from vacation. That was a victor game played by Tails, but everything else for the mid lane has been this Talia and looking for these mid-game team fights. Oh, here we go. A nice scoop up found by Shochi, and they will get the kill onto Sword. Speak his name, and I will condemn him as a kill's found by Dorado.
Yeah, really nice play. Really easy scoop. Punishing that flash that Sword used minutes earlier, so it should guarantee them the Rift Herald. I think Mobility recognizes he can no longer interact with that wave on the top side. It does look like they want to try and do something. Worth noting, Denethor has TP. He has his first item, so if they want to force something, TP's got to go now.
All right, Wilson might look for the steal. Teleport now getting burnt out. Ultimate going to be used by Mixture. The fight coming out from Dorado. Here comes Ariana, fresh, ready for the hot tag. Doesn't find
missed.
the public execution onto Mobility. Mobility now going to be on the back line as the Cataclysm goes out. Low health bars. And now Kaido will pick up 1 kill. Mobility looking to bail out from Kaido and Ariana. Dorado still ahead in this fight. Only have lost 1. They've only lost Shochi,
Wow.
but they will lose another. 3 falling for Dorado as Winthrop able to trade up.
Big fight win there for Winthrop University. Sushi even forced to flash away at the very end there. It's a 3 for 1. And it's looking like I see no eye, so nobody ends up securing the Rift Herald in the end. But still, very successful play there for Winthrop University. They managed to pick up a ton of gold. They're going to knock down a turret as well on the top side. I actually believe that was first brick, so they get their way towards the feature spot.
They really committed to trying to take down Mobility right here. Look how close that public execution is.
I know, actually would have been a pretty big difference maker in that fight, I believe. Mobility right after that point is able to throw down a lot of damage to help secure the fight. And of course, at this point, you can see the desperation. Kaido, Ariana, they're already dead. They have to turn this into more, and they can't.
And that's one of the struggles we've been talking about with Dorado, as now another scoop up, only 35, getting caught out. Looking to bail, will flash over the wall, and empty-handed are the dogs.
"30 seconds towards the next plate. Drake, excuse me, and we are getting that confirmation. No one picked up the Eye of the Herald. Happens. Things get really heated in the moment. Honestly, it did look like Dorado Gaming were the ones who secured it, and then they immediately got pulled into the fight. Since they got wiped, it's not that surprising they weren't able to get it. But right now, one of these teams is looking to collect their second dragon. The question is, will there be a play before the Drake actually comes through? But I think they just want to pull it and start it.
This is tough for Dorado. They don't have the Ember's Divide right now. Killer Instinct will be coming up in just a second. Going against a team that manipulates the battlefield, it is a scary thing to try and propose to go against Winthrop. Now the Dragon getting pulled, falls to about 7k health. Ariana looking for the side. Will try and block the flank that Sword's looking for with the Weaver's Wall. Now Weaver's Wall comes out, Solar Flare doesn't exactly find Kaido, only gets the slow, but Dorado still looking to hop over the wall and find some more. 4k health remains. Kaido has to be careful, half health. If he goes in, it's going to be a one-way ticket. Will look to go for it. Crescent Guard comes out. Kaido finds the steal. Can Dorado get the fight, though? As now public execution going to find him in the backline.
Wow.
Cataclysm gets 3 members of Winthrop. Wilson's by himself. Wilson's fighting. And kills found across the board for Winthrop University. A seismic shove onto Shochi. Now looking to duke it out with Denethor. Will be able to sidestep away from Denethor, and what a crazy fight. That's still going to be found by Kaido. A 4 for 3. Winthrop will trade up in kills but lose the Drake.
Yeah, and I really think that 50-50 success from Kaido is what saves this from being just a kind of a loss here for the side of Dorado. I mean, you watch this one again, it looked really good. The shuffle gets many members. You can see Oriana doing a lot of damage, but at the end of it, it looks like that burst damage, the feather recall, all the spells coming through from Aurora still end up making the difference in the end, and it's what allowed Winthrop University to come up in kills.
Pretty crazy fight right there. Really does show how chaotic this can get once we get towards the skirmish phase. I mean, what made Shochi do okay in that fight is the fact that there was a lot of grouping going on, but it worked even better in the hands of Winthrop thanks to the Cataclysm and a bunch of people being stuck in there with Wilson, allowing Mobility and Sword to tear apart the back end of that fight for Winthrop University. So definitely going to give them a decent lead right now, 1.5k in the favor of Winthrop University.
That's right, and while Winthrop, I mean, we talked about scaling being pretty good for the side of Dorado. I think Winthrop are in a pretty strong position right now. They've hit pretty big power spikes with 2 items on Sword, 2 items on Mobility. So I do think they're in a really strong spot where they can kind of fight for whatever they want. You can see Otacon is up as well. That's why you're seeing Dorado set up Vision here, just to ensure it doesn't get snuck away from them, but otherwise.
Right, make sure you're going to pop the ultimate right onto Mobility. Mobility looking to create some distance, had to burn everything to get out of that. Featherstorm goes out, and now only 35 fed to the dogs. It's a kill for Dorado.
Oh, maybe another.
Oh, we're not done. We're still going forward. Public execution finds Sword, another
Wow.
kill for Dorado, and now the tempo's swinging.
Wow, snap engage, and it pays off beautifully because now it's 2 kills. Denethor doesn't respond with the TP, so that's an instant Otacon for Dorado Gaming. Excuse me, they got a huge buff off of winning that fight.
Dorado will even up the gold and collect themselves an Otacon. They've been definitely needing the momentum to swing towards their side. They've been on the cusp of it for a lot of these fights, and now finally breaking through with the picks that they were able to get. And brilliant use of the public execution as well to make sure that Sword was going to fall in that. Even though they give up a tower, they get Otacon and they claim a tower on the top side.
Yeah, I think they're slow to defend mid lane. Mixture actually is probably in a lot of trouble right now.
Oh, Mixture's realizing he's not surrounded by his teammates. That's a
Oh,
lot of blue
unless-
health bars, but now looking for more. Sushi will grab one. Mixture still critically low. Here comes Shochi.
Hello.
Emperor's Divide. Shurima Shuffle will
Oh
get
my
one.
God.
Will get two. And Dorado are ready to fight as they chase down Winthrop and send them back to the university.
And Wilson tail between his legs has no response other than to run away. Dorado Gaming, they find another fight in their favor. It looked like Mixture was caught, but Sushi was there. Sushi is strong, having finished that Rage Blade, and he's able to make the difference, rip Winthrop to shreds.
And maybe this is the scaling that we've been waiting for from Dorado, a team that hasn't necessarily been on the same page for a lot of their previous games. A team that Shochi said, hey, we will scale up. I love my team. I love my environment. Now we're starting to see the fruits of the labor come through because that was a great fight from Dorado.
It was good, and it was a great turn, too, because, again, Mixture is the one who is caught, but Shochi and Sushi were nearby enough to make the difference. Again, you know, freshly picked up second items, really strong positions for them to be in. Really allowed them to come save their support and turn that into a huge winning fight. Now we're getting set up for this next Drake. It will be Soul Point for Dorado Gaming if they're able to secure it. And with the position they're in, the champs they have, they are looking really good to take it.
You can see the side lanes looking to be set up from both mid laners. Sword in the bottom, Shochi over in the top. Recall's going to come through because he needs to get into the fight quick with that teleport. Ariana getting called out. Cataclysm goes onto Ariana. Ariana just goes forward with the public execution. It's going to be one pick found by Mobility. Can Dorado trade up? Only 35. Isolated. Support falls. Still going forward is Kaido. Looking for the Crescent Guard. 3 Talon Strike to follow onto Mobility. There's another shuffle from Shochi. Will be able to grab the kill. Shochi over the wall gets the double kill. Kaido chasing down Denethor. And Dorado, the Hounds, are barking, and Dorado get the ace.
They're not just barking, these hounds bite because they keep on chomping through Winthrop University, and they won yet another fight. They aced them to get their Soul Point, and now they are now this is a dominating position to be in this game.
Let's take another fight of that because it looked like Ariana was going to be the big loss in this fight.
Yeah, and it's tough because Oriana did go down immediately, but again, watch Sushi. Sushi is really strong right now, same with Shochi, and as long as nobody is touching them and they're able to free hit, I mean, these fights are won every single time. The DPS isn't there for Winthrop University. They are upfront damage, they are burst, and after that initial combo goes through, if you don't have some significant kills or damage, you lose.
And this was the Sushi I've been personally waiting to see for a while now.
Yes!
I mean, Sushi was hyped up by Double Lift when he was subbing in for Near Airport, but at the start of the season, we didn't necessarily see the hype really start to flourish until now, where we're seeing these plays beat.
That's right, and you know what? Fair enough. They were in a good position when subbing in for Near Airport. Now, you know, you're on a new team, you're starting at the beginning of the split. There are some growing pains, but I think they've been passed already. It's now 6-1 and 8. Sushi been looking really good in these team fights, and now the third item, him and the rest of Dorado Gaming, happy to go ahead and start the Baron. They take it very quickly with the Azir Kaisa.
Yeah, but they are backing off right now. They feel the pressure coming out. Weaver's Wall going to be put up. It does separate Mixture, who has to dismount to get back to his team. Weaver's Wall now breaking through. As Winthrop make their presence felt, the Baron dance now begins.
Yeah, but it feels like a dance that Winthrop don't really know the steps to at the moment because they are barely holding on to a scrap of vision that they just lost as well. Now they're being corralled into their bot side jungle. And really, they're just hoping they can find some kind of angle to get a successful team fight. But again, you want burst. You want to isolate someone. You want to blow them up with all your spells. But if that doesn't work, Azir is going to auto you down. Kaisa is going to auto you down.
Yeah, and take stock of the summoner spells. Sword doesn't have flash. Denethor doesn't have flash. If Shochi gets that Emperor's Divide, you're dead to rights belonging to Dorado. So this is a very tough situation for Winthrop to have to approach. Baron being started once again.
Yeah, and this time I think it's just going to go down. There's no real response unless they want to turn.
Oh, Solar Flare, but it's desynced from the rest of the squad, and only 35 has to bail, but he'll get chased down by the Hounds. A kill picked up for Dorado, 4 remain for Winthrop, so they'll focus on the mid tower. Wilson still stepping up towards that Baron, 7k health remains. Ariana looking for the side flank, any stragglers that might head his way. Baron now secured for Dorado as Winthrop posture up onto this mid lane tower, but have they condemned themselves jumping in? You're gonna find Mixture landing the ultimate. Shochi follows suit, Denethor has to bail. Winthrop getting dismantled by the hands of Dorado. Mobility looking to run out of this, but he does not have a Feather Storm, so he can't flap away. And Denethor, being the only survivor, trying to live to tell the tale. But the chase of Shochi will find him, will hunt him down, and Dorado are scaling.
Dorado have scaled, and now on top of this fight, they are sitting with the Baron buff. So of course, they're gonna do some damage here, knock down this tier 2 before they spend all the gold that they earned. Only 35. I know you're trying to cover, man, but this is not gonna work.
That's not the call, and that completes the ace. AK lead now for Dorado Gaming as we finally start to see their best form begin to materialize, towers falling left and right. But here comes teleport play set up by Winthrop University. They want to find Ariana all by himself. Sword now stepping up alongside Wilson, waiting for that flag and Dre gets the knock up. Seismic shove will pull back Ariana, and one back to a slight breath of air for Winthrop.
So that is something, but unfortunately, Oriana didn't have a shutdown. So really, even the trade for the third kill isn't worth it mathematically, and that's not even considering what you lost on the other side. So really shows you the state of the game Winthrop are dealing with right now. Even anything that looks like a successful play is paltry compared to what they lose. And now, yes, Oriana down for 25 seconds, but even still, Winthrop not in a great position to actually set up around this dragon that's going to be Dorado's soul, but they want to take advantage of the numbers that they have. If it's not now, it's going to be never.
This is very difficult. You need mobility to be safe. You got the Feather Storm, you do not have Flash, so that's what makes this scary right now as the engage begins. Kaido looking for 1 kill onto only 35. Meanwhile, going golden, buying some time. Wilson will just get destroyed by Sushi. It's another kill, going godlike. Kaido looking to turn this around on mobility, gets caught by the Blade Caller, will finally fall. Following through is Sushi, but can't get onto Sword, but Mixture will chase down Sword, not finding the stun, going golden. A Goomba stop from Mixture to take down Sword for fall for Winthrop.
And we're teleporting. The timers are long enough. Eric and Dorado are tired of this game. They are ready to close things out after a pretty convincing win against Winthrop. We're talking 29, soon to be 30 kills to 14.
The chase coming through. It ain't no pretty derby. It's Mixture on a horse waiting to grab your head. Now moving forward, only 35 all by himself, trying to make a last stand, but his knees are getting cut down. And Shochi will go legendary. Now the last breath remains for Winthrop.
A last breath at that. You still have 30 seconds on the bot lane, but health bars are low enough that they're going to decide to walk it out and collect their Dragon Soul. Still, I mean, this game is as good as won. As soon as that Cloud Dragon goes down, you know Dorado Gaming, they just need to reset, spend whatever gold that they've earned these last couple of minutes, and they'll have all the power they need to send us to a match 4.
And this is coming at a time where Dorado They desperately need it. We're hitting the midseason, so this means you need victories, and you need them pretty damn fast. And Dorado taking down one of the teams that has been looking relatively good on the season. This would definitely be a big boost to their confidence. And we got to see more of it, man. I definitely love seeing this new side of Dorado.
Me too. It's great, especially seeing Shochi's continued success and seeing Sushi really come into his own now, as you know, officially starting as a rookie here in Split 2 after a brief showing in Split 1 has been really nice. So hopefully they'll be able to continue that one into a win going forward, and that this isn't the last we see of this confident, skilled Dorado gaming.
Another siege awaits Winthrop University. Dorado see one more inhibitor they need to grab before double supers hit every single lane. Winthrop looking to defend. They push some of the minion waves out, but Ariana's going to push the mid one in. You can see all that damage now coming through. Meeting Wilson knocks him to about half health. The missiles chasing Winthrop back into the respawn. Ariana is now guiding those minion waves forward, and the pressure is on, Beat.
That's right. All it takes is one wrong turn, but Winthrop, they don't want to let this inhibitor go down. It would make this game basically impossible for them to play out, but still, they walk away. They want to make this last stand at the Nexus turret, the one that's remaining. But what's it going to look like?
Here we go, going forward, Mixture, looking for the ultimate, will be able to find it. Denethor critically low, uses Between Worlds, but Sushi will catch him on the opposite side. Winthrop University falling piece by piece by piece, and these dogs go rabid and hunt down the Eagles. Dorado Gaming will secure a well-needed victory here in Week 3.
And it's going to tie them up with Blue Otter and Winthrop University at 2 and 3. So a much-needed step for Dorado Gaming to avoid bottom 2 and to move themselves up in that standing compared to where they were at the start of the day. And Eric, you're so moved that it was just so electric that your lights shorted for a second, man. I understand it happens.
It's a hot day here in California, so, you know, having the lights
When
off
isn't it?
helps makes it a little bit better. But yeah, incredible game coming out of Dorado. It feels like we're starting to see their form materialize much more from what we saw before, which was these dives that had overcommitment to them and would push way too far down good for their own good, to now what is much more controlled in their skirmish and knowing how to get the team fight setups that they need, especially coming off of players like Shochi, who looked fantastic with a lot of those Shurima shuffles that he was able to get in. Let us know who you think should be taking the MVP, because, you know, I'm a big Shochi fan, but Sushi performed well, Kaido performed well. Who you thinking, Beat?
I'm personally voting for Kaido because I think while this game went a little long, I think Kaido's early game and kind of slowing Wilson down, denying some of those early ganks that he wanted to go for was pretty important. You know, you give him points for the Dragon Steal. You give him points for how he played out a lot of these team fights, so that would be my pick.
I mean, I can't even fault you right there, because that early game, a lot of that was decided by Kaido. You look over top lane, those early kills onto Denethor was thanks to Kaido's presence over towards that top side. So always nice from Dorado. We do got to give a shout out to our sponsors. That's going to be prodiff.gg. You should see the QR code. There it is. There it is. Watch. There it goes. And now it's down there. As above, now below. If you want to take any lessons from a lot of these players who participate in the NACL as well as the LTA North, be sure to check out prodiff.gg, because a lot of those players do coaching from there. You can book one-on-one coaching sessions with those players and stop sucking at League, you know, and maybe one day we'll be able to cast you in the NACL. Off of that note, we're going to throw it over a short break. Let us know who your MVP is, and we'll be right back.
What do you mean? I think it will require a lot of determination, a lot of discipline, a lot of teamwork. I think it requires just the power of friendship. All I gotta say is, you know, as long as we work together and we try hard, I think we will win this split. That's all we got.
It would mean a big amount just for myself to prove that I'm the best in the league still, after not playing for a year or two, I think. And it would be also our fourth championship. The last time I played was in 2023, and we won both splits in a row. And this split we won the first one and winning the second one. So basically we're on like a 4-win streak if we win this one. So it's like a 4-beat basically.
Honestly, winning split 2 would mean a lot because that means get to play in the Persian tournament versus DSG, and yeah, have an opportunity for LCS or LTA. So I think it means a lot more now than it ever has. So it would mean a lot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2, Dorado versus Winthrop. And despite Winthrop being seen as the favorites, Dorado did not care and would scrap Winthrop down.
Yeah, and it was honestly, while things were a little slower in that early game, and the fights picked up, Dorado Gaming were really able to take control of the game, and it feels like they never really let go of it once they got it.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive performance coming out from Dorado. You know, a lot of the boxes they need to check ended up coming through. You know, Shochi was doing very well, he farmed well, and most of all, he got plays like that where he's just sweeping the entire squad to their demise. Of course, you do got to give a shout out to everyone else who's on this team. I think Kaido played a brilliant facilitator to set up this early game for Dorado victory.
I think so as well. I think Kaido played out things really well in that early game. Drake Steele was really impactful as well. And then past a certain point, the rest of the team just really started to shine top to bottom in these team fights. And it was really nice to see Sushi really go big on the Kaisa as well. I know we're all, I think as fans, really excited about a young player like that, especially with that debut they had on Near Airport.
Yeah, it's been a joy to see because I feel like we're seeing a lot more of the potential finally realized. I said that on a team level, but Sushi alone was a player who, you know, we were kind of disappointed with the early split performances, now starting to step up more and more. Ariana had a lot of hype on him coming into this season after what we saw in the qualifiers, and now showing up as well on this Ambessa to make some pretty solid plays. It's some great stuff to see that this growth is now starting to come true, because that's what this league is meant for. It's to grow our players and to make them as competitive as hell, man. And off of that note, we have Ariana on standby looking to join us on this broadcast. Let's pull Ariana in. Welcome, Ariana. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing great. You know, I'm happy.
I can tell, yeah. That's a big, beautiful smile you got going on there, man. Well, first thing I got to ask right out the gate is Shochi had talked about how you guys are still finding your play style, finding your voice, figuring out how this team is going to function. Coming into this split, now it's 2 wins back-to-back. within this week, and then last week on the tail end of day 2. So what is going on right now? What is making this team start to click?
I mean, our team doesn't work like we have one big leader. Basically, everyone is saying something, and it all sticks together, and we're like big ball rolling and killing people. So that works out, I guess. Everyone just says some info, and we connect together. We play somehow well. I mean, we still do a lot of mistakes, but like the thing that I think is really good in us, like we have really good lanes. Like even today, like top lane, gap, mid lane, gap. Like what can I say?
True. It's what it is. I'm curious, did something on that note, was there a change over these last week or two of scrims that really helped you guys improve, or were you guys just doing the things you've been always doing because you guys came out today and this is probably the best match you've played so far this split by a lot. So was there something different that you guys did, or just same as usual and today it worked really well?
I mean, I guess we concentrated much more on like connecting people, calling in fights, because our comms in fights were a bit worse than they are now. We concentrated about it a lot, speaking, respecting weak side, even though I died on weak side today. I got ganked. But yeah, I think also our schedule in the first week, first
that was pretty hard.
2 weeks was kind of hard. It was Dark Zero and Supernova. Yeah.
Okay,
then
fair
Citadel,
enough.
versus Citadel, we should win. Okay, we should win this match. I don't know why we lost. Like, unlucky. But yeah, from the harder teams, there's also LG. Soon, I guess next week. So we will see how it goes.
Yeah.
So I heard you had offers with some other teams as well. What made you want to join, Sushi, Shochi, and the gang here on Dorado?
Oh, I think like I just had a really good time with those people. I also knew Sushi before, so even though we swapped ADC, I was really happy with this change. I don't think that's like that big of a deal. And yeah, I think owners are also really great. Big shoutouts to owners, so I really respect them.
All right, before we let you go really quick, do you have any more shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say before we move on?
Shoutouts to my team, shoutouts to Only35, Farigan Music, friends, and all I need to say is Polska Guru! Polska Guru!
Well, it's always great to see you. We got to think of a nickname, maybe the Polish Powerhouse.
Maybe.
Looking good
Oh,
right
that's
now.
good. That's good.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us for the interview, and best of luck on the rest of your season.
Thank you. See ya. Thank you. Have a good day.
Happy to see, a lot of the energy that he's bringing for the squad. When I think of Shochi teams, I usually think of like that camaraderie and these teams being able to come together and have a good time while playing. And I think both the play that we saw from Ariana and the energy that we saw from Ariana really did exemplify that. So let's pull up our MVP so we can see who took the MVP, who you guys thought was the MVP. It's going to come in right now through the... we even get the prolonged... reveal with Shochi coming in on the teleport.
No, man, why waste time? We know who it is. We're just gonna go ahead and show it. Shochi, honestly, he did have a really good game, so I think this is deserved as well. I thought he played out a lot of these team fights really nicely, and to his credit, he had a lot of great shuffles. Pretty sure only one of them went wide, and otherwise it was nothing but bangers. Yeah. So good for him.
I mean, Shochi is the most experienced player on this squad, which is kind of crazy to say. We got to see the best of him back in the Cincinnati Fear days. One of the things he talked about was, hey, I was having fun back in those days, and that's when I felt like I played my best. And with this team, I'm having fun. And would you look at that? He gets an MVP and has a KDA like that. So plays straight to exactly what he said. But we got to move on. We got more games on the docket, and the next one coming up, Luminosity Gaming would have been lovingly been called the LTA Rejects versus the NACL Avengers in Citadel.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. I don't know why. The word Avengers didn't mean to me what it was supposed to mean. But anyways, we're going to start with Citadel. Of course, a roster that there's a lot of high hopes. You mentioned it before. This is a roster that has never... For the most part, this roster has never really done bad in the NACL, with the exception of Instinct on a year we will never name. And they're facing up against Luminosity Gaming. Again, LTA Rejects. Probably the best, if not one of the best teams in the league. And Insanity's back. Look.
Yeah, good to see him back. You know, it was cool seeing Phi Mini and Luminosity giving him a chance while Insanity needed to step out, but now we have Insanity back, which means it's a full-powered Luminosity. And despite that, we still have a lot of questions that I feel like we need to get answered when it comes to this Luminosity squad, mostly because it's not been the best start to the season, but apparently the whole entire casting desk still believes in them.
I mean, to be fair, again, Luminosity Gaming, sometimes they drop game ones when we were playing best of threes. Now there's only game one. So, you know, you got to imagine they're going to lose a series here or there in this format. And also, Insanity was out last week, to be fair. So I believe that was one of their losses that they're working with at the moment. So now that their roster is back to full strength, I think our prediction is quite reasonable.
Most definitely. I mean, this is still the reigning defending champions, as you said. They would lose out games in the regular season. But when they got to playoffs, they were one of the most serious teams. In fact, it was last split one of NACL. They only dropped one single game and crushed everyone else in playoffs. So this team definitely does get better the moment they get into that playoffs form. I think Insanity especially has shown that in the past on previous teams that he's been. But as we do start to catch up with what's going on in the draft, Philip, very happy to take Sion. He's called himself the best tank player in NACL, so we'll be able to grab that pick. Varus, Vi on the other side, and Wukong locked in for Senior Hands Kenby.
Senior Hands, I like that one. I mean, Vi Wukong feels like I've transported back in time a little bit, seeing that jungle matchup, and Varus finally made it through, which is going to be an exciting one to see which build Tactical is going to be going for. Overall, I think the Jhin pick for Instinct is a little interesting. When I see Jhin and Sion, my immediate thought is, all right, who's damaging people, especially with Azir already out of the picture? Are we just going to go Corki and go full AD team? Or is it going to be like Jhin? What are we doing here? Now I'm curious.
Well, there's your answer. We got, well, not the complete answer yet.
I was going to say, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Insanity going to be playing the Ahri into the mid lane. And Ahri Vi is kind of a classic combo that we've seen. Mostly because Vi, you know, her skill set very straightforward in terms of locking people down, and it sets up the charm beautifully well. So you're going to see a good 1-2 punch from Tomio Insanity. That's
right. So really just, I mean, a champ Insanity is also really good on whenever they run this combination. Like, Insanity just looks super OP as a player. I like the Ori ban. You remove a really good combo with Kenpy, and of course the Poppy, because we have a lot of dashes that we're working with. So I feel like that champ would be unmistakably irritating.
Oh yeah. The moment you see Ahri locked in, and you're thinking Poppy right out the gate. You're thinking, you see the Vi, you're thinking Poppy still. And it's like, no, you can't think that. You're not allowed to play that.
Yeah.
So, already, pretty solid draft coming in from Luminosity Gaming. Now they're looking to grab their front line. It would potentially be with this Alistair. And yeah, you know, that ultimate, it's great for tanking damage. And now you got your pseudo front line running and ready.
I mean, if I'm already seeing Jhin and Sion, I'm already like, all right, what's the tankiest support I can go? I mean, I think Leona, as we saw in that last game, would be another good answer. But I think Alistar is fine. The ultimate is still really strong as long as you get through that lane phase. But, I mean, on the one hand, you did leave the opening for the Sylas to come through. But on the other hand, Eric, where's the damage? I'm a little concerned.
I definitely can see the concern right there. I mean, okay, you don't have a true front line over on the side for Luminosity.
Hold on.
So it's
Hold
not
on
going to
now.
be... Okay, yeah. I feel like I just jinxed it. I just jinxed it, didn't I? I just jinxed it.
That, or if Fake God's the GOAT, he picks Olaf. Boo! Boo!
No.
I mean, it's good, but
like
boo! It's boring. I mean, it's good, though. Yeah.
Shame on you, Fake God. No Kasante.
Wanting to win the game and not entertain us. Disgusting.
But yeah, I guess this puts it back into the discussion you were just having with the damage output that Citadel can bring. It does feel rather lackluster, beat.
Yeah, it does. I mean, to be fair, if you can go like a super burst damage build with Sylas. So, I mean, there is that chance for Bradley, if we get to those later stages of the game, for him to, you know, steal a very powerful ultimate, do a lot of damage in these fights. But it does feel like there is a lot of that pressure, and I think that's what's good about the Kasante pick, because Fake God will be really difficult for them to kill later on. Still have that playmaking potential with the all-out too.
Yeah, and Bradley, at least his return to the mid lane hasn't been the best showing just yet. We definitely haven't seen the success we saw in the past back when it was Team Liquid Academy / Challengers, and we got to see Bradley be one of the best top laners in the league. Since his transition to mid lane, there's a lot that's left to be desired, and with this, I still am worried, definitely, in terms of draft selection. I mean, cool, you get an Alistar ultimate, you become unkillable, but you still need to kill people.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's still possible. I see avenues. I just think that, especially if Tactical does go the on-hit route, which I feel like he should this game, you're just going to be out-damaged quite largely, I think, by Luminosity Gaming. But in Citadel, they still have tools to work with. Again, Sylas can have a lot of impact this game because there are a lot of excellent ultimates to steal. A lot of value for Bradley in this mid lane, but it also does mean there's a bit of pressure on him to be able to put on those carry pants as we get to that late game.
I do want to look at the high points for Citadel real quick. I still think Kenby has been an absolutely immaculate player throughout the split so far, even with the results Citadel in the lane. And I think Philip, when he's put on tanks, like, he says he's the best tank player in the league. He really, really is, man. He knows how to maneuver around these tanks, and he knows how to play these tanks matchup. So I do think we still have a strong top side for Citadel Gaming, but how that translates to the rest of the lanes and how they're able to pull that out, especially with a bot lane that's been suffering a lot of early first bloods, a lot of early kills, this really does have to be ironed out for Citadel to find a victory against the reigning defending champions.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll see. I mean, Kenby also has a pretty good opportunity for some playmaking, I think, on his side. I mean, Wukong, we've seen what that champion's been able to do, especially lately, in the hands of a lot of good junglers in this league. I think Kenby is one of them. So there is a lot of potential setup for him, especially when you're looking at the less mobile members of the team like Varus.
All right, so it's your turn to speak up in Twitch chat and let us know who do you think will be taking the dub today. Will it be Citadel Gaming, #CTG? Will it be Luminosity Gaming, #LG? You've already seen the casting desk. We're all pretty much on board with Luminosity Gaming because every time these guys enter the league, they go on a win streak, man. And I mean, the core of Luminosity Gaming is just so damn good. We've seen Zazel, Tomio, and Fake God on teams in the NACL, and every time they show up as a trio, they take the title, man.
True. And now we'll see, looking at chat, Citadel Gaming fans, yep, they're showing up now in full force. Eric, this is, again, I'm going to give you an opportunity if you want to change your vote.
I'm on Luminosity still. Now that Insanity's back, man, Insanity's a lot of fun, so seeing him back, I got to stick with him.
I figured, but I wondered if you were gonna play wishy-washy for like the camera or something like that, but you're just straight up like, nope, I'm good.
Citadel need to impress me a little more, and I just haven't seen it from what I thought the squad can do on paper. They were very shaky coming in from the open qualifiers, and we thought, okay, you know what, it's open qualifiers, maybe they're playing with their food a little bit, and it's still rough games. They lost to Conviction, they lost to CCG, so I still have a lot of concern for the issues of the squad to be ironed out.
I think I'd agree with you. It's tough because Citadel, you look at these players on paper, you do expect a lot of good things because individually a lot of these players have performed really well in NACL in the past, most of which never touching the bottom half of the standings when they're here, which is, it's not nothing. So the fact that they haven't been able to really come together, they haven't been able to reach highs that we were kind of expecting, the fact that they didn't even qualify in Split 1 when everyone expected them to, they lost to Tempest Gaming, who became the first iteration of Conviction, you really start to worry. Yeah. Is the hype too much?
Now that being said, we are seeing some struggles coming out of Luminosity themselves. Their loss against CCG was one of the most surprising upsets. I do give that a lot to the way CCG played the game with a lot of patience. Yeah. I think their second loss against Supernova can be forgiven when you're going against the hardest team in the league right now, and you have a substitute in the mid lane. But now we're heading towards the mid-season. It's time to put up or shut up, and we need to see the reigning defending champions perform. So let's hit the rift as we get ready for Luminosity Gaming versus Citadel Gaming.
Good job, Eric.
Yeah,
I was gonna make you do. I was gonna make you do it again if you if I wasn't satisfied. So good job. And there it is.
Still have enough energy for the Vancouver Impact one if you want it.
Oh, you better believe I do. We'll see. I'll be listening. I'll be checking. Here we go. 4th match of the day.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh, we have something happening. I'm hearing a lot of pings
yeah,
also.
There's a lot of pings. I'm not exactly
Okay,
sure
and
why.
now you can see the exact moment everyone's pings went on cooldown.
There's both sides just really spamming him up. And yeah, they're still coming out. There's still so many pings. But one's for good measure. You can see they're trying to track Bradley, who might be going for an invade, and that's why Tomio's kind of peeling back a little bit. There's a ward placed there, so Tomio will opt to go for his bottom side start.
Yeah, so that early ward, the other side of his Raptors, did give some pretty good information. I think it's a bit of an awkward start, though, for Tomio. I think he really ends up on the bottom side of the map. So could be an angle where we see him do blue buff into his red side, and then Wolves and Gromp. Just something that's going to have him kind of reverse clear into the bottom side of the map. Or maybe he's just going to tank that, and he's just going to end up on the top side.
All right, B, you got to do me a favor. Remind me to turn my lights back on before we hit cameras again.
You know the funniest thing? I watched you turn them off just now, and I'm like, yo, I can do that too. Oh my god. Because, man, it hurts after a while.
Blinds you up for a while.
It does. It really does.
So I do think that definitely does hurt a bit to have that Vi start on the bot side, because, like, what are you going to do over in the top lane? There's not really much to be said. Trying to dive a Scion, of all things. So I'm definitely curious how Kenvi is going to maneuver around this map and find his own ganks, find his own kills.
Yeah, and the information is definitely going to be there. The Insanity, with that priority that Ari just naturally gets into Silas, he's able to drop a ward into the Raptors pit. So they will know when Kenvi passes through. And they have that information right now.
Did the ward expire? Either way, it's not really a big deal if it expired or not, because you still have the knowledge of where Kenvi's going, knowing that he started on his blue buff. So they still have that tracking, and I think it's still okay for this top side. It's just not playing towards Vi's strengths more than anything else.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the full clear is going to come through, as both junglers actually going to finish around the same time, it looks like, except on opposite sides of the map. So I think these first few minutes, not going to be very active until our junglers, back, spend their first chunk of gold, and we're going to see the fighting.
A little bit of tension in the mid lane. Attention, not tension. Just to take down that ward, clear it out. Which means, yeah, we're still, like, completely mirrored in the way that we're doing our jungling, even down to the scuttle crabs. And we should probably just see recalls if anything else. You can see right now that Tomio's headed inside the jungle, trying to scout out what might be left, but there's nothing there. Knows that the full clear was made, so he'll take a recall too.
Yeah, Diamond is going to be a little aggressive. Just making Zeyzal pay for every step with a bit of his health bar. And overall, I mean, otherwise, lane's kind of going exactly as you expect them to. I think Insanity, of course, has that most glaring advantage early on in the game. It's going to be tough for Bradley, really, to do a whole lot before level 6. And then once you get to that mid-game, Silas really starts to do better in the matchup, provided Ari isn't significantly ahead.
Yeah, I do expect this to be a bit more of a patient game. A lot of teams that have gone up against Luminosity, they've been playing these games rather slow, and I think a lot of that comes from respect, because if you give Luminosity an early lead, they are an experienced team, you know? All these players, they've played in Tier 1, so they understand map movements and they understand how to capitalize on early advantages. So you don't want to really give that up to such a potent team.
That's very true. Right now, first Drake is going to spawn. I think either teams are really going to go for it right now, especially with Tactical going for that recall and Kenvi just focusing on farming. So I have a feeling this Dragon's going to be left up for a while, because on one hand, we know Kenvi really prioritizes his own farm, trying to generate a lead for himself. And I think Luminosity Gaming right now in this game, they don't really need to Drake stack. So I think both sides are just comfortable ignoring it for the moment.
Seems like it'll be a rush towards level 6 for Tomio. That's going to be a deadly moment for Luminosity Gaming in these early stages, especially if Insanity can keep up lane pressure like this and keep priority into his lane. If you start getting a Vi and Ahri roaming around, or even just focusing on Bradley in the mid lane, it could be absolute disaster. That's why Bradley looking to put some pressure on, while Insanity is on the lower side of his mana bar.
And right now, Drake is getting started. Tactical, taking advantage of that early back to be able to get a little bit of wave pressure. Zeyzal going to TP with Spellbook as well. So it should give the bot lane of LG that first move. Start looking at this Drake, but mid laners are showing up too, so it looks like it might just be a flip.
It's going to be tough right here. Insanity was
nice.
able to get the Honey Fruit, which puts his mana back up, which means it's time to fight for Luminosity. Going for the chase, Bradley looking to hop in. He was able to steal away that ultimate. First blood will be found by Zeyzal. The chase onto Tactical. Bradley has no mana, so this is a difficult chase for him. He gets an auto, but he doesn't have mana to actually close out on the kill.
Oh,
he gets slowed down, and Tactical will live, and Bradley will pay as he's punted right back over to Tactical.
Oh, you're
Betrayal
joking.
from Zeyzal, but feats of warfare belong to Luminosity.
That one hurts. At least you get feats of warfare, but Tactical is shaking his head right now of that. Of that, I'm certain. But I think this play was really nicely done. I mean, it's just smart for Zeyzal to flash Pulverize before CNV can respond to ensure there is no clone shenanigans, there is no 50-50 smite, because only one jungler is looking at the objective. And props to Tactical. I even like the use of the E to create a slow field to guarantee his survival. And I think, I think Zeyzal, yeah, he messed up the Q. It happens, man. Even Zeyzal can make these mistakes. So, you know, when we do it, makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, it's a little bit of relief for my ARAM games.
Yes, the only thing you play.
Only thing I play, ever.
Yes, and TFT.
And
somehow only.
But yeah, damn tragedy right there to botch the headbutt Pulverize and get betrayed by your own support. Oh man, that does hurt. I think it even hurt worse for Bradley, knowing he had that kill secured if he just had a slither more mana.
True. At the end of the day, he does get it. Even if he needed some help from elsewhere, it ends up being secured. And right now,
It's just so silly.
Citadel going to go ahead and get 3 grubs with really no contest. For the most part, not a whole lot of split pushing is going to get done anyway, so I honestly think it's not the worst thing as LG to let go of these grubs anyway.
That was a flash in the mid lane, by the way, from Diamond to get away from the attack of Tactical. This is a player I've been a bit critical of, who's been caught out in this position a few times. Now here comes Luminosity Gaming looking for an angle onto the bottom lane, and they got Zeyzal to lead the way. Trying to use the Ahri ultimate to bail on out, but it's not enough. Insanity will chase you down with his own.
All right, I got a little dicey there. Tomio almost ruined the vibe, but it's fine because the play was successful. Zeyzal was able to tank up the turret, and Bradley goes down in the process after using the Ahri ultimate. So nicely done for the side of Luminosity Gaming. And they're just able to use the power of that Vi Ahri combo. They got themselves a 2,000 gold lead already pre-10 minutes.
Jeez. This is an accelerated game for Luminosity Gaming, and that's putting it pretty lightly for the first 10 minutes. And looking where a lot of that gold is going, I mean, Insanity has a bounty. Tomio has a bounty. Mid jungle that synergized together, that's good stuff.
That's good soup. You can see it, even synergizing. Both have bounties right now. The only ones on the Rift who are currently working with them. And, I mean, it's for good reason. You're already seeing first items come through for the mid jungle of Luminosity Gaming. To his credit, Philip also has Sunfire in his back pocket as well. But still, right now, the fact that Fake God and Philip aren't really part of these skirmishes means LG are at a significant breakpoint here with these items coming through. So any fight should be pretty easy.
Setting up around the Dragon Pit to just take the Scuttle Crab for the time being. You can see they're hovering even deeper to get some more vision. This is going to keep Citadel pretty turtled up, making it harder for them to find plays. This vision control that Luminosity Gaming like to set. They will scout out your jungler at every which angle and take your jungle camps on top of it. Might be positioned here onto Instinct. You can see hiding over in the brush is Tomio, just in the jungle. Not stealing away the Raptor camps just yet, just trying to watch out for an angle, and now we'll make an angle onto the Raptors.
Yeah, waiting for the respawns. It's a nice takeaway, and I like the spot, considering the pressure his team has on this bottom side of the map before the Drake. So they have great vision set up, as we can see, and I like this forward positioning too, because they're at a point where somebody shows up, they take the wrong path, they can punish them very heavily. But instead, they're going to back off because now they have the angle. Tomio's going to spend some time doing his camps right before Drake.
I always love the setup that comes out from Luminosity because it's well before the Drake spawns that they get their forward vision. And just having that, not having to worry about that when you get your recall and you get to come back into the fight, you know, it gives a lot of confidence for how you set up these angles and how you find these fights. And right now, just right off the respawn, they don't got to worry about Fog of War. They can just go straight for the Drake.
Yeah, and they have the vision set up. They have the power. It's going to be an easy pickup here for Luminosity Gaming. Now halfway to a Dragon Soul, and it's Mountain Soul too. So it's going to make them that much more difficult to take down, particularly Fake God, Zazel especially.
Yeah.
We're going to be building a good amount of resistances this game.
It didn't hit me. It's
Yeah, it
Mountain
took you a
Soul
second.
into a comp that doesn't have that much damage, man.
Yeah, and Instinct went Collector first, by the way, which I mean is fine, but it's also kind of funny when you consider the soul that spawned.
Yeah, I think Citadel are going to have to do something about that if they even want a chance of doing damage to Luminosity. Recalls now being made as the resets called out by Luminosity. A lot of those item breakpoints really being found. You got the Frozen Fist over for Fake God, Sundered Sky for Tomio. And more just waiting in the bank account for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and I will say, Citadel are able to secure Mountain Drakes. Any Mountain Dragon they get would be really good because it will make Philip impossible to deal with. So, any way they can do that, be very valuable for them this game, especially considering tactical. He's going Poke Varus. There's a lot of lethality. Great against the squishies. Not so great against very tanky armor-packed Scion.
Yeah, that's a solid point to make. Because the deeper you get into a game as a Scion, the more unkillable, the more of a wall you begin to become. So yeah, I would definitely love to see Citadel grab some of those Mountain Souls and make sure that your front line is never, ever going to die. But issues now arising. Very unfortunately for Diamond. I said I was critical, man. And this is getting a little ridiculous, beat.
Oh, this is just funny. I don't know, man. Like, it's literally peak karma. You're just like BMing, not letting them back, and then you just get insta-kill. Like, you can't dash, you can't flash, and you just get destroyed. You can't live. This is funny.
Aye. Diamond, I expect more from you, man.
What? Wait, what was that? Oh. That was weird. I saw Fake God. I saw the unstoppable word, so I'm like, the ult or what happened?
Oh, I see what here. Bradley going in, but goes in at the wrong time. Has to use both charges, the Spirit Rush, plus his flash to escape Luminosity.
Nice. So, oh, hold on. Do we have a fight?
No fight.
So, that's tough. I mean, Bradley, he lives. I think that's the most important thing. And because a lot was spent by LG, gives Citadel an opening to at least get some deep vision down, and it gives them a good setup going into this Rift Herald, something I think they really want to go for, get themselves some money in the bank on their side. But someone does have to answer this mid wave, which does give a bit of an opening for LG.
Citadel trying to start up.
Oh,
There's
hello.
the fight now coming through. Canton be going forward. Curtain call going to get opened up. Some shots coming in, not finding the targets they want to find. Now Tomio looking to turn this around onto Philip. He's not unkillable just yet, so he has to bail, but gets chased down by Tomio, who will break his jaw. Now Bradley looking for the counter punch. Can't get it. Tomio will turn around and continue the onslaught into the face of Citadel. A shutdown finally found for CNV, but the rest of the team is heading for the hills, and another one is getting pulled to his grave as Fake God takes down Bradley.
And it's a 2-for-1, a successful fight here from LG and Insanity. Doing a little bit of fishing to see what he's able to get for himself, but at the end of it, it's a 1 fight. And it's more gold into the pockets of Luminosity Gaming. They don't have the health bars to go for Rift Herald, but if they do want to go for it, they do need to go right away, because right now the Drake Soul that they're playing for is knocking. We have another Mountain Dragon coming up in 45.
I mean, what else can you really do here? They are able to get kills, but I mean, this lead is growing more and more. Maybe not at the rate it was very early on, but 3K is still quite a bit for the 16-minute mark. You have to set up for Dragon. If not this Dragon, then definitely the next one for Soul. It'd be much preferred if you're able to grab this one that's spawning right now, but even if you take a look at some of the spells currently available for them, Luminosity Gaming are starting it right off the bat. You don't have your Cyclone. You don't have the Rel Ultimate. So this puts you in a situation where you have to forfeit it very begrudgingly on a team that doesn't have a lot of damage output.
Yeah, very true. Still now, we have the indication the Dragon has spawned. We've decided to forego the Rift Herald in favor of just focusing here on this bottom side of the Rift. So now, Drake's going to be started by Citadel this time. Tactical's actually in a pretty tough position. He's got to get escorted by Fake God. It's looking like he is going to make it.
Well, Kenvy's already in. That might have been a misstep over the wall, looking to chase through as Bradley gets juked out by Insanity. Now the fight really looking to start up as Zazel gets a great knockup, but Kenvy will fall in the process. Jungler for jungler, the chase still coming through from Fake God, and that's a frustrating Cassante to fight. Bradley low, Fake God has his number, and with only one more remaining, Big Phillip doesn't have the damage or the hands to deal with Luminosity as the ace is found.
And these fights, they look like they're so close, but each and every time, Luminosity Gaming will find themselves ahead. You can see Insanity starting this one early, desyncing himself from his jungler, so you don't get that simple Vi-Ahri combo that we've come to expect over time. But the fact that Tactical, he's untouched this entire fight. He is just laying down spells, laying down damage. I think was a huge factor here, on top of the fact that Fake God was able to pressure Instinct the entire time where he wasn't able to do any damage.
Big plays for Luminosity Gaming. Now that lead is getting scary. 6K and a Dragon awaits them all at the same time. Tomio will pull that to start it up. Rift Herald still on the map. The rest of Luminosity head northbound.
Yeah, now Rift Herald is in their sights. As you're seeing Tomio take the Dragon as well. So really this pressure is to make sure they can't easily take this Rift Herald while Tomio is focusing on that. So it's a nice cover from LG. They should be able to knock down this tier 1 as well, as it's really low health. So really they're just getting everything they want so far in this early game. This gold lead, it just continues to grow.
And with the Mountain Drake picked up, I really don't like the odds anymore for Citadel.
Yeah.
They've absolutely diminished. What do? You have to fight for Mountain Soul, and you're this far behind, and they already have one Mountain Drake. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, and right now, we're getting back to the ping of legends we saw at level 1, but nothing really is going to come of it. I think Rift Herald has just been left to the wayside. Again, this is kind of what we've seen from both of these teams so far. This priority on farming, collecting as much gold as you can. Especially if you're LG, you can kind of take it as at your leisure, just because of how much stronger you are right now and your presence on the map.
Jumping forwards, gonna be Tomio. Chain of Corruption will go out, looking to find the Wukong, and doesn't even get the clone out. Insanity chasing onto Instinct. Instinct caught by the piercing arrow, and the cease and desist means there's no escape. A double kill for Insanity, and Philip drives by, says goodbye, and looks to get away, but with the teleport, I don't think he has an escape route. Finally, Zazel's gonna be like, it's a mercy, please leave.
Yeah, and a look at the play there from Insanity. He TPs away to catch this big wave Bradley was stacking on the bottom side. So really, LG, they lose nothing for what they just gained here. To top it all off, the rest of the squad are going to secure this Otacon. They don't take objectives particularly fast, but when you're this far ahead and when you're this uncontested, it doesn't matter how slow you take it.
Otacon belongs to Luminosity. And as you said, so damn far ahead. Beatdown. This team is exploding right now. At this given moment, you can see all the vision they've established, all the plays they've been able to make, smart, intelligent map plays, brilliant team fights, and it's not stopping anytime soon.
No, I mean, the fact that we're at the point where Insanity is working with a Medjai's, he's already at 10 stacks, so you gotta imagine it was a very recent purchase, considering how well he's been doing this game. And you just keep, and why not? Just keep the pressure on as Luminosity Gaming. It really feels like there's no angle to play for a Citadel. And these were kind of the issues we were talking about in the draft. Again, the damage isn't really there. You have the front line, you have the meatballs, but at the end of it, can you really secure these kills? And I think so far this game, it's been too difficult. Now that they're down 7k gold and there's a Mountain Dragon in the mix, now it's almost impossible.
Bottom lane still getting heavily pushed by Fake God. And Luminosity, they can start this up if they want to, and they will. It's a very tough thing for Citadel to have to try and contend, so they'll just give it up. If he did, you run the risk of losing Instinct once again, who does not have his flash available. And Ahri, Vi love it when your carry splashes are down. So more tools into the box of Luminosity Gaming. Now Philip about to lose his tower. Tomio's on the opposite side of the wall, so they might look for the chase. He's not unkillable just yet. We'll get the knock-up, but a dash away with the Spirit Rush will get Insanity out from the Decimating Smash. Now teleport's being channeled. Bradley looking to join the fight. He wants to hunt down Insanity. Does have the Spirit Rush, but he's taking a lot of damage. Finally able to claim and grab that shutdown onto Insanity. Now the rest of Luminosity Gaming are looking to bail. Tomio gets the damage through, and Fake God will claim Bradley. Now Tactical over on the sidelines, looking to flank in. Will land the Chain of Corruption. Zazel jumps in with the headbutt pulverized. Kenvi, Cyclone, finds the backline. Tactical has to flash out. Kenvi is able to land and get a kill. A shutdown onto Tactical. Now here we go with, again, the Rift Herald being piloted away. Fake God jumping in, flashes right out of the Decimating Smash. Tomio on the opposite side of the wall. A 2-for-2 in a very scrappy exchange in the top lane beatdown.
And I think that's kind of, it feels bad that it feels like you have the best flank that you're going to find, and it ends up being an even trade at the end of it. It really shows you the gold lead LG was working with. But at least you collect an enormous shutdown onto Insanity. He had 1k gold. He was worth 1k gold all on his own. So that makes the 2-for-2 vastly worth it there for Citadel Gaming, especially considering Bradley got the kill.
Here we go, Diamond turning right on to Tomio. Tomio's caught out, will get knocked up by the Decimating Smash. Down to Jungler. Citadel, they're starting to find some momentum. And no smite on the board.
Yes.
This means Citadel can delay the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, big deal. Plus Mountain Dragon, really nice for the Scion here. So unless they fight.
Here we go. Insanity hops in, finds the charm onto Diamond. Diamond pulled right back in, will fall. Insanity goes back over with the Spirit Rush, now targeting Bradley. Right back onto the Dragon, does get secured. Kenvi will be able to smite secure it, but the rest of his team is getting hunted by Luminosity Gaming as all out goes Fake God. Will find one onto Philip. The chase still going through as suddenly Citadel, they're liking their odds. They're flipping the script and they're hunting down Luminosity. with another piercing arrow to be found. Lands it onto CNV, detects where the clone's
Oh my god, my
going!
goat!
Tactical takes him down with all the odds against him, but Citadel will still come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, you're hoping that you can make them bleed for this dragon, but really not in the way you were hoping for. At the end of it, the fact that Tomio went down made this pretty brutal for them because they lose the dragon no matter what. But this is a good angle. The fight, the kills are starting to roll. But as soon as the dragon goes down, I mean, they still want to chase them. And to their credit, it is working. But at a certain point, I think we chased them a little bit too far here as Luminosity.
I mean, that counter engage that came out with the Wukong, you know, CNV being able to use the Cyclone late into the fight, it kind of plays into the confidence of Luminosity. They think they've already won this, and that Cyclone suddenly turns it right on back and finds a great counter engage. Of course, the kill being picked up by Tactical at the very end of it is going to hurt, but delaying the Dragon Soul is such a big deal against this comp.
That's right, and speaking of a big deal, it's a big deal that you get the opportunity, if you so choose, to get one-on-one coaching with prodiff.gg. You scan the QR code and you get one-on-one coaching from the pros. Only active or formerly active NACL or LTA North players are participating in prodiff.gg, so you know you're getting the best coaching advice for your rank climb.
Man, what an intense game. I really thought Citadel were dead to rights out of this, and somehow they're scrapping their way back into this. Still think it's a challenge that they need to get through. They've been able to find some of these angles, especially through CNV, who's punishing a lot of the overextensions from Luminosity. But it's showing that Citadel can still scrap it out with some of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. It really speaks to the ceiling a lot of us have when we look at this roster, when we look at this, these individual players. The fact that this gold lead seemed insurmountable and Citadel capped it. Oh, hold on.
Headbutt pulverized, finds Diamond. Diamond gonna get chased down, and he is dead. Will Insanity go for more? Will Luminosity look for more? Instead, they start peeling back. Now, they found the engage. They took down Diamond. They did burn the Spirit Rush as part of the combo, so Insanity's not gonna have that. Potential target for Citadel to go after if the re-engage is found. See, Bradley does have the Alistar ultimate working in his favor, but there's the charm coming through. The target's going to be Philip. Chain of Corruption goes out, but it lands onto nothing. Gets blocked out by the unstoppable onslaught.
Yeah.
And Luminosity Gaming, they will not get the kill they were fishing for.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you still hold on to this brush, and the fact that there are no blue trinkets available on the side of Citadel means that, I mean, any amount of time in Fog, they're worried about this Baron being started. And the fact that they haven't seen a new ward come down, they know they don't have access to that far side alteration. So it means that they're going to be able to start this Baron, at the very least, start it and then walk back into the brush. And you know what? They take objectives really slow, so I think playing for the fight is just way more important.
Still got to be careful because they're waiting for a lot of these ultimates, but if they can catch a pick, it will work. Philip has to bail. Look at the Cyclone go. It's distracting a lot, but now the Monkey's the focus, and Tactical will put an arrow into his head. Luminosity Gaming find a pick on the jungler.
And that's the one they were looking for. No smite means now we can do the Baron in earnest, especially when you consider the summoner spells, the ults used in these last couple of exchanges, but we're not done.
We are not done. They'll set the same trap twice, almost grab Diamond. Philip teleporting back into the fray. Now Diamond way too low to stay into the area, but it might be enough to stop Luminosity from doing the Baron, and yeah, they'll peel away.
Yeah, the teleport from Philip was really the difference maker then. Even one Mountain Dragon with all the resistances he's working with does make a noticeable difference. And the fact is, again, LG, they take Baron too slowly. This is Poke Varus, and this is an Ahri. We don't take objectives fast at all. So it means that for LG to actually reliably take a Baron, they need an ace, or a borderline ace.
And I want to bring back the fact that Philip is getting stronger and stronger. Now here comes the charm going through. They're finding Bradley. Bradley going to go golden to buy some time, but here comes that punch from Tomio. Will land that overhand right onto Bradley, who gets caught by the headbutt, pulverized to follow, but no one's taking down Bradley just yet. The chase now coming through from Citadel. Tomio hops back in onto Diamond. Philip starting to get low, getting hunted, and another arrow to find the mark. Insanity takes down Philip, and Citadel will lose out on the fight which is a big deal when Dragon Soul's on the board.
That's right, because it's going to be taken off the board by Luminosity Gaming, who have now earned that Dragon Soul. So now they have the resistances from the 2 Mountain Dragons, and they have the shields that is always going to come back. A very powerful buff earned by this team.
Taking stock of the summoner spells on top of it, Instinct will not have his flash for quite some time now. Same thing for Philip, not as important for Philip, but definitely a big deal for Instinct considering Luminosity should be pressuring this Baron sometime soon. They have a lot of the resources that they need to go through with it, thanks to that Mountain Soul, thanks to the extra shielding and resistances. So it's got to be a careful game played by Citadel. Already a good move coming out from Bradley to separate and go grab that tower in the top lane.
Right, and careful truly is that name of the game here for Citadel if they want any hope of catching up. I mean, these last couple of fights have been really a lack of care because LG, they set up bush plays. They know their comp is about controlling space with their easy to land spells. Charm from Fog, the Cease and Desist from Fog, all of the, or the Vault Breaker, all of these spells are what LG are playing around, and Citadel haven't been respecting that. Now, LG, they're going to play the same old dance again. Yeah. They're going to start the Baron. If no one comes up to contest them, they'll take it, but otherwise, they're going to fight.
Still slow Baron. Philip has time to walk up. He also has the Unstoppable Onslaught to make sure he's with the full squad of Citadel Gaming. Arrow's not going to land. They're looking for CNV. They won't be able to find CNV. Fake God looking to hop in, but there's a cease and desist. It finds Diamond. Your support's dead. And now here comes the chase. Looking to be found by Bradley, but has to use the Spirit Rush to escape. Insanity now setting up on the opposite side. Bradley trying to find some damage over the wall. Now the Cyclone used for a disengage. Philip is taking far too much damage, and Tactical will take him down. One falls for on the side of Citadel. Philip also going to be a victim of that fight, and now Luminosity Gaming can have the Baron.
That's right, the 2 tankiest members are off the board, and this time they're going to take it in earnest. This Baron buff is exactly what they need, that final push for them to be able to close out this game. We're seeing Citadel in response. They're going to try and take this tier 1. CNV actually going to try for a little cheeky steal, but he is too little too late.
Oh, and this is brutal now. The Alistair Sun comes in, and you're getting chased by a Cassante. You're getting chased by an Ahri. The follow through, and your jungler is going to be dead once again, and I can feel the nails going into the coffin as Luminosity will get the Baron. They'll have Dragon Soul, and they march towards the mid lane.
That's right. Tier 2 on the menu here for Luminosity Gaming. They're going to get that one nice and easy, and they can set themselves up for a top tier 2 as well. So much gold that they're going to be able to work with.
I don't know the last time I've seen Tactical Splash on cooldown. No one's been able to really stress out this backline of Luminosity. Now looking for another fight. Unstoppable Onslaught just to find the knockup into anyone. Curtain Call going to be opened up for a shot. Lands onto Insanity. Second onto Fake God. But he has to bail out because Tomio threatening. Instinct means that if you keep that up, that Vi will be in your face.
Right now, another tier 2 falls by the wayside, and LG grow this gold lead yet again to about 7,000 in their favor, almost 8. So now they're going to recall. Keep in mind, since they took Baron a minute and a half ago, they haven't backed, so a lot of big purchases likely to come through for LG. So these next couple of fights, they're going to be that much more one-sided. Yeah, you see it. You see it.
Big recalls now found by Luminosity Gaming. So much money being cashed in. You can see that Tactical, almost to 6 items. Same thing for Insanity. It's kind of getting out of control. What was a good fight back from Citadel has been slowly slipping out of their favor. And now you're starting to see the waves, the tides come in like a tsunami. That's Insanity posturing up over in the bottom lane. They've yet to crack the base. Here comes a deep teleport. You might be looking for a fight right now. Bradley's going to be on the flank. He has a chance to take an ultimate. He's going over towards Insanity. Will take his ultimate. Spirit Rush goes in. It dodges out away from the headbutt pulverized, but he's still pulled deep in. Now Bradley looking for a way out of this. Fake God will take down Big Bradley. Cyclone goes out, but it's the disengage. Cease and desist finds the mark on Instinct. Instinct is dead. Killing spree for Insanity. Philip is caught out and destroyed. Double kill. Full ace, and the reigning defending champions look to return to glory, stomping out the NACL Avengers.
And they're going to walk down the base as Citadel can only watch from the gray screen. As LG take him to school, Eric.
An absolute schmacking coming out from this squad. As what a performance to come through. A lot of these fights so closely played. Luminosity Gaming looking like the champions we know them to be as they advance to 3-2.
And honestly, really good game coming through here from Luminosity Gaming. A nice return from Insanity. Good performance playing it out on the Ahri, but overall, this game just felt like it couldn't have gone any other way. For the most part, pretty much every fight went the way of LG with really one exception of a fight in the top side. And even then, it was a 2-for-2.
I mean, Citadel scrapped when they really needed to. You know, taking out the Smite and being able to delay the Dragon Soul was a good move, but after that, they really just couldn't handle what was to follow immediately after, which was this ruthless team fight coming out from Luminosity Gaming. The fact that they couldn't pressure, you know, Tactical on the back line. He didn't burn his flash for the longest time. The fact that Insanity was constantly in the face of Instinct. It was a brilliant play, brilliant performance from Luminosity Gaming, but I'm tired of listening to myself. I want to listen to you guys now. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think should take the MVP. Insanity, Tactical, or Zazen.
Well, Eric, I'm going to ask you to speak one more time. Who would you pick?
I'm going Insanity.
Okay.
Insanity for this one. I like a lot of the correctness for the Ahri. And I think Tactical was great in positioning, but Insanity was really a playmaker for that one. Quick, before we go to breakbeat, what about you?
I said I agree. I also think.
Oh, you agree. All right,
Yes.
good. We are the Twix Bros after all, you know. Like
Yes, true.
So, off of that, we are going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we will have an interview with one of our winners from Luminosity Gaming. Welcome back, come on, producer. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 Luminosity Gaming versus Citadel Gaming. A pretty firm win coming out from Luminosity. We had a snap back from Citadel that was able to delay the Dragon Soul and almost looked like they had the ability to punch right back, but that was all shut down with some of the later team fights where Luminosity took control.
Also the earlier team fights and the mid-game team fights, and a lot of the team fights were going the way of Luminosity Gaming if we're keeping it 100. And I mean, it was a nice thing to see with the return of Insanity after 5 mini sub for him last week. He did a good job, but I mean, Insanity, that's the guy we look towards. That's the guy who prompted us to all vote for Luminosity winning the series today. And I think overall it was just a good showing and what we expect from our reigning champs from last split.
I still think it was so impressive in that last clip where Tactical guesses where he's cloning to and lands the piercing arrow to get the kill. Like, having that much composure during a lot of fights like that where things are starting to go awry. It's always good stuff to see. It's always good to see from the rest of the crew who, again, a very high-performing team, the reigning defending champions. Taking down Citadel, again, a team that on paper had a lot of hype coming into the split. This is another day in the office, I feel like, for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah. It sounds about right, and we can even ask about that when we get to the interview. But overall, this is what we expect from LG. It is nice to see, and it's why them alongside Supernova are teams who we are expecting to be the ones that we send over to the LTA promotion tournament. And so far, they're looking quite good.
All right, well, during the break, I was talking about how I wanted to grow my beard out long, and that's why the producer made me go a little bit earlier.
What?
No other person can really bring that type of energy more than Zazel. So let's pull him on for the interview from Luminosity Gaming, the support. It is Zazel. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. I'm glad to get the win, so can't complain much.
Yeah, so in that game, you guys were mostly dominant. You had the slip up that allowed Citadel to get the dragon. At that point, was there any pressure? Was there any reevaluation and communication, or were you guys still just confident that it was going to be a breeze?
Well, so initially when Tomio died, we were like, it's fine, it doesn't really matter, because we figured we could still like hold the zone and make space. But I won't lie, I got a little nervous when it was came down to the wire there with Tactical barely killing Wukong, because it's possible if we die there, we just lose Baron and the game could be slightly more difficult, because that Silas was a little strong when he had Alistar out, so.
Were you at all concerned with because when I looked at the draft, my immediate thought is, okay, Tactical probably goes on hit here, because it sounds like, how do you kill Sion in the late game? Was there ever like a concern because he goes for the poke build and then later on it's taking you like multiple rounds of bush plays to kill Sion?
I think that's a common concern for Varus players, but what we found is generally you can try to play around that and like find a way to not kill the Sion first, but yeah, sometimes you just got to go like front to front and hope that despite your Varus not one-shotting him or killing him quick, you can still find a way. But I would say we didn't really discuss on hit. It's more like up to Tactical to decide if he needs to, and I think poke was a good call this game, just even for the lower alt cooldown felt nice.
Fair.
So I think no matter what level of play you're at and what experience you've had, there's always room for growth. And given this is the second split for Luminosity Gaming, you guys working with Deos and expanding upon the systems you've had, last time we talked, you had told me that you're just looking to continue that growth onwards. Can you tell me about, any of the changes you guys made or any of the progress you've made towards, getting better play and preparing for what could be that big promotion relegation match for the LTA?
We had to make some changes coming into this split, mainly because the swap to best of ones. So you have to cut back on a lot of pro players love to say they want to have fun and don't want to play the same champs over and over. So you actually have to fight the urge to you're going into a scrim draft and it's going to be identical to the last blue or red side game you played most of the time. So you have to fight the urge to be like the funny guy pulling out the random type of champ and just you know, be a good little support and pick your Alistar realm for the 20th time that week. But that's how it goes.
Fair enough. I think before we gotta let you go because we're running low on time. But before we do, I mean, Zazel, you've been here a lot. You know the drill. Do you have shout-outs? Anything you want to say? Any encouragements for certain people who want to grow out a beard? Maybe just throwing something out there.
I'll have to be in line with the producer here. Just tank it and grow the beard out. It might turn out good, it might not, but everyone with a beard gets bullied at some point. I mean, maybe you still will when it's fully grown, but also gotta apologize for Tactical for the friendly fire level 3 play with the Silas, but I mean, I don't mind him dying. It's like, it kind of makes me feel some dopamine when I see him die on my screen. It's like punishment. He gets all the minions. I mean, he gets to deal the damage. I gotta get something back.
Yeah.
He's supposed to save the BM for the enemy team, man. But we want to thank you so much for joining us and flaming me a little bit in a soft sense. Wish you the best of luck in the season. We look forward to seeing more of you, Zazel.
Thank you.
Just rip the band-aid off and grow the beard, he says, man.
Yeah,
it's a tough
he's
phase
right.
to get through. I've tried
He's
it
right.
before.
Just tank it.
Okay. Always great to hear from him. He's a very informative player. Very talkative guy when it comes to bringing up stuff, and as you can see.
I think that's why they always send him to do the interviews.
Yeah.
Because usually we don't. I swear he mentioned once that the others like don't really. They're like, Zazel will do it. And then he does like doing it. He's great
We
to
had
have, so.
Tactical before who did one of the interviews, but again, they just keep bringing Zazel.
Yeah.
Off of that note, let's pull up our MVP so we can get moving on to our next game of the day. And we need a little drum roll right here. Maybe a roll to our action. And there it is, Insanity.
And hey, great for him to get MVP on his return game after a week off in week 2. And it was a good look. Played the Ahri really nicely. He was a menace to squishies far and wide, and there's really not a whole lot else to say. Good stuff.
And man, what a joy to see him back. I was definitely missing him last week, and you know, when you miss 1 week of play, you're missing a significant amount of the regular season with the best of 1 single round robin. So great to see him back. Great to see that he can still bring it when it's needed. Off of that, let's move on to our next match, and our final match of the day is going to be Vancouver Impact, who are still looking for their first win on the season, facing off against CCG Esports.
That's right, and I think you said it perfectly. Vancouver Impact, I think a team in the most danger right now, just given the fact that they are winless. There are only a couple more days of play. There's tomorrow and all of next week, so a loss here would be pretty brutal for them to be able to do it. And I mean, Vancouver Impact has seen a brief change. Shimmer is coming in for Will, if you may remember him from that brief time on Dark Zero last split. So maybe that will help them get things going.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get more control going for them, because they definitely need it going against this squad, which has been very volatile, to say the least. I feel like a lot of it is played around music and Shogo and how well they perform. When I see music get put behind, it's a rough game. When he's ahead early, he looks really good. And of course, you know, a lot of teams that have Shogo, their ceiling is almost decided by Shogo's play. But it has been fun to see because they have been able to take down Luminosity in the past, which was such a huge upset. And you can see right now that that volatility, we believe in it on the casting desk.
We do, and I think it's pretty tough unless we see some kind of significant change to vote for Vancouver when, I mean, they haven't won a game. Things have been looking pretty rough for them so far, so yeah, it is how it is.
The draft starting off right now. First pick coming out for Sudsy will be that Oriana. And this is why I miss Fearless. This is why I really miss Fearless, because we should see, like, same champions over and over and over.
I
Give us
know.
it back, LTA. That was our format.
It's really just reminding us a little bit like, hey guys, just in case you ever doubted Fearless was the way, here you go.
Once Leah locked in for Young, be playing that one. I imagine we start hovering towards jungle right now, as Trundle is up and available. So yeah, Music happy to lock that one in.
Yeah, fair. I mean, again, already with the Oriana, while strong, you are a little more susceptible to champs like the J4, like the Trundle. I think it ends up being a good setup, and it sets up the flick from Talia really nicely as well.
There's not going to be Warwick shenanigans. I don't believe that for a second. We put that
I mean,
away.
why would you?
And yeah, there you go. Nocturne Ori is a very classic combo. You get the Paranoia, you get the ball delivery system, and it lands you a pretty solid shockwave, followed up with Lucian getting locked in for Vancouver Impact.
Hey, fair enough. Vancouver Impact in a tough spot right now. They just want to pick something reliable, something relatively easy to execute, and something repeatable. So I think Nocturne Ori kind of fits the bill there. Lucian is good too because he gives Zev that bit of mobility. It will be easy for him to play around this Trundle a little bit too. So, all right.
This is pretty nice. Not enough people really think about how effective Rumble is with the Trundle. That pillar can be really decisive in maximizing the damage that comes out from the Equalizer. And even if it's not the terrain displacement you're looking for, once you max it out, it's a 50% slow. That's a lot to be slowed down, and it's a lot of time to be cooked.
Yeah, it is. Now, you're seeing the Galio ban, which, I mean, of course, is that natural answer. They could go the double ban route and go for something, remove the Aurora too, as that has been the common answer in top lane. But otherwise, curious to see how CCG in particular are going to round out their composition.
It's solid to grab this Rumble when they did on an R3, and you ban away the Galio instantly following. Because the Galio would work decently well with their composition, but most of all, it's pretty much your answer to a lot of magic damage that you're going to have once you have a Rumble and Talia locked in. More focus towards the Enchantresses over in the bot lane as Lulu, Karma, and Nami all taken away.
I think it's fair. I mean, you're playing against Shogo. He's definitely more of a hyper carry player, so I think you want to just remove any options for him to get something like Jinx Lulu, or something, or Jinx Karma, or whatever the case may be. And yeah, you got hyped up. Yunara, it's going to be our first Yunara game. Shogo is going to pull that one out. Gotta imagine he's been practicing it, so really excited to see how that'll play.
And even more reason to ban the Galio, by the way, because Yunara does have some decent magic damage. When you are able to stack up her Unleash stacks, and then you press her Q, which is a Cultivation of Spirit, you get that splash magic damage that can last.
Think of Felios Fire God. But magic damage.
Yeah, pretty much. That can land onto the entire squad. So they're really taking away some of those counters, but there we get to see it, first time, and it's going to be played by Shogo.
Yeah, good shout. So that's going to be really fun. It is more of that scaling pick too, so it is kind of in his wheelhouse. It'll be really exciting to see if he's going to be able to play that. You also do have that bit of mobility to work with, so it could be a good angle for him to be able to carry this game.
Definitely got to be pretty reactive, because if the Nocturne's going for you, you have to RE fast. The Untouchable Shadow is what gives you the instant dash instead of just the movement speed boost. So that's going to be something you have to watch out for. You got to have the hands to really make this pay off, and it's Shogo playing it, so I would expect something good.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And the Thresh pick at the very end too is pretty interesting. I mean, you do have that opportunity because Vancouver Impact's comp really is about kind of getting on top of one person, especially with that Nocturne Orianna. So if the Thresh can save them with that Dark Passage, you can't really nullify a lot of what VPs want to do.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting draft to come out. I mean, I haven't seen the Yunara in play, obviously, because we haven't had it in competitive for that long. It's literally enabled this day for the NACL. It's going to be a pretty exciting one, and to see how it actually, matches up with some of these others, such as the Lucian Rel that will be across the rift from them.
Yeah, really cool. I think overall, the problems that CCG might run into, or probably will run into a bit later, is going to be playing out into the side lane. Because, yeah, Nocturne Ori really good for these team fights, but of course, Nocturne, if you don't have a global of your own to play for, to move across the map, you do face a lot of danger trying to clear side waves, and I think that's something teams, particularly in this league, get punished for a little more than they should. So that is an angle too for Vancouver Impact to be able to get pretty decent advantage.
I'm curious, have you looked much into some of the builds that Yunara has been taking?
I know I think the most popular build right now is what? Kraken Slayer.
Kraken and Rootmans is what I've been seeing.
Yeah,
so when you actually pop her Q, you get the bonus magic damage, but it's reduced a little bit. If you do it with the Runins, you actually get the full magic damage, that you would get from just like hitting it onto a single target. So it's going to be interesting. I really want to see, like, is that going to be the build, or are we going to, like, pivot away from something like that? And I know we're sticking onto the Yunara a lot, but it's new champion,
it's
so
new,
it's
of
always
course.
exciting.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because I mean, Shogo is a player who will. He doesn't always build the most popular builds for champions. I mean, he was the one who popularized like the BT Corki in this league in Split 1, and something that a lot of other players ended up adopting after seeing how effective it was. So who knows? He might have an idea of his own.
So we want to know from you, who do you think is going to take the dub? Are there any Vancouver Impact fans in the chat? We'll go ahead and type #VI if you want them to take the dub. Or if the coin flippy energy of CCG is more your style, as it is for the casting desk, #CCG for that dub. Are you wishy-washy now, B?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Do you want me to pretend? I mean, I can pretend.
I mean, that's what makes it so brutal, is like Vancouver Impact haven't really given us much to be excited about on the season. As it is right now, a lot of people see them as the definitive 10th team, and we're hitting the halfway point of the season. So we really need something from this, you know, a breath of life, something to show that they're still in this, a second wind. We got to see more. Maybe Shimmer can bring that, but I feel like there's a lot of issues that still need to be worked out with the squad. CCG, on the other hand, kind of crazy to watch.
Ha! Yeah. The thing with Vancouver Impact is that a turnaround needs to start today, because you said it, this is the halfway point in the split. If you're 0-5 going into today, you're not necessarily cooked like mathematically, but I mean, the rest of their schedule isn't particularly easy, and if they just keep losing, then they are going to end up as a 10th place team. So we got to see. I mean, again, I like the idea that they're going for with this draft. Question is, can they actually execute on it? If they can, we could see their first win.
Ooh, you're not kidding. I just looked up the schedule that Vancouver Impact have coming on after this. Luminosity, Supernova, Dark Zero, Citadel.
Yeah.
I feel like this is really their last chance to get a definitive win in the league. Otherwise, face the Titans of the league. And David versus Goliath, it's not a story. It's not going to be David winning this time, unfortunately.
It's David versus Goliath 3 times.
Well, we're ready for our final game of the day. So I'm going to bring the big boy voice just for you, Beatdown, as we bring up Vancouver Impact, looking for their first win against CCG Esports.
My goat, Eric. That's what I like to see.
What do you like to hear?
Gold star. That's what I like to hear. You know, C here. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato.
Potato, potato.
No, it's not the saying.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Eric, listen.
I just wanted
I know
to
you have a
let that
degree.
cook for a
I know
second.
you have a degree in math. That doesn't mean you know enough about English. All right, so just leave that to me.
English was one of my worst subjects. I
I
got
know.
A in both like 101 and 201.
And
but
then?
I hated it so much. I'm so bad at creative writing.
Wait, but you got an A. How are you bad?
I literally had to take it as a summer class, so it was the only class I was focusing
Oh, I see.
The first time I took 101, I actually failed it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, now I feel a little bad. Damn.
Yeah,
It's a little
break
too
my heart
real.
here. You tearing off band-aids, opening old scars.
Hold on. Let me open some more. Surely I can think of something.
Oh. Math was my strong point. We're sticking to that. We'll end on that. Hurry up. What's the game? Video game. Show go.
Video game?
Right.
Oh, true. League of Legends. You're right. Yeah, okay. We'll talk about that. Okay, Eric. Math is your strong suit. What's the name of Yunara's Q?
Cultivation of Spirit.
What's the rank 1 damage?
I don't know that.
You're so good at math, bro. What's going on?
Why are you setting me up for that? I mean, I have it literally on a page on my other monitor, but I don't want to be a fraud.
That's the difference between us, man. I would have looked. No hesitation.
5 active bonus magic damage.
I mean, when you do it like that, like I know you're looking, man. Come on. It's too late.
Especially because you have my camera and you can like see my face directly looking at the other monitor. You can always tell because it's the furthest monitor.
That's true, but if you did it smooth enough, I actually probably wouldn't have known. Or at the very least, you know, I would have paid my respects for a pretty good dupe.
I did my homework on her skills at least.
You did. You knew the name, which is great. Do you know Rumble's Q?
Flamethrower.
Ah, Flame Spitter.
Flame Spitter. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I didn't.
He's
do
crumbling, guys. He's crumbling.
I'm choking.
He's choking. All right, last one, Lucian Q.
Damn it, I don't know it.
I think, is it Piercing Light?
I think it's Piercing Light. I know it's something with light.
Yeah, I think it's Piercing Light. I'm the GOAT. Anyways.
Transcend 1 steps is Yanara's ultimate.
Oh, nice. To be fair, I actually don't remember her skill's name, so you got me on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the tough one is going to be the Arc of Ruin, because it becomes Arc of Judgment when she's transcended.
Oh, it's kind of, wait, that's kind of tough.
Yeah. She got some hard names.
Dude, to be fair,
Shadow.
a lot of spells in League are actually pretty tough.
I think the most hardcore name, in my opinion, is Renekton's. I forget if it's... Yeah, it's his Q, Cull the Meek.
Cull the Meek? Oh, interesting. Fair.
That's metal as hell, man.
Yeah. You could write a song about it. In fact, you should.
I've used it as a lyric before in a metal song. I'm not gonna lie.
There it is. I knew it.
All right, getting oh my God, a lantern right in, coming in from music. Suddenly Shogo has to bail out because he was the one that got the turret aggro. This is going completely disastrous for CCG as they try a dive and they fail.
Okay, but like, can we talk about the snap response from Nukes? Immediately going for that crash down as soon as he sees the lantern go through. I mean, he turned that play around. He gave Zev first blood. Yeah, it cost all the summoner spells, but the fact that that dive failed so spectacularly, I mean, that's a great start.
I mean, taking another look at this caught me off guard. I thought there was going to be more setup. Instant lantern in.
Instantly. He's like, oh no, I have the lineup. Like, this is illegal. I'm playing Rel. And good recognition from Zev. Immediately starts hitting whoever has turret aggro to ensure that he picks up first blood. It's nicely done.
I mean, it was a big hiccup on how they actually utilized the...
Oh, yo, low-key, I saw, no, I see the vision, Eric. I see the vision. You flash Flay to juke them, and then you throw the hook. It didn't work, but I like what I see.
I'm going to let that one marinate a little bit, dude.
Yeah?
That was brutal, man.
That's okay. We can watch Crimson Flamethrower Dragoon.
What is going on with CCG? Flame's bitter. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, true. Oh, my bad, guys. I forgot. Oops.
The funny thing is, that's how Rafa kind of said it on his last cast. He said the flame's bitter. I can tell it was an accident.
Like, spit?
Yeah, I could tell it was an accident, but it still sounded really cool to me.
That's pretty good.
Oh, man. Bada-chan. Okay, we'll give him some mercy. It's a lane swap. World swap, excuse me. He's he qualified as a marksman, and now he's in as a support. That's all the mercy I can give, though, bro.
Yeah, when you said lane swap, I was like, what does that explain anything? but then I understood what you mean. And Shimmer, committing the cardinal sin of ganking as a Nocturne free level 6. Pretty sure nothing's going to come of it. But I mean, delaying the back. There was a world where Crimson could have... TP'd. Or rather, could have walked back without TPing, but now he's going to be forced to TP as a result. So, still worth.
I will say it's incredibly cool to see Shimmer back in. We saw a little bit of Shimmer back with Dark Zero, spending some time with that squad after Yuji was called up. And for me personally, it's super exciting over the fact that like I cast this guy back in the community leagues that I started.
Oh yeah, dude, and he said something in an interview, didn't he?
Yeah.
That he like remembered you.
He's like, I told you you were gonna cast me, and I was pretty hyped, man. But it's always great to see a lot of these players start from the bottom and climb their way up.
That's the beauty of the path to pro. Oh.
Yeah, ultimate gonna be used all out on the Shogo. Shogo's out. He transcends and he dashes away.
Nice and easy. Little brief glimpse of what he's going to have to try and do when Shimmer inevitably locks on with that Paranoia onto Shogo. So this is a touch awkward because this lane swap is so late from CCG. Does mean that Crimson ultimately is going to pay for it because he TP'd back to top lane. Then after a wave, he backed and is just walking his way down to bot lane. So it gave Dragoon time to drop a wave into the turret. And Crimson's lead is gone as a result, which feels kind of bad.
Vancouver Impact get a win. It's going to be one of the strangest timelines I think I've ever seen. To not only have CCG beat the best reigning defending champions in the league, but then to immediately fall to Vancouver Impact is just... Man, this team, I just don't understand them, to say the least. And some of the plays they've done early, definitely not to their benefit. But we'll see. It's still very early into this game, and they're still against a team that has kind of been bodied by all the other teams in the league.
Yeah, and unfortunately, to at least some degree after today, the bodying isn't necessarily going to stop. As again, they have a pretty tough schedule ahead of them, so any win they can get before then, it's going to be really important for them to try and climb their way out of the bottom of the standings, currently in sole possession of 10th place. Not a place you want to be.
Vancouver Impact will have first touch onto the Grubs, and it will not be contested in the slightest. Quick little pickup there for them. Could help out a little bit with the side laning. They're not exactly the most aggressive when it comes to side laning, but they are aggressive when it comes to trying to take flanks. Fights. Sad thing is, it just was not really much to be found.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the beauty of the Thrush Lantern in this situation. This is what we called out earlier on. If it's really just Shimmer jumping on top of somebody, even with the Orianna combo, as long as they're able to hit that Lantern right after, they should be okay most of the time. So a lot of pressure on Fadi-chan to be able to time those dark passages really well in these fights to peel for whoever is going to be the target, probably Shogo.
So lane swap coming out so far. Zev will be caught by the death sentence. But that is about it. Just a splash of damage on the Zev. He can dash forward and get on out of that. The pressure still applied means that you will get some time with these turret plates for the top side.
Yeah, oh, hold on.
Oh, Shockwave gonna go out. Only to defend against the onslaught of music. And that's enough to really be said.
Yeah, that's right. And then another lane swap coming through from both sides around the same time. But now it's Dragoon is going to be on the tail end of that, the losing end of that one with that wave going into the top turret. Right now we saw earlier on, first Dragon go the way of CCG. Second one is up in 40 seconds time. Should be an angle for Vancouver Impact because if you look at inventory, Zev does have the Essence Reaver. Pretty good spike for Lucian. Honestly, with Shimmer's ult coming back up pretty soon as well, should be an angle it should be an angle for them to take.
Lucian's been a pretty solid pick in the league thus far. Especially when we've had some of those pairings, those old tried and true. You know, Lucian Nami. This time it's the Lucian Rel that we'll have. Getting the Essence Reaver rather early also going to be good for that mid-game pressure that you want to apply with Lucian. He can get in your face pretty quick, and I remember the old days where we used to call it the cuddling. Get some damage on it, it is the calling, and it definitely does hurt.
Oh.
You repeat the entire channeling of it. Dragon going to be pulled by music. He looks to start up. Vancouver Impact have him in his sights. Yeah, here we go. Paranoia comes out, chasing on the music. Music putting up the pillar, does buy some space, but with an over-the-wall stun from Nukes.
Wow.
Gets followed through by Fadichan, but Zev is there in your face, ready to take you down. Now Shogo returns fire. We'll be able to pop the ultimate and transcend and chase down the rest of Vancouver Impact as it's 2 kills to the Inara.
Yeah, and it's 2 for 2 overall, but at the end of it, music going down does mean that Vancouver Impact should have a shot at this Dragon. Oh, but right now...
Equalizer down, looking to cook Shimmer. Shimmer will flash out, gets away from the flame spitter of Crimson.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure. The fact that Vancouver Impact still have a smite but are forced out is huge. It's going to give Music a time to try that one again. And as you called out, Shogo was the one who got the 2 kills in that fight, while the kills were spread a little more evenly on the side of Vancouver Impact. That, a plate going down, I mean, that first item is probably going to come through for Shogo. Does make this timer on the Dragon a tiny bit awkward, but Shimmer's on the other side of the map, so it's fine.
And there's the Kraken Slayer we were talking about a little bit earlier. Inara definitely benefits from a lot of that attack speed because she has natural on-hit in her kit. So it's always good to get more attack speed and get more on-hit to complement that. A Dragon secured by CCG, a Mountain Drake going into their pocket.
Oh, and, well, what a soul for, what a great soul to have as we're trying out a new marksman, is the Hextech soul. So that would be pretty huge for CCG. It would be pretty huge for anyone. It's a very powerful soul, but I think Shogo in particular, I think Inara will have a lot of fun with that chain lightning that comes through with that soul.
That's kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't really seen like the full potential of this champion just yet, still rather new. Even in solo queue it's doing well. Now the attention over towards the top side. They want to take down Crimson's Rumble, but here comes Music, looking to play bodyguard. One of the harpoons going to miss. That's okay, because Music only needed to disengage, but this does give Vancouver Impact first brick over in the top lane.
Still, props to Crimson for living that long and for Music being able to save him. But it's true. Zev is going to be able to grab that first brick. Really nice for the Lucian, who's already in a pretty good spot this game. And now you can see Shogo, Fadi-chan trying to do the same on the other side. But it's Kasante. Good chance he'll probably be able to hold it down. Yeah, he's fine.
See right there, Shogo able to net in one more plate as the plates did fall. So even if they're not killing Kasante, they're still getting so much in terms of gold by just cashing in these plates. Now they're looking for a high teleport. Going to come out. We're going to get Sudsy down into the bottom lane. Fadi-chan now caught out with low health. What can Shogo do right here? He will transcend,
Lantern,
able to dash backwards. Lantern helps out. Still one kill going to be found. Sudsy gets it. Low health bars across the board. Shogo's looking to clean up, but can't do it fast enough. Goes on a killing spree, then gets killed by Zev.
It's just too many bodies, but the successful teleport play, even though Shogo was able to secure that turret and get a kill in the process, at the end of the day, him and Fadi-chan get taken off the map and gets a little bit more of a gold advantage for Vancouver Impact. Well, negligible.
Got a big question. Do you suck at League? Don't worry. We got the solution.
Yes.
Our sponsors over at prodiff.gg will provide you with a platform to get one-on-one coaching with the pros. So a lot of the players you see in the NACL, a lot of players you see in the LTA North, they can coach you directly. So if you want to learn how to be good, potentially move up in the world, whether it be rank or even participate in one of the NACL qualifiers, be sure to scan that QR code, prodiff.gg.
Yes. It's the app where all the coaches are either active or recently active, pro players from the NACL and or the LTA North. So you know it's quality coaching that you're going to get. And it's quality gameplay that you'll learn to produce. Ooh.
All right, Dead Sentence is going to come out. It finds nukes. The box going to be used. Woo! The shockwave combo with the paranoia lands flush for Vancouver Impact. They'll claim one kill. It's onto the 80 carry. They'll sacrifice their support in the process, but they're chasing away CCG as Vancouver Impact strike first on the team fight.
Yeah, now we have a bit of a dance around the Rift Herald. The Dragoon is cordoning them off well, and I think the health bars are low enough that they just want to walk away. So Vancouver Impact, they get a win here because even though it's a 1-for-1, they secure the Rift Herald, they pick up the eye. That's a chance for them to earn more gold.
And we just see that build now shining through for Shogo. Did pick up the Runin's Hurricane, so the ones we've been seeing out of solo queue so far, definitely going to be the first time that we see Inara take a competitive build.
Right now, Dragoon looks like he's in trouble.
Yeah, Dragoon not in a good place, and I think it's only going to get worse. Shimmer's going to be here to try and help out. We got backup. Zev is walking up. Shogo can't really step up right now. Will have to transcend. Now looking at that bonus damage in, you can see a splashing onto Dragoon. Now the Rift Herald going to be used to just distract the rest of the squad, but Crimson will still claim Dragoon. Weaver's Wall means no escape for Zev. As the rocks fly through, Zev returns fire, but a rock lands right into his face and knocks him out.
And a much-needed success here for CCG. Herald's not going to do much other than be a bit of an inconvenience and allow Shimmer, at the very least, to be able to walk away And while all that's happening, Sudsy is able to get the mid-tier 1 turret, so that is something that is actually pretty valuable for Vancouver Impact, but it's tough because you're just not in a good position to fight for this next dragon, and we're already talking about Soul Point Eric. CCG, any second now, can just collect this dragon, and they'll be 5 minutes away from Dragon Soul at 18 minutes in the game.
So they make the attack on the music, loses about a quarter of his health, the rest of CCG. Now funneling in. As you said, tough fight to go for. Zev right now doesn't have flash. They need their combo to land flush if they are going to be able to contest this Drake. That Paranoia Shockwave had already worked out in catching out Shogo once. They need to make it happen again, and they'll take positioning on the river.
And while they take this position, you can see Shimmer is working on the dragon. I'd be surprised if CCG just want to watch this happen movie theater style, but it's looking like this is the case, and they're just going to go ahead and let this dragon go. They don't want to fight for it. Not confident they can withstand the Vi Oriana, or rather the Vi, the Nocturne Ori combo. There we go, we got there. So they just walk away.
Too much Ari Vi today. That's
too much Ari Vi today.
Too much Vi in general.
I mean, I like Vi, but
I'm mysterious.
Yeah, I do too. I think the only downside is that CCG, they lose that dragon for basically nothing.
I think it was a smarter move to go for. Sums were down for both Shogo and Young.
Ooh.
So not exactly the biggest risk you want to go for here. Here comes the Paranoia looking to come through from Vancouver Impact. Shimmer not willing to pull the trigger. Dragoon was a ways off. So just for the disengage. I mean, it does deny a lot of vision. And sometimes that's enough to dissuade, enough to distract. And Shimmer was happy with that disengage.
Yeah, certainly. And with that in mind, they protect the tier 1 turret. They do have something to hold on to in that mid lane. And otherwise, I think we're just taking stock of relative power on the map. Both teams have been pretty much even this entire time. I mean, CCG are up 500 gold, which is nothing. So really, it's just coming down to how these teams execute on fights. I think this next dragon is going to be a pretty important focal point for both of these teams. CCG, yeah, they sacked that next Drake, but I don't think they're in a position where they just want to keep sacking Hextech Drakes. And of course, Vancouver Impact, you don't want to let that soul point go through under any circumstances. So both teams looking very hard at this Drake pit these next few minutes.
Will say I've been much happier with this iteration of Vancouver Impact than I have in the rest of the season. This is a team that's been struggling, and every time you watch a lot of their games, there isn't a gold lead. They just kind of fall off the face of the earth and get dismantled. They're keeping it together in this game, keeping the gold even, and we're seeing it drawn out into the 20-minute mark. They're able to use these combos quite effectively with the Nocturne Oriana that was able to take down Shogo before. So it feels like we're starting to get some identity from Vancouver Impact, which we've been wanting for oh so long.
That's right. Now CCG looking like they're baiting a check for the Otacon. What they don't know is there is a ward in that Tri-Brush. So Vancouver Impact not really worried about Otacon going down because they can see that nothing is really happening right now, even if they can't see Otacon itself. Now, actually, I think as a result,
yeah, going for the engage. We want to find him, and that is what they'll do. Young in a bad way. Shockwave goes off. Sudsy confirms the kill with the Shockwave, and now this opens up Otacon for Vancouver Impact.
A really nice punish off a well-placed ward that no one on CCG were able to respond to. Still a 4 versus 5 CCG. They don't want to let this Otacon go.
And here we go, engage coming out from CCG, but the chase will follow for Vancouver Impact as you wait for the Otacon to reset. Equalizer goes down, it's doing a lot of work, it's doing a lot of damage, but CCG can't continue the fight. Death sentence lands on the nukes, he will get away safely. Dragoon looking to hold that line and CCG stop the Otacon.
Yeah, I think especially that carpet from Crimson was so valuable, and now you can see that CCG are pestering them. If they waste enough time and then finally get them to back, they're just going to start the Otacon themselves. They want to take this one now.
They're taking it quite quickly. 10k health remains. Vancouver Impact looking to find their angle. They don't have their primary ultimates anymore. See right now, Sudsy able to flash back out. Comes the Weaver's Wall. Bad place for Nukes to be as Young chases him away. Music still holding on to the Otacon, looking to get closer. Here we go. The combo looking to come in with the Paranoia. Shimmer going for the deep chase. Will fall to Crimson in the process. 2k health remains, but there's no jungler on the board for both teams. Now Vancouver Impact in position to get the Otacon for themselves as they'll chase CCG away.
Well, there it is. They secure it. They win the fight in the very end, and they secure that very powerful buff in the Otacon. All that experience, all that adaptive force, just yoinked from a CCG who looked like they all but had it in the bag.
And a crazy fight from Vancouver Impact. Shimmer really giving his life in the back end of that to chase away Music, to try and take down Music. Everyone really focused in. You lost Shimmer, you lost Music, so the Smite fight was not there. It was all about taking the Otacon on your own. And very slowly but surely, Vancouver Impact slip out ahead. And they get a well-needed objective in their name, but there's going to be more to take as the Dragon now hits the map, now fighting around this choke point, which is oh so deadly when you have a Rumble there. Dragoon taking a good amount of damage. Box goes out. Shockwave going to find Fadachan. Still chasing forward is Music. Gets one bite onto Zev and backs out as the battle lines are drawn.
And I think Fadachan has lost enough health that, okay, they're just going to fully send it. And again, this is the power of this Nocturne Orianna combo. And this is what I'm talking about for a team that is struggling. Picking something that works and is repeatable is doing wonders for this squad. So not only do they yoink the Otacon, they're going to secure their second Drake and tie the score up in that regard with CCG.
Yeah, the gold's been relatively even for a while because every time Vancouver Impact gets something, you see some map plays like this from CCG. They realize, hey, we're not getting Dragon Soul Point, that's okay. Look at where their attention is, let's go elsewhere, and they take 2 bricks back to back, but not without one claimed by Dragoon.
Yeah, so even then, that kind of eases the sting of losing those turrets a little bit. And at the end of it, if Vancouver Impact, even if they're losing out on the turret war, keep winning these 5v5s because of this Nocturne Orianna, like, it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, all of the big breakpoints in this game are going to be around these objectives, the Baron, these dragons, and things like that. So as long as they keep repeating this success, Vancouver Impact honestly have a pretty good shot this game.
It could be their first win of the season. Something they've been desperately looking for. They haven't looked like a team. They haven't looked like a good squad. They've looked like a bunch of solo queuers, basically getting demolished by team players. And it's been incredibly brutal for them on the early part of the season. To get to your midway point and pick up a win would mean so much for the squad and the momentum and the morale that they've been going through throughout the season to show that, hey, we can still take a good fight. We're still good players. And right now, they do have to prove that as CCG start walking towards their side of the river where Baron is. And now look at Dragoon. He's coming over on the flank.
Oh, I
We're
can
getting
smell
the combo once again. There's the Shockwave going through. Equalizer will go down. It's not doing enough work. 2 fall for CCG and Vancouver Impact. It's finally happened. They finally found a game where they'll have a gold lead.
Yeah, and that gold lead is just going to continue to grow. Music is on the chopping block. The Baron is up for grabs. As long as Dragoon doesn't go down, this is a huge development for Vancouver Impact. Of course, CCG, they want to try and stop it.
Yeah, you can see CCG trying everything right now, but they don't have much left in the wheelhouse, and they're losing even more. Dragoon goes on a killing spree. Fadachan looking to flash out. Music getting chased away from that Baron camp by Dragoon. And like that, Vancouver Impact will be wearing purple.
Oh yeah, empowered recalls coming through. Plenty of gold to spend, and the gold lead has gone up to 3,000, the biggest we've seen, and the biggest Vancouver Impact have had since joining the league.
Yeah, it literally is. This is the first time that they've had an actual gold lead. They've never gotten it past 1K. That's how brutal their season has been, and it just keeps coming as they'll take down Shogo once more.
And this is what I mean when I'm talking about earlier on, talking about how dangerous it is to step up when Nocturne is on the board. That's even without the Orianna Shockwave. But you put those two together, that's just an overstep there from Shogo that's rightfully punished. And It's the oppressive thing about this composition. You have to be really disciplined to avoid just dying needlessly like that.
And at this point, I mean, the cooldowns are low enough. CCG looking for a pick onto Dragoon, but he is a beefy boy. He will be able to slide out away. Now on to Nukes, who dismounts right over the wall. Shimmer will get away from the death sentence. Another tower does go down, and more in favor of Vancouver Impact as the teleport comes in. Coming back to the fray is going to be Dragoon. Death sentence goes out, does not land onto him. Pressure into the mid lane.
Oh, Nukes, I think, is in trouble. Oh, no.
Here we go again. Another combo.
Oh my
the
God.
cooldown is so damn short, and so is the clock for CCG. Shimmer will go down. It's a shutdown picked up by Shoko, but a tower claimed by Vancouver Impact.
I swear, if Shimmer didn't die, I think that would have been the end of the game. Like, it was such a big combo just now. And still, Baron to work with for the next minute or so. And really, it just starts with, you think Nukes is caught, but at the end of it, you see the Lantern, and you're like, oh yeah, I can smell a big combo coming through here.
And a big combo it was, beat down. The cooldown of this Shockwave Paranoia combo has gotten so low, it makes it such an incredibly hard thing to get away from, because you burn your flash to get away from it. You know, for Shogo's case, he has to RE to be able to try and make some distance from it. And you will have maybe, what, 3 or 4 more attempts with that Paranoia Shockwave before your flash is back up. And that's what Vancouver are playing with.
And it's only getting more brutal, because Shimmer, he's almost level 16. He's going to have rank 3 on that ultimate. He has Experimental Hexplate and Black Cleaver, so he has so much haste that he's playing with too. So that cooldown is just going to be ridiculous. And we're approaching this point of no return, I think, for CCG, because they keep getting caught, and the windows where they're going to get caught continue to get big, more frequent.
Okay, so a little bit of a slip up on the timing there. The Shockwave didn't find music, but it does
back.
get music's flash nonetheless. And Vancouver Impact starting the Dragon right away. No members of CCG to be seen. Dragon Soul Point. Now over to Vancouver Impact.
And really, just what a great development here for Vancouver Impact. The fact that they've been struggling all split long, they're coming into this day 0-4, and now with the introduction of Shimmer, things are really starting to click for this team. Yeah, it's a simple comp with this Nocturne Orianna, but it's working for them, and they're executing on it. And now, look at the position they're in. 4K lead, Soul Point. They just had the Baron. They took the Otacon earlier. They just keep finding wins on the board. So if they want to get their first win, they need to keep this up and make sure they turn it into a win.
CCG trying to set up a death brush. They will not find it. Paranoia, Shockwave, both up and available. Flashes for the carries of CCG are available as well. This might be one of CCG's final chances to try and turn the tides of this game, because they have to take advantage of the resources. They have to be able to thwart one of these engages from the Nocturne Ori. And just maybe then, they'll have a breath of life.
Well, we'll see. Shimmer must be getting really close to level 16. Those breaths are going to get few and far between with all this, the cooldown reduction that Vancouver Impact are working with right now. And
Out of position's Young, but he
wait,
uses the Hourglass and will be able to buy some time and delay the team fight for Vancouver Impact. Still going into Dragoon, but he's biting off more than he can chew. Gets pulled right back in by the Seismic Shove. A shutdown found by Young. And the bait was set. Vancouver Impact took it all tooth and nail. Now another use coming out from the Seismic Shove. Doesn't find Shimmer. Shimmer looking to create some distance. Shockwave goes off once again. It's found by Sunsea. Critically low are the carries. Young will still find one. Now Zev, one of the only members alive, has to kite this out against so many low health bars. And he can not. CCG get the team fight win.
Really big comeback going on here. They collected so many kills, and Shimmer is the only one who's left here. I think the only saving grace for Vancouver Impact is the fact that there's no real objective. There is no other huge swing. Oh, you're joking.
Oh my god, Shimmer will find Shogo. No sums up whatsoever. And I gotta admit it, that was nice from Shimmer. Catches out Shogo, wrong place to be.
Yeah, I mean, good recognition that they saw him on the wave. Oh, hold on.
All right, here we go. Shimmer now going to get hunted down. There's going to be a pillar, so fat chance that he's able to get away from this. The fear tether does its work, but this is a high commitment of resources coming out, and here we go. Nukes is able to hop in, gets the ultimate. A lot of members on top of him, but it's not working out for Dragoon as he'll be the first one to fall. Shockwave comes in. It's able to land onto 2, but look at CCG fight. Look at CCG scrap. They will not fall to Vancouver Impact as they chase down Sudsy. A double kill to Music. And now on the back foot, the cleanup crew has arrived. 2 fall. Paranoia jumping in onto the back line, and still going golden is Young, but Zev will get a triple kill and take this right back into the favor of Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, Shimmer and Zev really saved the game there. It looked like CCG were just going to mount the comeback, and this was just going to be another loss for Vancouver Impact, but that play keeps them in it, saves the game, and it really just limits how quickly they're going to be able to start this Baron. It looks like they want to go for the 2-man anyway, but this is not going to work. Shimmer is here. He almost has his ult back. Zev is here, almost full build as well. They can't do this.
They cannot. They have to peel off, and they peel off immediately. Shimmer might be hunting right here. Paranoia just came off cooldown. They're going for the hunt onto Music. Music cleaning up his camps, now gets caught out. Caught by the fear tether, and he's caught outright. Zev goes on a rampage.
It's Baron time. No smite for your opponents. It means you can take that objective very easily. It might be the only real downside is you may not be able to collect that Dragon Soul, but at the end of it, you do this fast enough, you collect both. No way Vancouver loses this game.
Yeah, CCG, they got to go straight to the Dragon right now. They got to set up on the Drake because there's no challenge that they have right here. Shockwave still available for Sudsy, even with the Paranoia down. Here comes the Death Sentence, lands on his support, not the target you're looking for. Hopping forward is Zev, Equalizer goes down. It's not a good one though. Fadichan will get stopped by Zev. As the calling comes out, they lose another member, and that's another one seeing the gray screen for CCG as Vancouver Impact proceed towards Dragon.
And they're corralling them. You can see it. They're making it so they can't answer that mid wave. They just got to take their blue and walk away.
Oh
and
my
there
God,
is no way. Yeah, there is no way they can stop this Dragon going down. So that's it. Vancouver Impact, Eric, they have everything they need this game. They got the second Baron. They have 3 Grubs. They have Hextech Soul with 4 Hextech Dragons. This is the best soul in the game. This is it. If they don't win this game, they will never win this split. I'm telling you right now.
Oh man. You can see what CCG are trying to do to stop the relentless onslaught that you have from the Knocked Ori combo. Look at how many hourglasses they've picked up on Shogo, on Young, on Crimson. That's been their answer to try and delay and make this Shockwave whiff. As now, Vancouver Impact, again, Dragon Soul, Baron. They could run this down. They just need one more opening to take it home.
That's right. It's going to start right here. Setting their focus on the mid and bot lane. Seeing what other camps they're going to be able to take away from Music. And you can see it right now. Like, you're really hitting a peak as Vancouver Impact. Starting to get close to full build on some key members. We're getting level 18 on all the carries of Vancouver Impact as well. Now they have this Baron. They're going to start marching it into the base. If CCG are going to hold on, it is going to be in those Zhonya's hourglasses that you mentioned, Eric. It is the only way.
Siege coming out in the bot lane as Vancouver Impact start eyeballing some of these inhibitor towers. Equalizer goes down. It's only to try and clear Zev away and get the minion wave. And that's when you know things are boding poorly for CCG. They're not going to have a big team fight tool, and they're looking to just clear waves.
Yeah, and on the next wave, Vancouver Impact likely going to take this bot to this bot tier 3 turret. But again, would be such a big deal for Vancouver Impact to win this game because they're 0-4 right now in a short regular season where it's best of 1 single round robin, and the bottom 2 go down to the promotion relegation tournament. So they need this win.
We go again with the Shockwave comboed with the Paranoia. Flash is getting burnt left and right from CCG. Young gonna burn one. Fadichan has to burn and get away. Inhibitor down. Vancouver Impact got what they came for.
It's right. Inhib down. They're gonna spend some of their gold, see if they can't polish off some of these final items. But otherwise, it's another pretty successful Baron power play here for Vancouver. And it's really just about finding the fight that's going to win you the game, Eric. There's not much else to really play for here. I don't think we're going to go towards an Elder. It really is just about that final fight.
And it is really hard to say. CCG are getting back onto the map and getting some vision pushed forward for whatever might await them soon enough. It's hard to tell with Vancouver Impact because if they catch you out in your own jungle, in the blink of an eye, you will be gone. Nocturne Orianna is such a powerful combo, Paranoia Shockwave. But with now supers coming into the bottom lane, a wave pushed in the mid lane, they can go for a 4-1 and continue the chokehold.
I mean, right at this point, they're gonna have a pretty easy go of it unless you see CCG just all in and try and play as 5 into one lane. But you can see Vancouver Impact not really giving them the chance to. Actually, kind of disappointingly slowing down. I'm just looking for the recall. Again, they don't want to actually try for anything. At the moment, maybe spend some of their last bit of gold and just reset the map.
Still going to be a bit before we get any neutrals on the board. So I'm curious if Vancouver Impact are just going to bide their time for the next major spawn. You know, there's going to be Baron, there's going to be Elder later on. They could potentially look to set up a trap. You know, get some of these deep vision. And around when Baron does spawn, it gives you a pretty good window to be able to pull CCG forward and land that Paranoia Shockwave combo that's been working so well for them.
And at this point, I think CCG, they've learned their lesson a little bit. They're getting punished a lot by that Paranoia Shockwave combo. Now they're grouping up. Now they are less likely to overstep. And I think that's what slowed this game down a lot. You know, hasn't been an angle Vancouver Impact are really comfortable with taking right now. And I think that's going to, that anxiety in a way is going to continue to increase because now you can see the hourglass on both the top and bottom sides of the map, which means Elder and Baron are spawning up soon. So that increases that risk of, or not the risk, excuse me, it increases the price of failure, which is what I think is causing Vancouver Impact to hold off a little bit.
All right, they're going right now because Young's in the bottom lane, looking to find the engage. Equalizer goes out, the calling gonna follow and chase the members of CCG. Music has to back off. No major summoner spells burnt so far on the side of CCG. They did take a lot of damage to the health bars. That might be all that Vancouver need.
I think so. They're just going to go ahead and start it, but it's not too long until the Elder Dragon starts up as well. So CCG, I mean, they have a choice. It's looking like they want to set up on this bottom side. I don't think they're going to get a chance to burst down the Elder before Vancouver Impact get there. So the play has to be some kind of bush play. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going for it right now. You can see Music setting up. Dragoon's going to walk right into it, and they focus onto Dragoon. He's got a lot of tanky stats, though. He has to flash backwards. Paranoia going to be used, but only to disengage. Now CCG set up by the Elder. This might be a forfeit for Vancouver Impact to go after the base, but no, instead they'll start corralling around CCG. Big ultimates available in that Shockwave. Out comes the Weaver's Wall, and Elder Drake belongs to CCG. They're stepping forward. Music taking way too much damage in the process. Now Zev trying to find a flank over on the side. As Young hops onto him, he will be able to dash out. CCG posturing forward, looking for more. They do have the Elder Drake to their name. They play the map well enough to deny that objective.
Yeah, and the only saving grace here for Vancouver Impact is the fact that you can see it. All their waves are pushed in. So there's going to be a good minute where CCG are just clearing waves before they actually get to interact with Vancouver Impact. So all things considered, they just need to survive one encounter. If they do, Elder Dragon is likely going to expire, and they'll be fine.
Inhibitor now respawning in the bottom lane. That's going to take off a lot of the pressure that CCG have been feeling. You still have Soul belonging to Vancouver Impact. You want to wait out, as Beatdown had said. this Elder Drake that was picked up by CCG, but you can start to feel a little bit of the shift. These hourglasses have made it that much harder for CCG to be engaged on. So now here comes the seismic shove. Equalizer going to go out. Dragoon looking to bail on out away from the pillar. He's forced to take a little bit more extra damage. CCG posturing forward. They're looking for more. Dragoon falls to about half health. Out comes the shockwave. Only lands onto music as CCG siege up in the mid lane.
Yeah, the fact that Vancouver Impact have the Baron does slow CCG's push a little bit as well, and this is like what we're talking about. 45 seconds on the Elder Dragon. So they just survived this encounter. Elder Dragon is nullified.
Pretty insane game coming out so far. As the Weaver's Wall comes through, the focus onto the mid lane tower. CCG will push forward and cut off the rest of the team. Now Inhibitor exposed. This is not where Vancouver Impact wanted to be. Being one fight away from success, and CCG will not give them it.
No, not yet. Elder and Baron buffs gonna expire at the same time. So now, I think Vancouver Impact, they feel confident enough that they can walk out. And at this point, we've essentially gotten back to this neutral game state, because now we are... Oh, here we go.
All right, here we go. Combo going to be used. And now getting seismic shoved away is Shimmer. Still waiting to find more on the back line. Ultimate going to be popped by Nukes, but look at the damage now coming through from Shogo. Shogo's popping off on the Yunara, looking for more. Young postures forward. He goes too far forward, but with the Hourglass, it will save his life. Now going to get popped by the Guardian Angel. Still going forward is Dragoon, but he has no more teammates, and he will collapse. CCG are fighting back as Sudsy runs from damnation.
Yeah, I mean, he's Oriana. He can run for a long time, but I don't know if he can run long enough to save the game for his team. These are long spawn timers. Hold on. The upside is that he managed to cut the wave and hold it so that there is no way CCG can walk it down in time. Is it actually enough? We have 20 seconds on Shimmer, 10 seconds on Nukes, so I don't know if this is enough to end the game.
The value of this Hourglass, man, being purchased by 3 members of CCG, you can't state it enough. Death timers are still really high, and CCG are looking for the end right now. Shimmer will be coming off the respawn. Zev will follow in about 10 seconds. This should be the game right here. Is there going to be a last stand from Vancouver Impact? They were so close to making it, and they're going to fight tooth and nail for the last bit of scraps that they can, and it's starting to work as 3 fall down. Vancouver Impact looking for the defense. Zev has come off the respawn, and Vancouver Impact defend the base.
Not only do they defend it, I think they did it, Eric. We're looking at 1 minute spawn timers, and Dragoon's already halfway there. Vancouver Impact, they made it happen. I wasn't sure they were going to be able to do it, but they're walking towards their first win.
A season of struggles, loss after loss after loss, no more. Vancouver Impact are making an impact as they march for the end. 20 seconds left on the death timers. A minion wave is there to meet them. They will take down CCG in a hard-fought battle and take their first win on the season. Vancouver Impact.
Holy crap, Eric, they did it. It looked like they were about to lose their Nexus, but at the end of it, Vancouver Impact, with the simple, easy to execute composition, they managed to make it happen. The game got slow for a while and it got a little dicey, but at the end of it, they did it.
Yeah,
they got their first win.
Those Hourglasses made it way too hard for Vancouver Impact to land that 1-2 punch of the Nocturne Oriana, but they still hold their ground. They get much more careful, understanding that those Hourglasses are available, and it's a misstep from CCG to try and close out where their entire team got aced at the very end at the Nexus. We've already seen one Nexus to Nexus with CTG and Winthrop, and we get our second one on the season here with Vancouver Impact.
Starting to look like hitting the Nexus first is cursed, because this is twice now that this has happened. And of course, we want to hear from you. Vote in chat who you think is the MVP between Shimmer, Nukes, and Zev, who went down in a very grueling, what was that, 40-minute game, 45-minute game? I wasn't looking at the timer after a while, but it was a long one. So show them some love.
I'm sure our producers will let us know soon enough, but yeah, it feels good for Vancouver Impact. Again, Shimmer's the one who just stepped in. This is his first day playing with the team.
That's true.
And considering the strength of schedule that you're going against, you really did need this win to make any sort of statement in this league right now. Otherwise, I think it was a really high chance this team goes winless on the season. Well, that's not going to be the case, man. A brilliant use of their mechanics, understanding what their win condition was, and being able to capitalize on that final team fight. Oh man, give yourselves a pat on the back, Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. We're going to watch the highlights again, and there's going to be a lot of them because this was a long one to cap off a pretty long day. And it was exciting because it got to a point where, I mean, I was worried for Vancouver Impact because when you're in situations like this and you have these big leads, Eric, it really feels bad. We've seen it a lot in the NACL where you're starting to win. You have a comp that's working for you. You are just owning the Rift. And then you start to lose a fight, then you lose another fight, and then you lose an objective, and then all of a sudden they lose the game, and you're like, what was it all for? But the fact that they're able to, honestly, what it felt like watching, keep a level head in this situation, I think is really important. And I'm excited to talk to one of the players from Vancouver Impact to ask how they did it.
I mean, I'm looking at Zev in a lot of these fights, and his positioning was pretty spot on. You know, he cleaned up that last fight. That was very critical for Vancouver Impact to stay in it. But a lot of his play style really did add to the success that Vancouver Impact were able to get into this game. And, you know, hats off really to them because it's a hard-fought battle, man. It's a season where they've looked oh so poor throughout the season. And to be able to take this win against a team that beat Luminosity, I just want to throw that out there, that they took down the top dogs. It's the last place team who are able to finally bite back, to finally find their stride. And it was all off of this right here. CCG thought they had the end of the game, and Shimmer and Nukes fight tooth and nail with Zev hot tagging right into the fight.
And maybe it's wishful thinking to say that this is the beginning of like a huge turnaround, but this itself is something big. And who knows? I mean, the addition of Shimmer very clearly paying up some dividends right away. So who knows what the rest of the split is going to look like for this roster.
Vancouver Impact. They got the sauce. His name was Shimmer. They found a win condition to play around, and they played around it quite well to take down CCG. So congratulations to them for their first win of the season and really shaping up to look more than what they were before. I mean, I keep stating it, but a lot of these players, you know, they've been trapped in what I could call like tier 2.5 hell, whether it be like Sudsy or Dragoon, and we've been waiting to see more for them for quite some time. It's still just a win, but this is a win where it's a breath, man. You can finally breathe. You can finally feel accomplished within the season itself, taking down CCG. So I'm very proud of what they were able to do, and you know, the fact that they're able to shut us all up, who were we were all non-believers. You saw the casting desk.
I know. We need the
CCG.
clown emojis.
Yeah.
You know, our producer keeps talking about it, but I want to see it. Flame us.
Put a little red dot on my nose right now. Flame us, man.
No, or even like our pictures when you put put back the predictions. Just give us all clown faces. Let's have some fun.
Producer said he's gonna do it, so you see a red dot
he
appear on
took
my
that
nose.
personally,
Exactly
so
why,
you're gonna see something funny soon, Chad.
But yeah, I think this team is shaping up at least much better with Shimmer, and I felt like a lot of it was patience this time, where they weren't just like mindlessly throwing themselves into fights and hoping they could maybe coin flip something. It was well played. It was really well played, B.
Yeah, it's a good look. The patience is something I think we should definitely ask about when we do get our interview, and it's gonna be really nice to hear. True. I mean, there it is. We said they'd lose. We voted against them, and they won, so deserved.
I wear my wig with pride.
Honk, honk.
I think I owe Shimmer a big apology. So let's pull him on board.
Yeah, bring him on.
Come on. He will be our interview guest for Vancouver Impact. Welcome, Shimmer. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys? Dude, that was insane, bro. That was insane.
I'm glad I always get to interview you, by the way, you know?
Dude, Ascension Esports, bro. We got that connection, you know?
That's it, dude. Okay, so first question I got to ask, were you the secret sauce? Vancouver Impact, winless, you show up. What do you bring to this team that made them slug this banger of a game out?
Honestly, I wasn't even expecting to join a team this NACL. I was gonna just take my backseat here at MU, play some solo queue, watch DZ play some scrims and stuff. But I did a scrim set with these guys. It went fairly well, and you know, it sounded like they just needed more cohesion. And I've been around veterans like Spyrax. We got Sajed back here, Zyko, Niles. Yeah, everybody. They've taught me how to play the game better and better, and I felt like I could lead these guys a little better than I'm not trying to diss Will. I'm just saying it's just like I feel like I have the more veteran experience playing with the other DZ guys and helping lead the other 4 Vancouver guys to be like a stable game, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, speaking on that too, you were at a point in late game where they were buying a lot of stasis. The Nocturne Ori, it wasn't working as consistently as before, but it really felt like you guys held it together. You weren't too hasty, and you didn't do what, I've seen your team do it in the past. I've seen other teams do it, where you kind of collapse at that 40-minute mark. So how did you guys hold it together at the end there to stay focused and then win?
The biggest thing was just not to get caught off when our tempo is bad. There's a lot of times in the late game where enemy like CCG is just better at playing the sideways than us. Sudsy's CS was pretty low just because of that fact, and people were taking bases not too coordinately, so I just made sure we didn't hey guys, this is their tempo. They have tempo here. This is their timer to make a play. We need to this is our waves, catch them low, and then we're gonna catch the next waves high when it's our turn to play. And then when the person shows on mid or shows on the mid wave anywhere, we're gonna send it on the jungle or somewhere else. We're just trying to take a numbers advantage fight. That was just a big goal there.
So next question. It is the first win of the season for Vancouver Impact, and you're currently undefeated on the season, technically, if we talk about that.
How does it feel to be the GOAT, man?
Dude, I've been telling you guys for years, man. I got this, man.
So I want to know, what were the comms like at the very end there? When they were pushing your base, they're taking down your Nexus towers. Did you believe you could actually ace them? And then what were people saying the moment you actually did get the ace and go for the end?
I'll be honest. I was a downer, man. We went in on that midline brush play. They lived. I got one shot. I said, guys, it might be GG.
No.
We told Sudsy to catch the mid wave. He didn't need to kill the second one. He just needed to drag it long enough to where the minions just follow him. And at the end, I was like, I'll smite the super minion, and we just pray. Nukes went in, 5-man everything. I was like, I'll just send it. I'll go in too. Dude, we just threw our bodies at it. I was screaming at the end. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
But I screamed after the Nexus blew up, okay? Nukes was laughing before we even got to the inhib, which I was like, bro, you need to chill. Game's not over, we were all tweaking out. I think everyone's happy. I was definitely shaking at the end. Dude, it was just mind-boggling.
Yeah, I feel you, man. You don't want to get too excited until their Nexus blows up, but it did. You guys won. It's a great feeling. I can tell you're loving it. So I gotta ask you, obviously you're still going to be playing for this team going forward, so you got to be thinking next steps, right? You guys have not to bring the mood down a little bit, you do have a tough schedule ahead of you, so what's the game plan? What are you guys going to be working on going forward to best set you up to top 8?
I think making sure going against these better teams, just getting into that mid game at least even, and not one of the lanes or me going 0-3 and they have someone to play through. I feel like if we're at an even footing with some of these teams, we can win. We've shown that in scrims. I don't know if you believe me, but there have been crazy scrim results this week. But yeah, I think just taking it one game at a time. At the end of the day, it's a best of 1 regular season.
Yeah.
So we're looking to scrape some wins against some of the top teams like LG, SN, and DZ. And I think we might be able to do it. I believe in it. Okay.
All right.
You're making me believe, man.
One last question I personally want to ask. You just said DZ, and I know a lot of your boys play on that one over from Maryville. So, how are you feeling looking into the future and knowing that match is next week?
Honestly, I think we can take them down more so than the other teams. There's some cracks. I've seen it in person more than But I
You got that
honestly,
knowledge.
if I want that power rankings in my head, LG's at the top. I know the standings don't say that. SN is number 1, but I feel like they show more cracks than LG sometimes. So I think if you can just utilize the just look at the cracks and like the bad plays they make and mistakes. You go off of those on DZ and SN. There's way more than the LG. I know LG's game today was like a bit throwy, but they played it clean. They just have 5 like LCS level, not level, but LCS X players. So yeah, I mean, I might bring out some crazy champs against SN and DZ, man. I don't know.
Oh,
Do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do.
all right. To close out, do you have any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Shout out all my friends, the Shimmy crew, if they know.
Shimmy crew.
Yeah. Shout out Draxer. You know, he hasn't really coached me too much this split, but he's definitely helped me improve a lot over this season. And shout out all the Maryville guys, Clerky, Niles, everybody here. It's just a great environment. I love it here, and hopefully, you know, I can grow, maybe become that one day LTA player, you know?
I mean, it's showing, man. You ended up being the secret sauce for the last place team, so I think your impact is felt with Vancouver Impact. So we want to thank you so much for joining us, man. Excellent play today. Congratulations, and go celebrate.
Thank you.
Big shout out to the Shimmy crew, is what he calls it.
That's pretty good.
It's like we were
like
talking
it.
earlier about the Hoarder Horde. Now we actually have a little fan base there, but
The Hoarder Heralders, sir.
yeah, the Hoarder
Hoarder
Heralders.
Heralders.
There we go. But the Shimmy crew, more important, especially
Yeah.
right now with, I mean, hey, he said it. He brought out, you know, a lot in this team by trying to give them some cohesion, trying to give them a solid voice, and, you know, trying to take that almost leadership role, if you will. It worked out, man. I really loved it for Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, I mean, it really did look good for them. Honestly, again, it's really nice to hear Shimmer talk about the idea on why he joined the roster. It's kind of neat that he didn't even plan to play, but he really thought that he could do something here with this team. And this one game tells you anything. He's definitely doing something, so it's going to be really exciting to watch this team going forward, especially with his confidence that he's going to be able to do something to even teams like LG Supernova and Dark Zero.
All right, so let's pull up our MVP of that series. That game, excuse me. We're in the series right now. But, hey, MVP, it's going to be Shimmer. It's going to be Shimmer. The Knock-Ori combo, incredibly strong, but clutching it out in that last fight. Nexus to Nexus, baby. He'll take our MVP.
Yeah, I think it's deserved. I think he had a really good game, and it was a really good interview too. So honestly, just great debut. Really excited to see what Vancouver Impact are going to do going forward. I'll be honest, you know, before Shimmer joined the way these last couple of weeks, it was kind of tough because, you know, you hope that they're going to be able to do something. But now seeing this today, I can definitely feel more excited watching these games because I'm like, all right, man, they might be able to do something.
Yeah, they have a bunch of good players. It seemed like all they really needed was direction from someone like Shimmer. And again, Shimmer over there, Maryville University was part of Dark Zero last split. And Maryville University, they have a track record of winning. And whether it be, you know, showing up in CLOL, whether it be showing up in NACL with what we had before, Maryville Dragonsteel, now Dark Zero, they've shown that they can develop talent and bring out the best in them. And they bring one of those talents as kind of the mercenary, the ringer, to bring Vancouver Impact together. It damn well worked, B.
It did, and I mean, it really shows you the kind of system they develop over there at MU. The fact that it gave him the confidence that, hey man, I think I can bring some of what I've learned here to this roster as well. And the fact that it's working a bit so far, the fact that it might work a little more over these next few weeks, I think is really exciting. And it's kind of funny because they didn't play that last match, but it really always comes back to DZ in a way.
Man, what a crazy day it's been. I mean, we had a lot of pauses, and then we ended out with just a lot of action. Whew. And especially with how hot it's been over here in California, man, it's been kind of brutal. But man, I've definitely had a lot of fun. Just to see the way things are now shaping up as we start to pass that halfway point, B.
Yeah, I mean, we've passed it officially at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing left really is to look at the standings and see where everybody is at, and then I can watch that 0 turn to a 1 from Vancouver Impact, and I'll be really excited about that. And I think I heard the standings already, so look at that. Let's go. Nobody's winless.
No one's winless anymore. Vancouver Impact getting their first dub. You can see some of the names now falling as CCG. What a brutal thing, man. You win against the reigning defending champions, and then you lose against Vancouver Impact. That will knock them down in the standings. Conviction. Unfortunate that, you know, situations happened. They did have to forfeit, which is going to knock them down a bit.
The thing with the CCG, Eric, it's called rage. You wouldn't get it.
I don't. Please explain.
Yeah, that's why I told you. There's nothing to explain. You either get it or you don't, Eric. It's not a thing that you can ask about.
Off of that, let's pull up the schedule for tomorrow so B can stop shaming me. As,
It'll
good
never
look
stop.
at this. I mean, there's still some good matches really to be had. I think
Of course.
Winthrop versus CCG is the one that personally sticks out to me. And, you know, maybe it's a little bit overexcitement from the recent match, but Vancouver Impact versus Luminosity?
Nah. Shimmer got me hyped up. I want to watch it. I want to see. I want to
Anything
see him
else
beat
for
those
you, B?
frauds. No, I'm just kidding.
Those frauds.
They're not frauds. No. Tomorrow will
12
be fun.
titles between them, B.
Nah, frauds. They're bad.
Off of that note, we want to start closing out here, so we got to give thanks, as always. Thank you to the coaches, the players, the staff, everyone who works behind the scenes to make this possible, the producers as well. A shout out to our sponsor, prodiff.gg. We'll get their tag up there one more time, as you can see it. If you want to work with some of these players, I mean, the list: Tomio, Kizno, Darkwing, Sajed, Levitate, definitely a bunch of other players who have played in the NACL as well as the LTA North. So if you want one-on-one coaching from them, one-on-one coaching from the pros, be sure to follow. Go ahead to prodiff.gg. Also, a big thank you to you guys for, you know, not only tuning into our ugly mugs, but, you know, putting up with a lot of the technical difficulties we had today. I know it was a slow start on those first two games, but hey, we made it pay off with Vancouver Impact's first win. So for the casting desk, my name is Eric Desrex Beltran. This is Beatdown Boulevard. I want to thank you so much for joining us, and see you next time tomorrow, same place, same time, for more NACL.
Has to back off, respecting Sajed.
But here comes the grand entrance.
Oh, wow.
It finds Sajed. Sajed, killer instinct to create some distance. Sajed looks to turn it around, focuses on a breeze. He gets a double kill, looking to clean up on a scary Jerry, but the recall on the feathers claims one, and a blaze olive takes. But have they condemned themselves jumping in? You're gonna find Mixture landing the ultimate. Shochi follows suit. Denethor has to bail. Winthrop getting dismantled by the hands of Dorado. Mobility looking to run out of this, but he does not have a feather storm, so he can't flap away. And Denethor, being the only survivor, trying to live to tell the tale. But the chase of Shochi will find him, will hunt him down, and Dorado be able to find him. Fake God looking to hop in, but there's a cease and desist. It finds Diamond. Your support's dead. And now here comes the chase. Looking to be found by Bradley, but has to use the Spirit Rush to escape. Insanity now setting up on the opposite side. Bradley trying to find some damage over the wall. Now the Cyclone used for a disengage. Philip is taking far too much damage, and Tactical will take him down. This should be the game right here. Is there going to be a last stand from Vancouver Impact? They were so close to making it, and they're going to fight tooth and nail for the last bit of scraps that they can.
Wait, hold
and
on.
it's starting to work as three fall down. Vancouver Impact looking for the defense. Seth has come off the respawn, and Vancouver Impact defend the 20 seconds left on the death timers. A minion wave is there to meet them. They will take down CCG in a hard-fought battle and take their first win on the season. Vancouver Impact.